Wu Yingqi is truly out of his mind. Liao also mumbled. Today is different from the past. The crust of the capital planet already changed drastically 10,000 years ago. It is now in a man-made, unstable state. If he makes things worse, it is possible that the whole continent will sink into the ocean, and the bottom of the ocean will be heaved by several hundred meters, transforming into a new continent. When such huge changes take place on the surface of the planet, it remains to be seen whether or not the residents living in the cities could survive. But the 10 billion residents living below the ground, including the people of the great iron plants, will certainly be killed in the accident. Will Wu Yingqi really be heartless enough to do that? Of course he is. Li Jialing gnashed his teeth and said, considering Lei Chenghu's coldness and brutality as an immortal cultivator, the casualties of a few hundred million will definitely be regarded as acceptable price, or even necessary sacrifice. It's not a big deal. However, since Wu Yingqi does not dare to inform Lei Chenghu of the truth, it is evident that the victims to be sacrificed in his plan will far exceed 300 to 500 million. Chances are that 10 billion people will die. Such an appalling number silenced all three of them. The quakes in the underground gaps that happened once in a while also gave them the intense fear that the rocks would close soon and bury them. Thankfully, whenever the intense quakes happened, there would be no need to worry that Wu Yingqi's alarm magical equipment would detect them, and Liao could take out his drill of mystic rays to press forward boldly. Their speed was significantly increased. In only a couple of hours, they already reached the spacious and flat tunnel that they stopped by last time. The tunnel was already up ahead. Judging from the sounds, heavy tractors were rumbling by every once in a while. Hiding in a corner in the gap among the rocks, Liao released a few crystal cameras the size of flies to explore the environment. The few crystal cameras flew out of the gap without a sound and happened to catch an overwhelming team of tractors that extended from this end of the tunnel all the way to the other end. It was impossible to see the star or the end of the tractors. The team was mostly made of super heavy tractors with a capacity of more than 100 tons. They were like moving hills. The tractors were covered in cloth. Based on the traces of the tracks, they were all fully loaded, and they had been driving for a long time. Holding his breath, Liao released his telepathic thoughts and controlled a few crystal cameras to dig into the gaps of the cloth. Crystals? So many ultimate crystals of high purity. Liao was slightly stunned by the dazzling pictures sent back by the crystal cameras. Beneath the seemingly plain cloth were loads of colorful, high-purity crystals, which had been repetitively purified and were readily absorbable for the trainers. Liao even discovered quite a few marrow crystals. They were all rare treasures. It was obvious that the crystals came from a myriad of sources and were wrapped very hastily. A lot of them were not stored in standard boxes but exposed to the air randomly. In doing so, not only would the quality of the crystals be affected, but they might also cause inflammations or explosions. The excessive radiations they unleashed would hurt the shippers too. Also, Liao felt that some of the crystals were wetted in a very strange way. They had all been built into an octagonal shape, with 100 attack rune arrays carved on the surface. Liao thought for a long time. For what purposes would a crystal be wetted in such a way, and why were so many attack rune arrays carved on them? 3 minutes later, it finally occurred to him that those high-purity crystals should have been used to power the massive anti-air positions. They were the ammunitions of the crystal cannons. The capital, being the capital, naturally boasted a perfect defense network with comprehensive anti-air facilities. The whole planet was brimming with anti-air cannons that protruded at space. It was almost like a supermassive iron hedgehog. The crystals and ammunitions of all sorts stored in the capital were naturally astronomical too. However, right now, Wu Yingqi had removed the crystals and even the marrow crystals that powered the anti-air positions, shipping them to the underground world. Controlling the crystal cameras, Liao selected another few random tractors and checked their carriage. The result was the same. Tremendous crystals for anti-air positions and even for starships had been detached and moved to the underground world. What's the meaning of this? Liao blinked quickly. The 4 families' ace fleets have arrived and will launch a general attack at the capital planet soon. Such a critical moment is exactly when the anti-air positions are needed most. However, Wu Yingqi destroys his own defense by transporting the crystals for anti-air purposes to the underground world. Has he given up on the atmosphere defense? Liao shared the pictures he saw and his questions with Long Yongjun and Li Jialing. The three of them discussed for a moment and reached two conclusions. Firstly, Wu Yingqi truly trusted the secret weapon deeply buried below the ground. He believed that the other defensive measures were unnecessary as long as the secret weapon existed. Not even a single anti-air crystal cannon was needed on the capital planet. He would win the war the moment the secret weapon was activated. Secondly, the activation of the secret weapon required astronomical energy. That was why Wu Yingqi was sparing no efforts gathering crystals. Over the past few months, he must have drained the whole capital planet. All the crystals in the arsenals, the warehouses, and among the civilians had been confiscated by him. That was why those crystals came from a myriad sources and were not appropriately preserved before they were shipped. In the end, he did not even let go of the anti-air positions but moved all the crystals away. Of course, not all the crystals were supplied for the secret weapon. A proportion of them must have been used to blow up the most vulnerable parts in the tectonic structure to tear apart the land so that the secret weapon could be raised. What kind of magical equipment needs to be powered by the crystals of a whole planet? Liao found it hard to imagine. Is it a piece of the legendary stellar magical equipment? After checking the assets loaded in the tractors, Liao paid special attention to the soldiers who were carrying out the secret mission to ship the crystals. That was because Liao had been haunted by one question, which was the identity of Wu Yingqi's accomplices who helped him with the insane, appalling crime. Yes, Wu Yingqi's fundamental supporters were the Imperial Guards and the militarists who craved to restore the glory of the Imperium like Lei Qinghu. As long as Wu Yingqi proved that he was Black Star the Great, most of the Imperial Guards would certainly follow their ancestor determinately. However, there should be a limit to their inhumanity. The capital planet was home to most of the Imperial Guards, who had lived here for dozens of generations. Right now, their wives, their children, and their parents lived in this place too. This planet was their home and their everything. If Wu Yingqi asked them to fight the four families, Liao believed that most of the Imperial Guards would not cringe. However, if Wu Yingqi asked them to detonate the capital planet, the home that they had lived on for 1,000 years, and blow up their family members by the way, they couldn't have obeyed such a command even if something were wrong with their heads. Liao did not believe that Wu Yingqi could have fooled so many Imperial Guards into working for him, to the point of destroying their own hometown and families, only through deception. It was highly unreasonable that so many crystals were shipped to the underground world and that the anti-air positions on the ground were all abandoned. Most of the Imperial Guards were immortal cultivators. Which of them would charge forward relentlessly without figuring out what was behind it first? Therefore, Liao paid attention to the Imperial Guards who were escorting the tractor team, particularly the officers with flowers on their epaulets who were surrounded by powerful vibes. As he scanned the officers more carefully, Liao had a very uncanny feeling. How should he put it? While soldiers were supposed to be grave and serious, the Imperial Guards who were wearing the pure black, first-generation uniform of the army appeared to be lifeless. They looked so determined, and their movements were so synchronized that they were almost no different from machines had it not been for their breaths. Liao wouldn't say that they were devoid of the feelings of human beings. However, 90% of their feelings had been filled up by certain zealotry and piety. Come and take a look. What are those people? Liao shared the pictures that his crystal cameras scanned with Long Yongjun and Li Jialing. They look like, after watching for a long time, Li Jialing said, they look a lot like the Nepenthe believers in the great iron plants. Exactly. The magnetic fields from their brains are very strange. Interferences to a certain extent have been imposed on them, adjusting their brainwaves to the same frequency. They are in some sort of reverberation. Long Yongjun said, you can say that they have been collectively hypnotized, or that they are in a certain state of collective unconsciousness or massive hysteria. Of course, it is not wrong to say that they have been brainwashed either. So, this is the way that Wu Yingqi has adopted to make the Imperial Guards work for him. Liao recalled the riot of the captives of the Covenant Alliance that he had seen in the Godly Might prison. The brains of those people of the Covenant Alliance were indeed similar to that of the Imperial Guards that he saw before his eyes. Wuxia tried to brainwash him in the Seven Seas Grand Market. Although it did not work out, it implied that the man mastered some sort of terrifying brainwashing technologies. He was almost a duplicate of the Covenant Alliance. It was not easy to brainwash Liao, but it was certainly not a problem to hypnotize and control a few Imperial Guards who had a deep trust in him in the first place. However, we cannot jump to any conclusion only by observing remotely. Long Yangjun said, "It will be best if we can secretly capture a few Imperial Guards and scan their brains from every perspective. That way we will know what is wrong with them." Liao was thinking about how to catch a few captives when noises echoed ahead in the tunnel. Ah! Creepy howls came over from the end of the tunnel. It sounded like a ferocious beast on a rampage that had been skinned alive. Very soon, a daunting shadow rushed into Liao and his companion's sight after a few leaps. It was also an officer of the Imperial Guards. Judging from his epaulette, he was of a rather high military rank. His face, however, couldn't have been more appalling. His head had expanded to twice the normal size. Quite a few lumps were rising high on his forehead and his temples, fluctuating like beating hearts. His eyes were so red that they were almost purple, so purple that they were almost black. From the festering eyes, tremendous colorful, suspicious fluids were flowing out, as if his brain had entirely been turned into mucus that was being squeezed out. Even so, he still boasted unparalleled strength. After a wave of his hands, he already tore two Imperial Guards who went forward to stop him into two pieces, their guts flowing all over the ground. If the vitality field of the other Imperial Guards was like a lifeless river that was running at a fixed speed, the vitality field of this mad officer would be as violent as a colorful, surging vortex. After killing a couple of soldiers in a row, he threw his head at a heavy tractor. He even tried to lift the heavy tractor that weighed hundreds of tons. His arms were squeaking. His legs deeply sank into the ground, and even his arm bones were protruding out of his elbows, but he couldn't care less about it. The officer had completely gone mad. The normal Imperial Guards around were utterly fearless. They took the opportunity to charge forward. After paying a price of more than 10 victims, they finally dealt a fatal blow at the mad officer. The mad officer, however, was unbelievably tough. His internal organs were almost burnt up by the heating guns and the crystal guns. A devastating hole appeared on his torso. However, his wails did not die down until more than half a minute later. At this moment, his head had expanded to 3 times the normal size. The few lumps on his temples and the center of his eyebrows were as swollen as grapes that might explode at any moment. A team of soldiers wearing special helmets that looked like anti-epidemic personnel immediately went forward and dragged the corpses of the officers and the dead soldiers away into an inconspicuous branch next to the tunnel. The rest of the Imperial Guards seemed to be too familiar with such a scene to be surprised. It took them only half a minute to restore their order and continue shipping the crystals mechanically. Liao and Long Yangjun looked at each other and said at the same time, "Follow them!" Liao split a few crystal cameras and followed the team of anti-epidemic soldiers from not far behind them. In the meantime, he scanned the tunnel and the branch and simulated the structure in his crystal processor. When another quake took place, he powered the drill of mystic rays and crawled toward the branch. In the end, together with Long Yangjun and Li Jialing, he put on his crystal suit and turned on the stealth mode. The 3 of them were melted into the environment like chameleons. The branch was zigzagging and now high, now low. It took the anti-epidemic soldiers more than 20 minutes to finish 1,000 meters and reach their destination while carrying a massive amount of bodies with floating discs. At the end of the branch was a hole from which fire and smoke were jetting out non-stop. There seemed to be a magma pool somewhere deep down. Voila! The anti-epidemic soldiers threw the corpses of a few soldiers in first. The dead bodies were immediately taken away by the fire and disappeared into the smoke. Melted by the magma, they did not have a single cell left. Let's do it! The anti-epidemic soldiers were about to throw the mad officer's body into the magma when Liao and Long Yangjun dashed down. Flashing into almost 10 clones, they controlled the 4 anti-epidemic soldiers instantly and made them fall to the ground without any sound. For safety, Liao set up an alarm rune array and a sound-blocking rune array on the branch, in case the sounds here might spread out. Do you want me to do it? Or do you want to do it yourself? Liao asked Long Yongjun. Let me. I have a more profound understanding of the so-called brainwashing than you. Long Yongjun took out a few scalpels that were as thin as paper from her cosmos ring. They danced among her fingertips agilely. Liao and Li Jialing helped her move the rest of the bodies, and they only kept that of the mad officer on the floating disc. Then, adjusting the anti-gravity rune array, Liao set the altitude of the floating disc to Long Yongjun's chest, turning it into a simple operation stable. Long Yongjun's fingers turned into 10 streaks of brilliance and operated on the officer's uneven head accurately. Very soon, the shattered skull was removed, and all the broken bones were picked out, but the brain tissues inside were not damaged at all. However, although Long Yongjun did not injure the brain tissues of the mad officer, they were already as messy as churned tofu. If Long Yongjun had not covered and supported it with spiritual energy, they would have spurted all over the ground. Thankfully, Liao and Li Jialing were both ruthless men, or they would have thrown up. Focusing her attention, Long Yongjun separated the muddled brain tissues. 3 minutes later, she found what she wanted. Do you see it? The brain tissues here went out of control. The brain cells proliferated crazily thousands of times faster than the speed of normal metabolism, unleashing abundant heat and causing severe internal bleeding. Pointing at the abnormally swollen brain tissues with forceps, Long Yongjun said, "That's the reason why his head expanded twice and why he went mad." Liao nodded to show that he understood it. The symptom of the officer was not rare among the trainers. Many classic diseases in mental derangement would cause simple problems. The cells inside a human body, both the body cells and the brain cells, died and grew every day. After every 7 to 10 days, the cells all over the body would be renewed. This process was known as metabolism. Metabolism was an indispensable function to ensure the vitality and vigor of human beings. One of the most important training methods for both the cultivators and the immortal cultivators was to absorb abundant spiritual energy and accelerate the speed of metabolism of a certain region or their entire bodies through special techniques. The renewal of all the cells in the body was known as one cycle. On the premise of enough resources, an expert of training could have dozens of cycles when they mediated for hours, renewing their cells dozens of times. That was why they boasted abilities far exceeded what the ordinary people were capable of. However, it was not necessarily a good thing that the speed of metabolism was too fast. That was because the renewal of cells would consume abundant resources and spiritual energy and also generate and discharge tremendous wastes, including the dead cells, the blood that covered the deal cells, the mucus, and even additional heat. Such wastes had to be absorbed by the capillary vessels and shipped to the skin, where they were discharged through the pores. That was why one would be spurting out hot steam and secreting stinky, black fluids when they were training hard. If the speed of discharging could not keep up with the speed at which the wastes were produced, the poisonous wastes would be gathered inside the body, blocking the veins and nerves and disrupting the normal circulation of spiritual energy and body fluids. Tremendous damage would be caused, even including severe consequences such as mental derangement. It was exactly the case for the officer. His brain had too many cycles too quickly. The brain cells in a region were updated countless times, but the dead brain cells and blood were not discharged in time. Also, the heat released during the metabolism pressed and tore apart the regular brain tissues and cerebral vessels. Even the skull was blown up by the force. As a result, he was mentally deranged and went mad. How did it happen? Li Jialing couldn't help but touch his own head. Such abnormal expansion of the head usually happens only when one is practicing powerful techniques or advancing into a new level, right? This officer was carrying out a mission. How on earth was he mentally deranged for no good reason? It's not exactly for no good reason. Look, it was this cluster of brain tissues that had abnormalities. Many brain specialists and meditation healers believe that this is the area responsible for memories. They are known as memory cells. Long Yongjun opened the abnormal brain cells with the forceps softly and said, "Focus your spiritual energy on your eyes and set the resolution of your eyes to the highest." What can you see from here? Liao took out a pair of hazel glasses from his cosmos ring and handed it to Li Jialing. With the glasses, Li Jialing narrowed his eyes and observed carefully for a long time before he remarked in surprise. Bleeding points! So many bleeding points! Yes, those bleeding points were not formed recently. They were formed because somebody repetitively stimulated the area of memory cells over the past few days, if not months. Long Yongjun said, the memory cells of this officer had already been ravaged and riddled with holes. They were essentially a mess, even more vulnerable than the memory cells of the ordinary people. When something went wrong, it was possible that the repair genes of the memory cells would be triggered, leading to abnormal expansion and internal bleeding. Eventually, they caused mental derangement. Human beings boast a rather powerful self-recovery system. The recovery functions of the trainers are even more impressive. Liao explained, the memory cells of the officer have been repetitively stimulated and traumatized. So, his brain sent a special order to the cells, asking them to repair the damaged cells and proliferate more cells. However, when the order was carried too many times, things went out of control, and the crazy repair and proliferation became unrestrained, making him end up like this. In fact, the proliferation of body tissues is commonly seen on ordinary people too, as could be seen by the scars after wounds heal. However, for the immortal cultivators, their speed of metabolism and cell recovery are dozens of times higher than that of the ordinary people. Once the cells lose control, the consequences will be much more severe. Not just the memory cells, there's also this spot. Long Yongjun began to dissect the brain tissues on the other side. Similar phenomena of swelling and proliferation can be found here too. Some of the brain cells have been expanded more than 10 times its normal size. How can he not go mad? I know that, Li Jialing said. This is the right hemisphere of the human brain that controls feelings. The left hemisphere and the right hemisphere of the human brain have different functions. The left hemisphere is responsible for memories, logical thinking, and analysis, while the right hemisphere is responsible for feelings, music, painting, and other functions. Since the left hemisphere and the right hemisphere both have abundant bleeding points and abnormal swelling, it means that the man's memories and feelings are controlled, or at least under the effect of high-intensity stimulation. It's basically correct, but I need to slightly rectify something. Long Yongjun nodded her head and said, I know that many brain experts and meditation healers have proposed the asymmetric functionality of the left hemisphere and the right hemisphere in their masterpieces, and they have divided the brain into many different modules such as memory zone and emotion zone. But as a matter of fact, human beings' memories, feelings, and self-awareness are all very mysterious and unpredictable. Control does not even begin to describe their purpose. It must be noted that even if the brain is completely destroyed and the human turns into a ghost, as long as more than 50% of the soul is retained and accommodated by an anti-radiation shell and a high-precision crystal processor, most of the memories and feelings before their death will be kept. Therefore, the theory that the brain tissues have complete control over the soul is not necessarily true. In my opinion, the brain is to the soul what the soil is to a tree or even to the fruits on the tree. The quality of the soil will certainly decide the quality of the tree and whether the fruits are sweet or sour. However, once the tree grows up and yields abundant fruits, even if the soil is removed, it will be possible to transplant the tree to a certain soilless environment or to pick the fruits and preserve them in a vacuum environment with cooling rune arrays. They will not go bad in decades. That is to say, the brain is the soil to gather the soul as well as the consciousness. However, once the soul and the consciousness take shape, their demands on the brain tissues will not be as strong. We can only say that stimulating this area on the left hemisphere can interfere with the memories to some extent, and stimulating that area on the right hemisphere can briefly alter one's personality. If the two areas are completely wiped out through surgeries, human beings will lose their memories and feelings, turning into numb, empty-headed machines. Li Jialing thought for a moment and asked, like the people of the Covenant Alliance? Judging from the density of the bleeding points and the qualitative changes of the brain, he hadn't reached the point where his feelings were entirely excised. The two areas in the brains of the people of the Covenant Alliance are shrunk but not swollen. This officer must have rather intense feelings. However, about to whom his feelings are aimed at, I have no idea. Long Yongjun thought for a moment and said, the changes are similar to the Nepenthe believers who practice serenity arts. The degree is more or less the same, although the directions are different. Li Jialing was stunned. Will the serenity arts cause qualitative changes to the brains? Even if they hadn't practiced the serenity arts, their brains would still go through qualitative changes given the fact that they lived in extreme fear every second. Long Yongjun glanced at Li Jialing and said, respect the brain, but don't imagine the brain to be too enigmatic. Getting to the bottom of it, the brain is just a regular organ on one's body. Consider such an example. If a person grows up in famines and feeds on grasses and rinds 8 out of 10 days, will his body suffer qualitative changes? Will he be emaciated, skinny, and have all kinds of diseases? Li Jialing blurted out, of course. Therefore, if it is perfectly normal that your stomach shrinks when there is not enough food, is it something to be surprised at that some areas inside the brain also shrink and mutate? Long Yongjun said, the so-called serenity arts merely guided and helped them to adapt to the changes peacefully and safely. All right, you are both the god and the devil. You have left nothing for me to say. Liao said, there's no need to embroider yourself. We'll talk about your problem later. Let's focus on Wu Yingqi for now. The cause of this officer's madness has been found. It seems that he was brainwashed and he went mad because of the side effects and the sequela of the brainwashing. I wonder what's the situation with other people. Let's take a look at the healthy soldiers. Li Jialing was rather shocked. Brother Yao, you are not cutting the heads of the 4 living soldiers, are you? What are you thinking about? Liao flicked Li Jialing's forehead. Aren't there quite a few bodies? Here, this body skull has been broken in the first place. Not much extra work is needed. The 2 of them carried the second body to the floating disc. Long Yongjun dissected him again and found the target areas accurately. He's the same. There are dense bleeding points on both sides of the brain. Also, the brain tissues had slightly expanded, like the proliferation of body tissues when the same spot is wounded 100 times. Li Jialing observed carefully and drew the conclusion. However, it seems that the soldier's conditions were not as serious as the mad officer's. He was still controllable. It means that all of the officers and soldiers in Wu Yingqi's secret weapon base have been brainwashed by him to different degrees. Liao summarized. The damaged areas in the soldiers' brains are exactly the same areas that Wu Yingqi attacked me back in the Seven Seas Grand Market. It is exactly the technology of the Covenant Alliance. The short-time, high-intensity, hard brainwashing causes huge damage to the brain. However, whether or not one is mentally deranged depends on his body quality, his level, and his luck. This officer must have had a lot of injuries in his brain during the high-intensity training beforehand. He had been suppressing the injuries by force, but after he was repetitively brainwashed, his cerebral vessels exploded, and his brain cells proliferated, resulting in his death. Such a terrifying brainwashing method. Li Jialing was rather shocked. This is rather unbelievable. Nothing is unbelievable here. Brainwashing is not anything bizarre or mysterious. It is a real thing that can be studied, analyzed, and duplicated. Liao pointed at Li Jialing's head and said, since Wu Yingqi's ultimate weapon base is more and more related to brainwashing technologies, we must figure out what the so-called brainwashing is first. In my opinion, there are 2 kinds of brainwashing, namely soft brainwashing and hard brainwashing. What is soft brainwashing? Let me give you the simplest example. The 2 of us have been in each other's company for a long time. During the time, I preach to you every day and hum like a fly, trying to imprint the beliefs of the cultivators into your head. And I set up a role model for you by saving the people from disasters often. The mighty and glorious image of the cultivators is deeply stamped in your heart. As a result, a couple of years later, you are really transformed into a cultivator. Then, can I say that I performed certain brainwashing on you? In my opinion, that is certainly true. However, this is a kind of soft brainwashing whose influence is very insignificant. It's like the ads you see every once in a while on the spiritual nexus. telling you how interesting an item is or how intriguing a game is. They are all the softest brainwashing methods. I understand it now if you put it that way, Brother Yao. Li Jialing clapped his hands. The soft brainwashing is the gentlest and worst brainwashing method that is like the bite of a mosquito. Brother Yao has brainwashed me for such a long time but still cannot set up a glorious image in my head. You can say whatever you want, but I often find you hilarious. Li Yao. Okay, let's forget the details. Another example is when children learn the mainstream values and worldviews of the society in school. They are taught with the beliefs of the cultivators or the immortal cultivators over a period of decades. Is that a kind of brainwashing, too? I think it is if we are being strict. It all depends on whether or not everything is told truthfully and nothing is hidden during the education, and whether or not the children are forbidden from accessing different opinions through other channels. If the advantages and disadvantages of all beliefs, as well as their serious mistakes and glorious achievements in the past, are all told to the children with an open mind, such brainwashing will be soft. If the facts are twisted or hidden, and the education comes with physical abuse or material stimulation, then such brainwashing will be harder and more violent. Think about it. It has been inculcated into the heads of multiple generations of the Imperium that Wu Qi is supreme and invincible during the past hundreds of years. That definitely counts as brainwashing too. However, we are not very concerned about that, are we? The brainwashing methods above have two things in common. First of all, the time cost is too huge. It sometimes takes decades before someone is completely fooled. Secondly, those brainwashing methods will not result in qualitative changes in the brain. Or rather, the changes are slow and gradual. During the prolonged brainwashing process, even if the brains had been damaged, they would have recovered by themselves. Therefore, the ways of brainwashing that I have listed above can all be categorized into soft brainwashing. In many cases, it is even barely possible to distinguish soft brainwashing from education. The Imperial Guards who have been killed miserably before us, on the other hand, are clearly not the victims of soft brainwashing, but have received high-intensity, hard brainwashing. Some of the areas inside their brains received excessive radiations or were exposed to powerful magnetic fields in only a couple of days or weeks at most, which resulted in serious qualitative changes inside the areas inside their brains. Their memories and feelings were affected, and their self-awareness was twisted. This is the brainwashing of the most narrow sense, and it could even be called the real brainwashing. Liao asked Long Yangjun and Li Jialing to step aside. As he took a deep breath, his eyes immediately spread out like crimson pools of blood. Focusing his spiritual energy on the tip of his finger, he stabbed one of the unconscious soldiers softly by using the finger as a needle, waking up the guy. "Look at my eyes," Liao first mumbled with a voice as gentle as a feather, before he repeated it in a high-pitched cry. "Look at my eyes!" The soldier shuddered, and his eyes that just became clear fell into confusion again, as if his entire soul had been absorbed into Liao's eyes. "Now you are lying on a fluffy and fragrant land. The sky is blue, the clouds are white, and the sun is shining warmly. You feel extremely comfortable." Weird brilliance beamed out of Liao's eyes, and his hands drew glamorous patterns like unpredictable flowers. The anti-epidemic soldier was completely hypnotized by Liao. As Liao talked, the look of corresponding feelings popped up on his face. When Liao spoke of the blue sky and the white clouds, his face was full of relief and ease. When Liao described beautiful girls, there was nothing but greediness there. When Liao talked about carrions and skeletons, it was replaced by disgust and fear. "What is Brother Yao doing?" Li Jialing asked Long Yangjun in a low voice. "He has deeply hypnotized the target to test if the target still has the normal abilities to feel and think logically," Long Yangjun explained. "If his feelings had been completely wiped out like the people of the Covenant Alliance, he would not react so obviously to the illusions that Liao constructed. At the very least, his face would be showing a blank expression. Also, Liao is now asking him questions that can only be answered with a strong sense of logic, and he can answer them without any hesitation. It is evident enough that his feelings, thinking ability, and memories are not entirely destroyed. Wuxia only disrupted and modified a tiny area inside his brain. It does make sense. Those Imperial guards are loyal to Wuxia and ready to die for him in the first place. Therefore, there is no need to brainwash them deeply. Li Jialing pondered for a moment. But there's still no telling what tricks Wuxia has played on their brains. Long Yongjun smiled and said softly, "You will know it soon enough." At this moment, Liao had finished the basic test on the anti-epidemic soldier. Thinking for a moment, he snapped next to the guy's ear to let him regain consciousness. The light in the eyes of the anti-epidemic soldier was clear and bright again. Based on his companions and the dead bodies lying next to him, he immediately realized what was going on. He struggled to lunge at Liao. Although he was blocked, he still cursed relentlessly and fearlessly that Liao and his lot must be the false immortal cultivators from the four families, and that they were the traitors, garbage, and worms of the imperium of true human beings and even the civilization of mankind. Judging from his rather quick deduction and his fluent profanities, he undoubtedly possessed complete thinking abilities and abundant feelings. "You traitors and worms!" The anti-epidemic soldier cursed aloud. "I will not say a word. Just kill me. But even if you do, you will not stop the arrival of the new Imperium and the most glorious future of mankind. The future is already here. Mankind will reach the unreachable lands and achieve an eternal enterprise under the command of His Majesty. Nothing can stop it. Nobody." Liao wiped the saliva that the guy had spurted out and said coldly, "The most glorious future of mankind. Well said. Do you know that the future must be traded with the sacrifice of the entire capital planet? 100 billion people live on the capital planet and the space towns around. Do you know that you will push those people into the abyss of death by doing what you are doing?" The anti-epidemic soldier was stunned for a moment, but then he howled like a rabid dog with frenzy beaming out of his eyes. "Even the sacrifice of 100 billion people is just a price that has to be paid. They are the fuel to propel the civilization of mankind. The sacrificial offerings for the future before mankind embarks on a brand new quest. Judging from your accent, you are a native of the capital planet, aren't you?" Liao continued, "Your family, your parents, your wives and your children all live on the capital planet, don't they? The four families' ace fleets have blocked the entire Imperial Terminus sector. Therefore, your family doesn't stand any chance to escape. Then, the destruction of the capital planet means that your family will die. You will be murdering your own family, your parents, your wife, and your lovely children. Have you realized that? Do you not care about your family at all?" The anti-epidemic soldier's curse came to an abrupt halt. His eyeballs were frozen like glass balls, but they began to shiver again a moment later. "Think about your family whom you love deeply. Do you still remember how they look?" Liao went on and said, "Do you realize that what you are doing is directly and strongly related to your family's death? Are you really determined to murder your family in person? Or have you never considered the question? Or is it that you have considered the question but a recurring voice in your head told you to drop it?" The anti-epidemic soldier stammered. I won't. That's not His Majesty's plan. They will be fine. My head. My head hurts. My head." 100 tiny bleeding points immediately appeared in the eyes of the anti-epidemic soldier. He rolled on the ground holding his head and cried. Very soon, he was foaming and cramping, with dozens of veins as thick as earthworms surfacing on his head. Even his helmet was squeaking when it was struck by the abnormal skull. "Not good." Long Yangjuan's face changed greatly. The temperature of his head is rising. All the cerebral vessels are bordering on an explosion. It seems that your question hit the tricks that Wuxia placed inside his head precisely. He is now in a predicament. Do something, or his brain will explode. Liao took action quickly and knocked the soldier's carotid artery and pneumogastric nerve, temporarily cutting off the blood supply to the brain and the brain nerve's control over the body. The soldier was cast into a coma again, and his situation did not worsen anymore. While the lack of blood and oxygen for a long time would result in brain necrosis, there wouldn't be a problem if it was only half a minute. Using the half minute, Liao took out an ice ring that he used to cool his own brain and put it on the target. He then smeared certain bombs that could repair damaged brain cells on the guy's temples. After that, he massaged the soldier's neck and re-established the brain and oxygen supply for the soldier, allowing him to fall back into a peaceful sleep. It seems that Wuxia hasn't interfered with the thinking, feelings, and memories of the imperial soldiers on a large scale. Liao said. He only implanted an unwavering idea in their head, which was that what they were doing was for the future of the Imperium and mankind, and that it was absolutely justified. Whoever dies for the cause will be sacrifices that have to be made. Li Jialing frowned deeply. Is implantation of ideas really possible? Of course it is. Not just the simple and violent hard brainwashing. Even education can implant certain ideas in the head of the recipients after decades. Almost everybody believes that their cause is justified. I do, you do, and so do the scumbags of the four families. Is it really something to be surprised at? Liao said, what Wuxia did was merely to focus the essence of decades of education into special waves and brand them on certain tissues inside the brains of the imperial guards, resulting in the qualitative pathological changes in the tissues. That's about how it works. Materials affect the mind, but the mind can affect materials too. When the meditation healers and the brain surgeons studied the mysteries of the brains and the soul, they began by studying the depressed patients. Most of the patients suffered the disease because of certain mutations inside their brains. However, after they suffered the disease, their mental conditions got worse and worse, which further expanded the pathological region. It was a classic vicious cycle. In the end, even though the pathological area was completely removed through minimally invasive procedures, it was still impossible to cure the disease. Once the patients were triggered by something, new pathological tissues may show up. It's exactly the case for the Imperial Guards. In only several days or weeks, they accepted the education that should have been imposed over a period of decades. It's like a scorching stamp that was pressed deep into their brains and their souls, turning them into the heartless people they are right now. Li Jialing was silent for a long time. Looking at the Imperial Guard who was still cramping slightly although he was deep asleep, all the three of them felt more or less pitiful. A very bold idea just occurred to me. Li Jialing said, since Wuxia is in possession of such advanced brainwashing technologies that he could brainwash his Imperial Guards completely, is that the so-called secret weapon that he talked about? That is to say, he is planning to do the same and brainwash the four families' ace fleets so that the most elite warriors of the Imperium of true human beings will all surrender to him. In such a way, the sharpest blades of the four families will change their side on the battlefield and be grasped by Wuxia's hands. If Lei Qinghu also vanquishes the Seven Seas Space Zone and the local warlords there, he will win the war. Yes, yes, yes. If that is the case, Wuxia's weird arrangements all the time and his seemingly unreasonable plan, including the inexplicable confidence of his victory, will all make sense. He is going to win the war in one battle by transforming the ace fleets of the four families into his accomplices. Liao and Long Yongjun looked at each other, both noticing the horror in their eyes. The more they thought about it, the more they found Li Jialing's speculation sensible. However, it was terribly difficult to implement a massive brainwashing, to the extent that it was only theoretically possible. How could it be carried out in reality? In fact, we considered the possibility you mentioned before. After I discovered that Wuxia controlled remarkable brainwashing technologies that were similar to what the Covenant Alliance had, I speculated whether or not he would commit any insane, heinous crimes with the evil technologies. However, it is terribly difficult. Liao pointed at his head and said, the critical factor is energy. As the saying goes, it is easy to change the commander of an army, but it is not as easy to change someone's mind. It means that the souls, feelings, and self-awareness of human beings are too hard to be easily corroded and twisted. As a matter of fact, changing someone's idea and making him accept the opposite of what he used to believe is 100 times more difficult than killing him directly. You don't understand? Let me give you an example. An immortal cultivator can kill an ordinary person easily. All he needs to do is to wave his weapon or even to snap his finger. It is not troublesome. However, how much spiritual energy do you think it will take for him to change the mind of this ordinary person, say, directing the ordinary person to kill the people that he loves most? Let's say that the energy cost for the immortal cultivator to kill the ordinary person is 1. The energy cost for him to make the ordinary person kill their loved ones will be at least 100, right? Furthermore, what if he's not asking the ordinary person to kill their loved ones, but instead, he's trying to convince the ordinary person that he is a rabbit? How many illusions does he need to build? How many ideas does he need to implant? And how is he going to settle the conflict between the ordinary person's existent memories and imported ideas so that the notion that he is a rabbit can be permanently etched in the person's mind even if the ordinary person returns to society and gets in touch with other people? The energy cost for that will be at least 10,000, right? It is needless to say that hypnotization, psychological hint, and brutal brainwashing all involve the deepest mysteries of the soul. The brain and the soul are the most mysterious and dangerous places of all. Even the unparalleled experts in the divinity transformation stage cannot say that they have grasped 1% of the secrets. Every in-depth hypnotization will establish a mental bridge between the hypnotizer and the hypnotized. It's like a weaker version of possession. One moment of carelessness, and a counterattack may be raised. Even the strongest meditation healer may be affected by the soul of an ordinary person, to the point that they cannot distinguish reality from illusion, their own brain from other people's brains, turning into lunatics that wander among thousands of dreams. Let's just consider the memory cell removal, which seems simplest of all. But think about it, from doctors to nurses and from the operation room to the drugs, if all the resources are exchanged into energy, how much will it cost for someone to lose his memories? However, if the purpose is to kill him, 1 bullet will be enough. After being stunned for a long time, Li Jialing said, "It does make sense. Compared with direct killing, brainwashing does consume hundreds of times more energy." It certainly does. Souls are unpredictable in the first place. Even the seemingly weak ordinary people may have the toughest minds. Not only are such people highly resistant to brainwashing, but they may also unleash a brainstorm that will swallow the practitioner. Liao continued, "I know that brainwashing is a cliché in many fiction and games. It's like the brainwasher only needs to wave his hands or whisper something uncanny while holding his fingers on his temples, in order to brainwash countless people and transform them into his puppets. However, games are just games. It is not nearly as convenient in real life. Anything comes with a cost. It's like Wu Yingqi's brainwashing attack on me in the Seven Seas Grand Market was launched at the cost of the brain of a senior meditation healer. The meditation healers of Wu Yingqi's level are hard to come by. It's impossible to use them as ammunitions. What about those Imperial Guards?" Li Jialing asked, not entirely convinced. "Haven't those Imperial Guards been brainwashed by Wu Yingqi? That's only on one condition." Liao explained patiently. The Imperial Guards worshipped Wu Yingqi in the first place and were willing to die for him. They probably voluntarily entered the, let's call it, brainwashing factory, if such a facility did exist. They were implanted with a certain idea willingly. In the meantime, the idea that Wu Yingqi implanted in them is in fact not in complete violation with their original thoughts. People tend to believe what they want to believe. The Imperial Guards craved for Wu Yingqi's victory in the first place, and Wu Yingqi merely gave their minds a nudge. However, you suggested just now that Wu Yingqi is trying to brainwash the ace fleets of the 4 families. That won't be so simple. The soldiers of the ace fleets are 99% the central and direct descendants of the 4 families. Absolute dedication to their families has been taught to them since their childhood. They can't be warier of Blackstar the Great more. In order to implant the idea of serve the Blackstar the Great and destroy the 4 families, Wu Yingqi will have to twist their decades of belief by brute force and completely change their mindsets and worldviews. He will make their interests in real life enemies of their minds. How is it possible? How much energy will it consume in order to conquer those solid ramparts inside their head? Can you understand it? Let's say that I implant the idea into your head that you are a tall, strong, and handsome man, and that all the women in the world will kneel before your boots and enjoy your conquest, while Long Yongjun also implants an idea into your head, except that the idea is that you are a woman, a masochistic woman, no less. Which idea will you find easier to accept? Li Jialing hesitated. Huh? Are you serious? You actually need to hesitate about your choice. Liao was stunned. Is there a certain tendency in your heart that you would rather not talk about? Of course not. I certainly prefer the first idea. Li Jialing blushed and said, I understand what you mean now, Brother Yao. People tend to believe what they want to believe. It's easy for Wu Yingqi to brainwash the Imperial Guards, but it will be 10 times more difficult for him to brainwash the elite warriors of the 4 families. He cannot gain the astronomical energy to brainwash the minds that are highly wary of and hostile against him. But wait, what about the Covenant Alliance and their brainwashing? The Covenant Alliance's brainwashing mostly starts from infancy or even embryos. Newborns are blank paper. It's easy for them to accept the most ridiculous ideas. Long Yangjun replied, besides, the Covenant Alliance does not only perform the hard brainwashing through qualitative changes in the brain, they also have all kinds of educational and religious agencies, so that people will impose psychological hints on themselves every day, strengthening their belief that feelings must be abandoned and they must remain loyal to the Pangu clan. Even so, the facility for the Covenant Alliance to perform brainwashing still requires massive energy supply. Liao added, at the edge of the cosmos, we once discovered a military base of the Pangu clan known as Kunlun. There was a factory responsible for manufacturing human beings in it. Naturally, it was responsible for brainwashing the newborns too. The energy that supported the whole Kunlun came from a pulsar nearby. Only an enormous and special celestial body like the pulsar could have provided the energy that the manufacturing and brainwashing factory needed incessantly. There doesn't seem to be any celestial body like a pulsar in the Imperial Terminus sector, right? Therefore, although I can't give an estimation on the specific figure, I'm certain that, even if Wu Yingqi drains the whole capital planet, turning the scorching core of the planet into silent ice, the energy will still be far from enough for him to brainwash the enemies in space. Even though he finds a way to gather enough energy, the other irresolvable problem is the distance. Long Yangjun followed. Assuming that Wu Yingqi does have a brainwashing factory below the ground, it's easy for him to get the Imperial Guards who are loyal to him there. Brain surgeries, magnetic interferences, and radiation procedures will be simple. However, how is he going to deceive the enemies who are all over the space to enter his brainwashing factory obediently? If he is capable of that, no brainwashing will be needed at all. All in all, both hypnotization and brainwashing have a radius of attack. It is naturally unrealistic to brainwash hundreds of thousands of enemies through brain surgeries. Then, the only way is to resort to certain intense magnetic waves, say enhancing the brainwaves by thousands of times, right? However, the brainwaves, the spiritual energy, and all the other radiations and high-energy particles have high attritions during transmission. Chances are that Wu Yingqi's efforts will decay and perish before they pass the atmosphere when he carries out his arts below the ground. How can he attack so many enemies all over the space at once? Normally speaking, a large area of mental attack on the battlefield can only be conducted through the magical equipment that is some sort of magnifier or enhancer. It's like the riot of the Nepenthe believers in the Great Iron Plants half a year ago. At that time, they found a brainwave magnifier that dated back to the Primeval War, and they planned to power it with the abundant geothermal energy deep inside the Great Iron Plants so that they could carry out a large area of mental attack. However, even such an awesome magnifier could only expand the range of the mental attack to 100 square kilometers, right? On the ground, it is reasonably large, but in a space battlefield, 100 square kilometers will be no larger than the tip of a needle, right? The riot of the Nepenthe believers was a classic massive mental warfare. Liao counted his fingers. 2 conditions were necessary. One was abundant geothermal energy, and the other was the brainwave magnifier. Neither of them could have been counted out. What Wu Yingqi is going to do is 10,000 times more difficult than what the Nepenthe believers intended to achieve. The range of his brainwashing will be the entire space zone, and he is going to control hundreds of thousands of determined, loyal experts who are devoted to their families. So, where can he possibly find the energy source or such an awesome magnifier? So, it's impossible. Ha 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 ha. Rest assured, it's absolutely impossible. Li Jialing thought about all the procedures, but he still failed to figure out how Wu Yingqi was going to play the trick. He said somewhat in embarrassment, "That explains a lot. It seems that I severely underestimated the difficulty of massive brainwashing. Sorry for the waste of your time. Not at all. Your idea is very valuable. Considering carefully, Liao tapped his knees and said, although I find it hard to imagine in what kind of appalling ways Wu Qi can possibly output the brainwashing rays to the entire space zone, the whole scheme is indeed more and more inclined to the direction of brainwashing. Therefore, I'm highly suspicious that Wu Qi does have a secret base that is some sort of brainwashing factory not far away ahead of us. The brainwashing methods in the secret base may not be enough to cover the whole space zone, but they can at least launch very powerful mental attacks at the enemy near at hand. That explains why the defense was not very meticulous on our way down here. On one hand, it's because Wu Qi did not expect that somebody else knew the secrets of the underground base. But more importantly, it's because Wu Qi believed that any unauthorized visitor would be automatically brainwashed into his puppet once they approached his secret. I agree with that. Long Yongjun also said, whether or not Wu Qi's methods work in space, he is free to launch mental attacks below the ground. Last time, he launched a mental attack at Liao in the Seven Seas Grand Market from hundreds of sectors away and almost succeeded. In a face-to-face attack this time, with his massive mental power in the divinity branching stage, we may not be enough to resist him even if we join hands. Then what do we do? Li Jialing suddenly grew nervous, feeling that Wu Qi's soul-captivating eyes were everywhere. If we press forward, will we be brainwashed by Wu Qi without us knowing it? Or rather, have we already been hit except that we don't know it yet? About that, Liao thought for a moment. Think carefully. Do you want Wu Qi to eat shit badly right now? Li Jialing frowned and said, of course I do. That is, if he is kicked out of my mother's body first. Naturally, Liao said, I think so too. What about you, Long Yongjun? I don't have a problem with it either. It seems that we are not hit for now, but I'm not sure about what will happen next. Long Yongjun said, if we are about to unravel Wu Qi's greatest secret after we reach the center of the brainwashing factory, only to be controlled by him, our sneak-in and sabotage will be the greatest joke where we feed ourselves to him. Therefore, regarding Wu Qi's invisible and pervasive mental attacks, we must be prepared in advance and build solid protective shells in our heads. Brilliant sparks bounced in Liao's eyes as he put on a smile of excitement. Your brother Yao is kind of an expert in mental attacks too. In fact, preventing Wu Qi's brainwashing is not as hard as you think. As long as we brainwash ourselves or each other first, imprinting certain unchangeable ideas in our head, it will be enough. Of course, our hypnotization of ourselves should not be so deep as to cause qualitative changes in the brain. As long as the effect lasts a couple of days, it will be enough for us to handle the battle. Brother Yao, are you suggesting? Li Jialing asked hesitatingly. That we will not be brainwashed by Wu Qi if we implant the ideas such as Wu Qi is atrocious, unpardonable, and absolutely not to be trusted into our head. No, no, no. You are oversimplifying it. Pacing back and forth, Liao scratched his chin and said, such ideas exist in our heads in the first place without any hypnotization. Does either of you not feel that Wu Qi is evil, and will you ever believe him? If his brainwashing can be prevented so simply, it is not brainwashing at all. The most important thing is that such ideas are too superficial and cannot pose a distinctive and intense stimulation that can wake one up from a trance. Also, Wu Qi must have seen it coming that his enemies loathe and are vigilant of him. Long Yongjun further explained. Then, Wu Qi must have constructed all kinds of attack methods pertaining to such defense, in order to dissect or circumvent it. Exactly. Did I not hate and take precautions against Wu Qi in the Seven Seas Grand Market? Liao was still not entirely recovered from fear when he thought of what happened in the Seven Seas Grand Market a month ago. Even so, I was almost hit without me knowing it, to the point that an irreparable gap has been left on my mind. The loophole makes it impossible for me to build a flawless shield in my mind. Considering Wu Qi's high cultivation, he will likely detect the weakness of my mind the moment we meet. If he takes advantage of it, There will be no way that I can resist him. Then what do we do? Li Jialing was dumbfounded. Are you implying that Wu Yingqi's mental attacks are invincible, and there is no way to defend ourselves? No, no, no. The battles in the mental world are different from those in reality. In many cases, it is not the strength but the creative ideas that matter. Li Yao paced faster and faster, and his glittering eyes were brighter and brighter. As long as we can find a way to build a simple, self-explanatory scene that can deconstruct Wu Yingqi's image as the lamp that illuminates the future of mankind, the commander of the cosmos, the sacred and inviolable dominator, etc., transforming him into some sort of a clown, it will work. The key is that the scene must be beyond Wu Yingqi's imagination, so that he couldn't have prepared attacks regarding such a scene in his mental arsenal. What are you talking about? Li Jialing asked in confusion. I can't follow. Except for the idea that Wu Yingqi is vicious and not to be trusted. Is there any way to dissect his image instantly? I'm thinking. Li Yao's head was covered in sweat, and his eyes collapsed deeply. It seemed that he burnt up half of his brain cells in only 10 seconds. You'd better hurry. It shouldn't take long for the few anti-epidemic soldiers to process the corpses. Somebody will grow suspicious and send investigators if they do not return after a long time. Long Yangjun said, also, it is possible that new lunatics will show up, which means that more bodies will need processing. In that case, this place will be even livelier. I know. Don't rush me. It's not easy to come up with such a scene, all right? This is an invisible battlefield where I fight Black Star the Great. Li Yao grabbed his hair and bent in pain. Breathing for a moment, he suddenly shouted, Wait, there's a way that might work. Jialing, did you bring your portable crystal processor with you? Give it to me. My crystal processor? Li Jialing immediately took off the crystal processor on his wrist. No, no, no. I'm not talking about the tactical crystal processor that is specifically prepared for this battle, but the crystal processor that you use everything and do not take off even when you go to sleep. Li Yao extended his hands anxiously. Hurry up. Every second matters. Give it to me, including the power-on and search passwords. Well? Li Jialing hesitated for a moment. Looking at Li Yao's demanding eyes and Long Yangjuan's solemn face, he retrieved the portable crystal processor that he had been using and gave Li Yao his passwords. Li Yao put Li Jialing's portable crystal processor on his wrist and operated on the virtual light beam fluently. He turned it on, unlocked it, opened the search interface, and searched for all the high-quality video files that were played most frequently. Shwa, 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 shwa. Thousands of video files were immediately displayed in a list. They were all kinds of battle videos. Half of them were the real battles where guns and blades were involved, and the other half were battles that were equally intense but happened on the bed, where the great harmony of life and the grand mystery of the universe were revealed. Hey, 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 hey! Dumbfounded, Li Jialing blushed so hard that blood seemed to be spurting out of his golden hair. Brother Yao, what are you doing? Li Yao heard none of it. He ignored the first half of the videos and only kept the second half. After he clicked on a random video, infinite moans and other suspicious noises of flesh bumping into flesh immediately echoed at the end of the tunnel. You are a man with a rather strong taste. Li Yao appreciated the video and scanned the astonishing names on the playlist. You have collected such decadent, twisted videos and played them 472 times? You are wandering on the precipices of law. Do you know that? What kind of pervert are you? In anger and embarrassment, Li Jialing cursed aloud and intended to take back his portable crystal processor. A great enemy is up ahead. And you are peeping at the videos on my crystal processor? What's wrong with you? Hehe. Ignorant young man, don't think Brother Yao to be someone as depraved as you. With my level and my imagination, I do not need the help of those actors at all. Li Yao shoved Li Jialing and focused his attention on clipping the most stimulating, shameless, and unbelievable materials from the young man's collections before he extracted them to his own crystal processor. Then, he found a lot of Wu Yingqi's standard photos on his own crystal processor. As the founding emperor of the Imperium of True Human Beings, Wu Yingqi had statues and photos everywhere. There were plenty of materials. In the end, Liao activated the state-of-the-art image modification and rectification modules in his crystal processor, which allowed him to copy Wu Yingqi's head from the standard photos and paste it above the neck of the female actors in Li Jialing's battle videos. After micro-adjustments and beautification, flawless new videos appeared. It seemed almost as if Blackstar the Great were having the most intense battles with a bunch of delinquent students, jobless workers, plumbers in the house, anesthesiologists, etc. Li Jialing's eyes were popping out as he watched. He felt that they would explode soon enough. What are you doing exactly? The young man howled in disbelief. Impressive. This is truly the most remarkable mental defense. Long Yongjun, who had been leaning against the wall and holding her arms in silence, glowed with the sincere admiration for Liao. All different roads lead to the same destination. No matter how Wu Yingqi carries out his mental attacks, his ultimate purpose is to implant the idea that he is sacred, great, righteous, and invincible in our heads so that we will worship him with infinite loyalty. However, if our brains are filled with the pictures where Wu Yingqi is savaged by 18 men on the bed and moaning hard, how can we possibly admire or worship him? Constructing an indestructible mental defense with the despicable pictures. Liao, you are truly shameless to the point that nobody in the entire universe can compare to you. Thank you for your compliment. Liao replied solemnly. I couldn't have thought of such a sordid and despicable method if it weren't for my determination to stop Wu Yingqi's evil scheme. It's all his fault. Li Jialing looked at Liao and Long Yongjun. Hearing the female moans in the video that was gradually replaced by the deep, profound, awe-inspiring voice of an emperor but still had the same content. Mixed with please don't and everything, Li Jialing seemed to have been hit by a flying starship in the front. His worldview and his values had been completely shattered. Are you kidding me? Covering his chest, Li Jialing held back the urge of vomiting blood. With his face pale, he asked feebly, Is this going to work out? I don't know. We can only take our chances. After all, I cannot think of a better way to deconstruct the image of an invincible expert. As a super refiner, Liao had always needed to fix his problems with all kinds of image modules. He was quite familiar with the methodology where the parts of different types of magical equipment were combined to create a piece of a new device. Such a simple job of head replacement could have been done with his eyes closed, and he had already finished dozens of videos as he explained the mechanism to Li Jialing and Long Yongjun, who... Liao took a deep breath and wiped the sweat on his forehead. The dozens of videos whose main characters had been changed were activated and played around the three of them at the same time holographically. Immediately, the pictures where Blackstar the Great flirted in short skirts, or cried in ragged clothes, or were insulted by all kinds of demon beasts despite the fury on his face, spread out. Liao did not simply change the heads of the actors. With his massive computational ability, he also melted Wu Yingqi's standard facial expression with the expressions of the female actors. Therefore, vivid countenances such as confusion, excitement, humiliation, pain, desire, and others appeared on Wu Yingqi's face as the plot went forward. Finally nailed it. Looking at the dozens of holographs in satisfaction, Liao smiled delightfully. What are you waiting for? Hurry to sit down and watch. He took a deep breath and sat cross-legged, summoning the spiritual energy while he watched the primitive, tantalizing pictures. His face was as solemn as that of a meditating monk, filled with profundity and mysteries, as he turned the pictures into shocking soul marks that he imprinted into his head. After he watched for a moment, he noticed the trance of the young man next to him. He frowned. What are you doing? Do you not know that we are faced with the most arduous battle in history and that we have to try our best? Don't stand there like an idiot. Watch it closely and don't leave out any detail. I can't do it. Li Jialing's face was almost on fire. He complained, How can I watch such things with you two perverts? Young man, do not keep so many filthy thoughts in your head. Liao said in an enlightened manner. We are not doing anything clandestine. This is a very brilliant strategy of mental defense. It must be noted that the result of this battle is likely to change the destiny of the Imperium of true human beings, the civilization of mankind, and even the whole Pangu universe. Above our shoulders are the people in the universe, the peace of the world, and the future of mankind. The outcome of this battle, on the other hand, is highly dependent on whether or not you can stamp those pictures in your eyes, your brain, and your soul. For the people and peace of the universe, for the most beautiful and brilliant future of mankind, can you not overcome such a tiny mental obstacle? Can't you just stop yelling and sit down to appreciate the great movies with Brother Yao? Li Jialing was rendered speechless by Li Yao's righteous and determined face. He accidentally saw Long Yongjun, who was next to him, only to discover that she was enjoying it. Li Jialing was dumbfounded. Sister Long, you are actually watching this? They are well shot. Why can't I watch them? Long Yongjun combed her hair and gave Li Jialing a meaningful smile. Did you know that Sister Long used to be a powerful eunuch for decades? Do you know what the most important job for such powerful eunuchs is? That is to distract the emperor and make the emperor have fun every day and ignore the national affairs so that they can take over the power. Therefore, Sister Long has learned a lot about the tricks of ultimate euphoria. I even know a thing or two about how to train those soul-stirring girls. Li Yao was not wrong. With Wu Yingqi's wisdom, he must have blocked all the loopholes possible, making it impossible to resolve his scheme. If we are going to crack his brainwashing technique, this decadent way may be the only solution. Come on, don't be shy. Those videos were found from your portable magical equipment in the first place. There's no need to pretend to be innocent, right? Li Yao and Long Yongjun, each from one side, dragged Li Jialing to the ground. They all sat down in their most comfortable postures. The super experts of their level were mostly in possession of self-hypnotization and self-purification techniques. Li Yao had the assistance of the mental devil, and Long Yongjun had the primeval heritages. They were adept at mental attacks in the first place. Although Li Jialing was not as good as them, he was able to accept the inculcation of the two seasoned experts, allowing him to transform the morally unacceptable pictures into seeds that were injected into the deepest part of his brain. Li Jialing was more or less resistant at first. However, as Li Yao and Long Yongjun's brainwaves and vitality fields spread out incessantly, he finally couldn't resist it anymore and stepped into a new world led by the two seniors. His face was in a trance, but his eyes became focused. The dozens of holograms seemed to have turned into brooks of light that flowed into their brains. As he watched, Li Jialing suddenly grunted, with red blood flowing out of the corners of his mouth. However, he felt none of it but was still attracted by Blackstar the Great, who was playing with water in a swimsuit in the holograms. The kid can't deal with it any longer. He is already on the verge of mental derangement. Narrowing her eyes, Long Yongjun gritted her teeth and struggled to say, Li Yao, don't cross the line. In case the pictures are stamped on his brain and result in qualitative changes. In that case, those pictures will haunt him for the rest of his life. There's no way that he can forget them. I know that. Li Yao's facial muscles were twitching violently. Sweat that was almost crimson leaked out of his forehead, and his eyes were bloodshot as if they were going to explode in the next second. He managed to say, to be honest, not just him, even a tough Iron-made man like me can't deal with it any longer either. The mission this time is truly troublesome. Even if Wu Yingqi is indeed taken down, I'm afraid that we will not recover without a couple of years of rest. However, the mental shield that we have forged at such a cost should be solid enough. Cancel. Let's cancel them. Focusing his determination, Li Yao turned off the dozens of pictures, allowing the three of them to regain their consciousness. The three of them looked at each other in bewilderment. They were all soaked in sweat and exhausted. Their brains, on the other hand, seemed to be heavily armored with certain additional stuff. Li Jialing touched his head and said, my head is rather dizzy. I don't feel very comfortable. Those holographic pictures seem to have entered the deepest part of my soul. Is it necessary to bury the scenes so deeply? It certainly is. Just now, Long Yongjun and I intentionally hypnotized each other and gave you a hint. Those scenes were essentially compressed and encapsulated into a secret weapon that was buried deeply. Li Yao explained, we cannot think about it all the time. Otherwise, it will affect our combat ability. Also, those pictures are simply too absurd and contradict with reality. If you think about it all the time, you will realize subconsciously that it is false. Yes, this is a secret weapon that can only be used once. We cannot stimulate our brains with it all the time. It can only be used at the most critical moment to catch Wu Qi unprepared. Long Yangjun added, in order to cover the secret weapon, we have implanted another scene on the external level of the brain, which is the idea that Wu Qi is vicious and unpardonable, like you said just now. It is a fake defense that is designed to be discovered and cracked by Wu Qi. Let's hope that he will think that we have been completely hypnotized and controlled by him after he cracks the defense so that he will be less vigilant of us. Unless it is absolutely necessary, we must not let Wu Qi know that we have done such a thing with his standard image. Liao said solemnly. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure that he will be so infuriated that his combat ability will soar by 20 times, allowing him to burn each and every one of our brain cells into ashes. In that case, we will be the victims of our own scheme. All in all, I have set up a psychological hint for myself. Whenever I sincerely adore and submit to Wu Qi, shouting "Long live Wu Qi, long live Blackstar the Great, and long live the Imperium of true human beings," a certain area in the deepest part of my brain will be automatically activated and play the pictures just now to my entire brain. I hope such intense stimulation can disrupt Wu Qi's brainwashing. All right, you must be getting back to yourselves now. Are you cool now? Especially you, Jialing. Considering your rigorousness, is everything all right? No. Bulging his eyes, Li Jialing asked in fury. Why were you so sure that there were such things in my portal crystal processor? Jialing, you are a passionate, hot-blooded young man in your 20s, and unlike Han Te, you don't have so many girls around you all the time. Isn't it perfectly normal that you have such things in your crystal processor? Liao patted the young man's shoulder considerately. There's no need to feel embarrassed. Your sister Long and I both went through the phase before. We understand you. Cut the crap. Li Jialing blew Liao's hand away. I am a passionate, hot-blooded young man, but you are a middle-aged uncle who is somewhere far away from your wife. Don't you have any of those things in your own portal crystal processor? Like I said just now, with the level I am at right now, I don't need such vivid things anymore. Liao said casually, nothing is everything, and everything is nothing. I know it is too sophisticated for you to understand right now, so let me translate it in a way that you can understand. I prefer to delete them after I watch them. Do you understand? Li Jialing massaged his neck and mumbled, are the three of us really qualified to save the civilization of mankind and even the Pangu universe? Let's cut the crap and concentrate. Liao suddenly changed his facial expression and hinted to Li Jialing and Long Yangjun to be quiet. The few remote crystal cameras that I sent into the heavy tractors have entered the underground hole along with the tractors. We'll see what Wu Qi is up to in a minute. Li Jialing and Long Yangjun immediately dropped the minor episode a moment ago. Fine. It was perhaps not a minor episode, and it could not be completely dropped behind. All in all, they managed to focus 90% of their attention on the hologram that Liao displayed just now. The hologram this time, however, was mottled and blurry. The details were obscure. So unclear. Li Jialing asked, is it possible to make it clearer? No. Wu Qi must have deployed certain defense rune arrays that can disrupt and block unusual waves in his secret base. Our signals have been terribly affected. Liao said, if I were to increase the power output by force to increase the clarity, we would likely be discovered by the defense rune arrays. So, let's deal with it. The three of them calmed down and observed, all shocked at the scale of the underground hole and the boundless darkness. Even though they had foreseen that Wu Qi would dig the underground base regardless of the cost, they did not see it coming that he would almost dig through the entire shell of the planet in only a couple of months. When the crystal cameras were used to the new environment and sent back clearer pictures, a vague, magnificent building was gradually revealed. It could be seen that Wu Qi had asked the Imperial Guards to dig quite a few spiral channels on the cliff. Every channel was wide enough for 2 heavy tractors to pass at the same time. They extended all the way to the top of the cave. Many heavy tractors unloaded the crystals on the top of the gigantic cave. Wu Yingqi must have dug countless holes in the rocks above this gigantic cave and planted tremendous crystal bombs into them. Liao analyzed. When the time is ripe, the rocks between the cave and the ground will be blown up. Together with the carefully calculated tectonic movements, it will be indeed possible to lift the secret base up to the surface of the planet. The few crystal cameras that arrived at the top of the cave with the tractors observed the general picture of the gigantic cave from the high stance, and they soon discovered an oval building with various floors. It was like a huge and abnormal iron heart. Countless tubes that were as thick as boas extended out of the heart. Smoke was also popping up from the joints of the tubes and the building. Many heavy tractors entered the building slowly. This seems to be a massive energy center. Pondering for a moment, Liao snapped his fingers. Got it. The crystals that Wu Yingqi has gathered by draining the whole capital planet are of different sources and qualities. They cannot be used directly. Therefore, they have to be shipped to this energy center to be purified and melted before they are supplied to his brainwashing factory. Judging from the size of this energy center and the number of tractors that enter it every minute, the energy that it can steadily output is almost astronomical. Is Wu Yingqi out of his mind to wager all his chances on a brainwashing factory below the ground? In the next moment, the crystal cameras scanned the platforms and the caves deployed on the cliff. The three of them all clicked their tongues when they saw the cubic defense system and the garrisons in the place. The defense here is almost flawless and impenetrable. Liao vaguely felt a toothache. How many soldiers did Wu Yingqi summon to defend the underground base? An Imperial Guard is basically squatting on every stalagmite. It is needless to mention the dense crystal cannons. Even if we activate our colossi and march over at the same time, we will only be blown back by the overwhelming firepower. The firepower density here is higher than that of an adamantine super arsenal warship. It seems that Wu Yingqi has almost given up the defense on the ground and the orbit. He's betting his future on this secret weapon. Long Yongjun glanced at Liao and smiled. Has Wu Yingqi established any massive ventilation system that supports the oxygen of the Imperial Guards living in this place? Forget it. There's no chance. Liao sighed and said helplessly, the plan to attack the Godly Might prison was made by me and Li Linghai together. Li Linghai knew very well that there was nothing I could do about the ventilation tubes of the Godly Might prison. So Wu Yingqi must know it too. Do you think he will not adopt the same design? It does make sense. It seems that we have to find a different way. Long Yongjun said. However, let's locate the brainwashing factory by the tubes that extend from the energy center first. Ha! As the few crystal cameras were turned to the deepest part of the cave, the glittering pyramid with esoteric runes carved on the surface was displayed in front of them. It was glowing so splendidly that even the space around was illuminated clearly. What's this? Liao couldn't help but get hooked by the mysterious, vintage building that was filled with power. For some reason, the runes carved on it reminded him of billions of pieces of the sun. Is that the brainwashing factory? It seems entirely different from the human manufacture center that we discovered in Kunlun. Judging from the structure, it looks like some sort of massive cannon. Li Jialing also said, the kind of cannon that is designed to penetrate through the atmosphere and deal with starships. Long Yongjun, however, fell silent and was in a trance. The runes on the pyramid seemed to have been carved on her retina and then leaked into her soul. I remember the building. Her pupils and her eyes were melted together, turning her eyes into two glittering swirls. She said gloomily, or rather, my previous self saw similar magical equipment somewhere else and accepted the mission to destroy it. Ha! Liao and Li Jialing looked at each other and hurried to ask, what is that? A piece of brainwashing magical equipment to perform massive mental attacks. No, it doesn't seem to be one. Let me think. Let me think carefully. Long Yongjun held her forehead in great pain. She breathed heavily, and hundreds of lights seemed to have traveled hundreds of thousands of years and glowed in her eyes, making her utter broken moans. The Hui clan, the sun, the song of the stars, fire, the eternal fire that burns up a whole space zone, gold, Gold crystal pyramid. Yes, I remember it now. This is a gold crystal pyramid, a piece of super magical equipment that can boost the energy of the star for a battle. This power can sweep across the whole space zone. It's an out-and-out stellar-level weapon. A piece of stellar-level magical equipment? Liao and Li Jialing were both greatly alarmed. However, they were rather puzzled too because the magical equipment had nothing to do with brainwashing but was related to the stars, or more specifically, the sun. The gold crystal pyramid was an invention of the Hui clan, a member of the Pangu Civilization's alliance. It can cast minor interferences to the magnetic field of a star and increase the star's activity, allowing the ultra-intense radiations, spiritual waves, particles, and heat to spread throughout the space zone. All the magical equipment in the range will be paralyzed. The spiritual nexus and the spiritual roots of the trainers will be affected. The carbon-based lives may even be wiped out directly. It is a rather dominating weapon. The gate deep inside Long Yangjuan's memories was opened, spurting out infinite information, but her face was filled with fear. However, while the superweapon is very powerful, it has obvious shortcomings. First of all, the attack it launches aims at everybody in the range indiscriminately. It is barely possible for the allies to defend against it. In other words, once the gold crystal pyramid ignites the fury of a star, it will usually lead to a lose-lose outcome. After a solar storm, it is possible that half of the troops of both sides, as well as the civilians living in the stellar system, will be killed instantly. It will be a war that has no winners. What is more dreadful is that such a superweapon has a terrible controllability. It is easy to start a fire, but it is not as easy to distinguish one. While infuriating a star was not difficult, restoring the calmness of the star was beyond the technological limits of the Pangu civilization. Once a certain star enters the intensely active period because of the gold crystal pyramid, it may last dozens if not hundreds of years. During the hundreds of years, the star will spurt powerful radiations and high-energy particles incessantly, reducing the previously vigorous sector into a burning inferno where no intelligent lives can be found. Even the Hui clan and the Quafu clan who worshipped the sun couldn't have survived in such a rigorous environment. Do you understand it now? Using the gold crystal pyramid once may be enough to destroy one sector. At least within several hundred years, the sector will not be able to be used by any civilization again. Liao had never seen such a look on Long Yangjuan's face before. It was even hard for him to imagine that Long Yangjun, reincarnated from the primeval age with the heritages of both Pangu and Nuwa, could look as dreadful as now. Is it really so horrible? Influenced by Long Yangjun, Liao grew anxious too. The superweapon is really so intimidating? It is not the gold crystal pyramid that is intimidating, but the star. Neither the civilization of mankind nor the Pangu civilization has figured out 1% of the mysteries of stars. Infuriating a sun recklessly under such circumstances is exactly like playing with fire. You will only get burnt. Taking a deep breath, Long Yangjun said in a shivering voice, "When a 3-year-old throws a pebble into a pond, it is always easy to raise a few ripples. But can he control the number of the ripples he raised or the spreading speed and distance of the ripples? It's absolutely impossible, right? Now, we are not talking about a pond, but the most violent pool of magma. The mechanism of the gold crystal pyramid equals tossing a pebble into the sun to raise the ripples. Once a chain reaction is triggered, the destructive waves will spread out incessantly. There will be no stopping it. Don't think that it is a long period when I say that the active period of a star may last several hundred years. It must be noted that every star has a life of tens of billions of years. From the perspective of a star, extending the active period from several months to several hundred years, and increasing the power output in the meantime by 1%, are just insignificant, unperceivable changes. However, for a civilization that lives and prospers based on the star, such insignificant changes will be a catastrophe. When the radiation of a star is increased by 1%, no, even if only 1,000th, the ocean on the habitable planets will be vaporized, the atmosphere will be gone, the percentage of oxygen and carbon dioxide will change drastically, the magnetic fields will be disrupted, the ecological circles will be destroyed, and billions of creatures will die in the most miserable ways. Liao was creeped out, not by what Long Yangjun said but by her freezing tone. After a long daze, he raised a meaningless question. You said just now that the gold crystal pyramid was built by the Hui clan? Why would the Hui clan build such a dreadful thing that may likely destroy themselves? Don't human beings have a lot of super magical equipment that can destroy themselves too? Long Yangjun smiled. It seems to be a common disease for all carbon-based intelligent lives. They all have the tendencies to self-destruct. Do you know how the Pangu Civilizations Alliance defined civilization and accepted new members? In the eyes of the Pangu clan, only when a carbon-based intelligent life created a weapon that could destroy themselves could they be called a civilization. Liao was silent. He was going to argue that such a definition was ridiculous, but on second thought, he realized that it was very reasonable. Weapons were the best essence of the abilities of a life form in addition to wisdom, physical strength, logical thinking, social division, etc. If an intelligent life created a weapon that could destroy themselves but was not destroyed by such a weapon in the next hundreds of years, it would suggest that they had contained their tendencies to self-destruct, and that they were a mature, powerful civilization. At first, the Hui clan did not expect that the gold crystal pyramid could be so powerful. Or rather, the specialists of the Hui clan were so arrogant that they thought they had completely grasped a simple and clear energy model, which allowed them to control every sun 100%. Long Yangjun sighed and said, Therefore, after the primeval war began, the Hui clan built a lot of gold crystal pyramids in the 3,000 sectors. Of course, it remains a mystery whether or not the Hui clan hoped to expand their influence in the alliance with the superweapon that was the gold crystal pyramid, or even to replace the Pangu clan as the leader of the alliance. The Hui clan was best known for their craziness, toughness, fearlessness, and recklessness in the Pangu Civilizations Alliance. Their origin was a life that was similar to moths but had a shell that could absorb solar energy. Moths darting at the fire was an idea that was written in their genes. It was said that a long, long time ago, before the Pangu Civilizations Alliance was established, the Hui clan and the Kwafu clan nearly died with each other in competition for several steady stars. The Hui clan would rather destroy the stars, which were extremely precious for themselves, than give them away to the Kwafu clan. It was indicative enough of the Hui clan's bloodthirst and madness. Later, the Pangu clan arrived. With a civilization thousands of years more advanced, they forced the Hui clan to surrender and accept the mediation, however, reluctantly. The Hui clan were in fact tamed and diminished by the Pangu clan. Therefore, the Hui clan had been strongly biased against the Kwafu clan and dissatisfied with the Pangu clan. They jumped out now and then to challenge the authority of the Pangu clan after the establishment. Of course, those are just tales. All in all, when the gold crystal pyramids were activated in the space battlefield and the fire of destruction from the stars savaged countless sectors, both parties involved in the war were deeply awed by the horror of the super weapon. The purpose of a war is to loot resources and bend the enemy. However, the gold crystal pyramid destroyed all the resources in a sector and blew friends and foes alike into smithereens, wasting all the value of a sector for the next hundreds of years. Could such a weapon help anything, however super it was? That was still the early stage of the primeval war. Compared with the lone Nuwa clan, the other 12 clans in the Pangu Civilizations Alliance had obvious advantages. There was no need to resort to such a horrible weapon. Besides, the superweapon was too destructive for the ideology of the Pangu Civilizations Alliance. As we all know, it was the purpose of the Pangu Civilizations Alliance to make use of every drop of resources reasonably, and to make the carbon-based intelligent lives live in this tiny universe as long as possible. However, the gold crystal pyramid could destroy a whole sector whenever it was activated, obliterating astronomical resources. Wouldn't it be the opposite of the Pangu civilization's purpose? Therefore, until the middle phase of the primeval war, most of the gold crystal pyramids were either destroyed by the Nuwa clan or dismantled by the Pangu Civilizations Alliance itself. A great purge targeting the zealots of the Hui clan was performed too. Those guys who created the gold crystal pyramids and who intended to use the gold crystal pyramids to increase the Hui clan's influence were all killed. There wasn't a choice. For the Pangu clan, such a superweapon was as great a threat as the feelings or Tenebrum energy, brought by the Nuwa clan. How could they tolerate it? All in all, by the end of the primeval war, when my previous self lived and fought, few gold crystal pyramids were left in the 3,000 sectors. My previous self once received a mission to destroy a gold crystal pyramid. According to the intelligence, it was one of the few last gold crystal pyramids in the Pangu Civilization's alliance. However, after we reached the battlefield, we discovered that the gold crystal pyramid was just an empty shell. All the internal facilities had been removed by the Pangu clan. I did not expect that a gold crystal pyramid was buried so deeply below the capital planet. Also, it seems rather intact and is running at full power. Did it slowly sink during the hundreds of thousands of years of tectonic movements? That's not right. Judging from the structure of the cave, this gold crystal pyramid did not seem to have sunk naturally. It's more like somebody intentionally buried it here. What happened exactly? The gold crystal pyramid can only be activated when it touches the rays of the sun directly. Frowning, Long Yongjun considered the reason. Although there is no evidence, allow me to take a wild guess based on what you said just now. Liao said, you mentioned just now that the Hui clan was a tough and even insane people in the Pangu Civilization's alliance, who tried to replace the Pangu clan's leadership all the time. That's why part of the zealots of the Hui clan created the gold crystal pyramids. The weapon was meant to deal with the Nuwa clan on the surface, but it undoubtedly could have been aimed at the Pangu clan too, after realizing that, because they feared the power of the gold crystal pyramids, or because they were wary of the ambitions of the Hui clan. The Pangu clan destroyed most of the gold crystal pyramids as well as the ambitions of the zealots of the Hui clan. It's very easy to understand what happened next. The zealots of the Hui clan, in order to protect their secret weapon, had to bury their last few gold crystal pyramids carefully so that they could hide them from the Pangu clan. Those weapons were the greatest leverage for them to rise again and deal with the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan. The Imperial Terminus sector is an intersection in the cosmos that is brimming with wormholes. It was of great military and political significance even in the primeval war. It was not strange that the zealots of the Hui clan built and buried a gold crystal pyramid in this place. If I were one of them, I would have chosen this place too. If that is the case, greatly alarmed, Long Yongjun said, there must be some sort of self-lifting system below the gold crystal pyramid to ensure that it can rip apart the shell, rise on the surface of the planet, and infuriate the sun when it is necessary. That's right. If this gold crystal pyramid was truly the last leverage for the zealots of the Hui clan's wild gamble, it must be inestimably powerful. Liao said gloomily. Then, it is obvious why the Supreme Emperor and the Blood God fought below the capital planet over the gold crystal pyramid 10,000 years ago. Perhaps the Supreme Emperor intended to destroy the gold crystal pyramid, whereas the Blood God tried to destroy the Star Ocean Imperium with the gold crystal pyramid. However, where exactly did Wu Yingqi learn the information about the gold crystal pyramid, allowing him to excavate it so accurately? What is on his mind? Does he really know what kind of terrible destruction the gold crystal pyramid could bring? Or he simply doesn't care even if he knows? Sister Long? Li Jialing, who had been listening quietly the whole time, suddenly interjected and asked, the types of damage you just described were too abstract. Can you describe it in detail, about the influences the gold crystal pyramid will cause to the Imperial Terminus sector after it is activated? About that, thinking for a moment, Long Yongjun said, the gold crystal pyramid's interferences on the star have different levels. Depending on the power output, the consequences may be vastly different. Then, assuming that the power output is the highest, Li Jialing opened his arms and made a gesture of hugging. Assuming that Wu Yingqi collected all the crystals on the entire Imperial Terminus sector and compressed the crystals into the purest energy to power the gold crystal pyramid to shoot at the sun. If the level of this gold crystal pyramid is high enough and it has not been destroyed by the passage of time, if Wu Yingqi grasps all the ways to control it, and if he has accurately calculated the cycle of activity and the energy model of the main star of the Imperial Terminus sector, all in all, if all the conditions are met. Long Yongjun swallowed hard and said, one word after another, It will be possible for him to raise the energy, radiations, and high-energy particles that the sun releases by 1% to 5%. An overwhelming solar storm that sweeps across the whole space zone will be caused. Nothing, not the spiritual shield of starships, the alloy shells, or the atmosphere of the capital planet, can completely resist the scourge of the solar storm. People who are exposed to the powerful sun will suffer radiation thousands of times more than what a human body could accept. Their blood will be boiled, and their viscera will be withered. They will be as dead as can be. Not the slightest of their souls will remain after the storm. That, however, is almost the most merciful way of death. If the radiation is slightly lower and only tore apart the gene strands deep inside the soul, the victims will not be killed immediately. Instead, their cells will wither and their flesh will rot in the next few months. It's like their physical bodies have died, but their souls are still trapped in the putrid cage. They will watch their bodies turning into a bloody mud but can do nothing about it. Trust me, it will be the worst way to die in the entire universe. After a brief silence, Li Jialing asked, "How many people will suffer the disaster?" "All of them. Did you not hear what I said just now? The shell of starships, the atmosphere, or even hiding on the back of a planet. Nothing can completely resist the solar storm. Some people will be killed by the solar storm on the spot, and others will suffer from the radiation in the next few weeks and months and rot because their cells lose the function of self-renewal. The few lucky dogs will bear insufferable pain for the rest of their lives." Long Yongjun sounded extremely cruel as she said, "Among them, the immortal cultivators whose bodies are tough and whose cells can recover quickly have a better chance of survival. However, for the ordinary people who take up more than 95% of the population, there is no escape for them. None at all. Besides, mankind is highly dependent on a social system today, which can be quite vulnerable. The solar storm will destroy everything that a modern civilization lives on. How are the 100 billion people on the capital planet going to survive in the doomsday when there is no energy, no order, and no resources? Even the Imperium of true human beings in its heyday couldn't evacuate 100 billion people from one sector to a different one in only several weeks, not to mention that the Imperium is in the middle of a civil war right now. Who cares about the lives of those people except for you two fools? Right? What I talked about was only the imminent influence. Nobody knows the consequences of the gold crystal pyramid stimulation on the star. Perhaps the active period of the star will be extended to decades. In that case, the whole imperial terminus sector will be completely obliterated." Li Yao and Li Jialing were silent again. No words could describe their shock and fury at this moment. "What about the lower boundary?" Li Jialing asked in a hoarse voice. "Sister Long said just now that it was the maximal damage. I want to know what the minimal damage will be like. I'm very suspicious whether Wu Yingqi could control the damage of the gold crystal pyramid accurately, considering that he is just an amateur. He is just like a 3-year-old wielding a chainsword that he does not understand at all. God knows what he will chop apart." Long Yongjun said, "Common military theories hold that a troop will collapse after 10% of the soldiers are lost. If it is a battle-tested elite troop, the threshold can be improved to 30%. Assuming that Wu Yingqi's purpose is to raise a solar storm with the gold crystal pyramid and deprive the four families' ace fleets of 30% of their combat abilities, the collateral damage that the solar storm will cause to the capital planet will be no lower than the number. 30% of the population, or specifically 30 billion people, will die. That is not counting the population that would plummet as a result of the natural disasters, social chaos, famines, and plagues that would happen after the battle. It means that 30 billion people will die at the very least?" Li Jialing asked gloomily. "And most of the 70 billion survivors will suffer radiation diseases for the rest of their lives?" "Yes, that is the most understated power. Otherwise, it will be meaningless for Wu Yingqi to activate the gold crystal pyramid through all the trouble." Pondering for a moment, Long Yongjun suddenly changed her expression greatly. "Right, there may be another collateral loss, but I'm not sure whether it will happen. It's about the person who controls the gold crystal pyramid." Li Jialing was slightly stunned. "What do you mean?" "The gold crystal pyramid is a piece of stellar-level magical equipment, whose power almost touches the limits of the Pangu civilization's alliance. Naturally, launching such magical equipment comes with a great cost. Long Yongjun said. Also, such superweapons were designed by and for the Hui clan, which was one of the races that were most different from human beings in the Pangu civilization's alliance. While abundant genetic fragments of the Hui clan have been embedded into human beings, the disparities between them are still too huge. If a human being intends to activate the super magical equipment built by the Hui clan, don't you think that he will have to pay a high price? Li Jialing and Liao looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Li Jialing said, "There are no techniques in the universe that can be activated without a price. In order to infuriate the sun, it will be quite normal if the performer has to be sacrificed. What's next? Do you think that Wu Yingqi will ask somebody else to control such a piece of critical magical equipment? He will definitely do it himself," Long Yongjun said coldly, "but don't forget that he is now residing inside your mother's body. If there are indeed severe consequences such as excessive exposure to radiation, it will be Li Linghai who actually shoulders it, right? Huh. I seem to realize why Wu Yingqi needed to develop you as a perfect carrier. He had seen it coming that his old shell would be broken and shriveled during the activation of the gold crystal pyramid. Therefore, he carefully selected and developed a life seed decades ago, planning to use it as his new body. Of course, Li Linghai's love for you, Li Lingfeng's ambitions, and Li Yao's arrival might have been beyond Wu Yingqi's expectations, and he failed to capture you. However, it is not important. As long as his plan works, Li Linghai's body will not necessarily decay in a couple of days. He will still have plenty of time to catch you, or to change to a not-so-perfect carrier if he can't find you. Asshole. The young lion's eyes were redder than the infuriated sun. He clenched his fists so hard that his bones were almost broken. I'm going to stop you. I'm going to crunch your soul bit by bit. Wu Yingqi. I still don't think it's as simple as you said. Thinking for a long time, Liao said cautiously. Your speculation only takes care of the 4 families' ace fleets that come at the capital, but the price is that Wu Yingqi's nest will be almost entirely ruined. How is he going to deal with the remaining forces of the 4 families? Therefore, Wu Yingqi must have deeper plans. We have to get closer. Wait, look. Another tractor approached the gold crystal pyramid. It seems to be unloading people. They look very familiar. I must have the files of those people in my memories. They should be the celebrities of the Imperium. What is happening? They are meditation healers. Long Yongjun found their files in her memories. The one in the lead is Illusionary Ai Wu Tian, a famous expert in the circle of the meditation healers. He is almost as famous as Wu Yingqin. Exactly. Now that you mention it, I remember them now. Many of them have the tattoos of a brain made of vipers on the back of their hands. It is a symbol of the Super Brain Association, a famous organization that comprises meditation healers. Those people are all the members of the Super Brain Association and the best experts at mental warfare. So many meditation healers, cerebral specialists, and experts in mental warfare have been captured by Wu Yingqi and shipped to the Gold Crystal Pyramid in secret. Why? Does the activation of the Gold Crystal Pyramid require the sacrifice of meditation healers? I don't think so. Long Yongjun replied suspiciously. The Gold Crystal Pyramid is supposed to launch a powerful wave to interfere with the star. It has nothing to do with meditation healers. However, it seems that they must be connected in a certain way. Liao held his breath and narrowed his eyes, allowing the glittering pieces that were scattered in his head to be joined. The most advanced brainwashing technology, the enhancement and magnification of brainwaves, the gathering of meditation healers, the brainwashing attack that Wu Yingqi launched by blowing up Wu Yingqi's head, the Gold Crystal Pyramid that could disrupt the star by releasing waves, Wu Yingqi's trump card, a superweapon that could win the war in a battle. What was it exactly? I suddenly have an extremely ominous feeling. Liao shuddered hard and spoke in a chilling voice. Long Yongjun, you mentioned just now that the mechanism of the Gold Crystal Pyramid is to send a stream of ultra-powerful energy to interfere with the sun. The sun will be used as some sort of magnifier and energy source, improving the waves by hundreds and thousands of times before spreading them out, right? Yes. Long Yongjun said, "Why do you ask?" "Nothing." His face gloomy, Liao said one word after another. "I only want to know one thing. Is brainwave some kind of wave too?" Hearing Liao's freezing voice, Long Yongjun and Li Jialing both looked as if they were just woken up from a nightmare, only to fall into another one that was even more horrible. The three of them looked at each other in thoughtfulness. "Are you saying?" Long Yongjun struggled to say, "What I'm thinking? In order to perform massive brainwashing on billions of people in a whole space zone, a most powerful energy source and a magnifier or enhancer with a high performance are required," Li Jialing also said in a shivering voice. "We thought that it was impossible for Wu Yingqi to get those things, but from what we have seen just now, he is much crazier and more talented than we imagined. He can regard the sun as an energy source and magnifier. No expert can possibly compete with an exasperated sun. Is it technologically possible?" Long Yongjun was more or less overwhelmed. I don't know. Nobody does. That's why I have to get in." Liao pointed at the gold crystal pyramid. With a pair of eyes as sharp as those of an eagle, he said, "I have to get into this pyramid to observe its mechanism, collect more concrete proofs, send them to more people, and figure out a way to resolve it." "Are you out of your mind? There are so many people around the gold crystal pyramid, as well as many imperial guards who are armed to teeth and who are utterly fearless of death thanks to being brainwashed." Long Yongjun bellowed, "Open your eyes and watch. This is a narrow cave below the ground. The speed and agility of the colossi are highly limited. In the boundless space, you are free to divide and conquer through guerrilla warfare as fast as lightning. But in this place, when the iron tide is made of 1,000 soldiers who are flooding forward, you will have nowhere to run to. It is needless to say that Wu Yingqi may show up at any moment. You wouldn't think that you are capable of challenging Wu Yingqi because you have touched the ceiling of the divinity transformation stage after Xiaoming and Wenwen's modification, would you? I'm not out of my mind. On the contrary, I have never been more conscious." Taking a deep breath, Liao pressed his forehead and stimulated his brain cells to jump crazily. "Listen, the most dangerous place is the safest place. One can only live if they are ready for death. We are beleaguered by Wu Yingqi's army in the first place after sneaking into the capital planet in secret. It's difficult to sneak away now. Our only opportunity is to break in and hijack the gold crystal pyramid. The gold crystal pyramid will be the best hostage and the greatest bargaining chip for us to deal with Wu Yingqi. Also, judging from the solid shell of the stellar-level magical equipment, it is impossible to destroy it from the outside. Even if we are equipped with colossi, we can't shoot through the shell. Then, the only way to stop Wu Yingqi's scheme is to dig into the pyramid, find the most critical core, and blow up its heart." Long Yongjun and Li Jialing looked at each other. They were about to persuade Liao to try other approaches when Liao's portable crystal processor suddenly shivered. Liao raised his wrist, only to look even more awful. Many people just came from the teleportation array at the end of the tunnel. No, not the heavy tractors that ship crystals, but the abundant exos as well as fully armed crystal tanks and battle puppets. Judging from their emblems and epaulets, they are the best troop in the Imperial Guards. It is possible that Wu Yingqi is leading them in person. It appears that he has learned that we snuck into the base, and he is about to activate his crazy plan of brainwashing with the sun in advance. There's no time for any hesitation. Just listen to me on this one. Trust me, no matter how idiotic I usually pretended to be, I never let you down at critical moments, did I? So trust me. We will succeed. We will. Looking at Liao's eyes, which seemed to be spurting magma, Long Yongjun sighed and said helplessly, "How are you going in? There's no time for a prudent sneak-in." Liao's chest moved fast. "Let's resort to the emergency plan." Long Yongjun's eyelids twitched fast. She bit her lips hard and said, "I swear that this is the last time that I will ever team up with you. The last time. If we fail, there won't be a next time." Liao chuckled and turned to Li Jialing. He hesitated for a moment but still asked, "Jialing, You are the target that Wuxia is determined to capture. Regarding the plan we discussed last time, are you ready? Li Jialing nodded in silence and declared resolutely, I will figure out the queen's real stance. If she did have understandable reasons, or if she was completely controlled by Wuxia, I will return my life to her by dying together with Wuxia. You are my only brother, so I will not let you die today. Liao grimaced, baring his pure and sharp teeth. Somebody is going to die today, but not us. Let's move. In the meantime, on the massive teleportation array at the end of the tunnel, rows of Imperial guards that looked like iron woods showed up and gathered into aggressive battle formations. Very soon, Li Linghai appeared at the center of the teleportation array too, and she gradually drifted to the midair. The transparent white hair behind her head turned deep dark. I can smell rats. He sniffed, as if he could directly sense the feeble spiritual waves spreading in the air. He suddenly extended his hand. A tide of waves spread out, raising ear-splitting noises, as he snatched a few crystal cameras in the stealth state. Those crystal cameras were deployed by Liao earlier to monitor the movements of the troops. The crystal cameras turned into flames in Li Linghai, or Wuxia's hands. In infinite fury, he tossed the broken pieces of the crystal cameras to the ground heavily and rushed into the tunnel. In the space battlefield on the No. 5 planet not far away from the capital planet, the main warriors of the 4 families' ace fleets had already finished the final refilling and loading. The warriors had examined their crystal suits, space shuttles, and colossi again and filled their stomachs with all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Like sweating and excited horses, they boarded on their starships in a hurry. Very soon, the starships spurted out brilliant torrents of fire and soared to the sky. In terms of number, the 4 families' ace fleets were slightly less impressive than the Grand Alliance of Million starships that marched to the 7 Seas space zone earlier. However, different from the untrained mobsters in that coalition fleet, all the warriors here were the sharpest sabers of the nobles. It could be seen by the fact that the starships kept a safe distance from each other when thousands of them were launched at the same time. It was as if countless scalpels were cutting the cosmos at the same time. It was the sunrise of the number 5 planet. The magnificent brilliance of the sun was turned into a colorful, dreamy halo when it was reflected on the spiritual shield and the mirrored armor of the main force warriors. The emblems of the Sour families looked even more splendid and invincible. The warriors of the 4 families were all deeply attracted by the sunrise. They couldn't help but lean against the virtual window and observed without blinking. Was the glamour in space a symbol that the 4 families were rising unstoppably like the sun in the morning? For the glory of the family. Victory! Victory! Get the capital planet. Capture Li Linghai. The noble warriors opened their arms and howled desperately under the glorious sunlight. Halt! Halt! All starships of the Deep Sea Fleet and the Imperial Guards, turn off the main power units and only keep the anti-gravity rune arrays running at the minimum efficiency to offset the gravity of the capital planet. Dong Fengsheng, the reformist commander in the frontier and the highest commander of the Deep Sea Fleet, also instructed all the soldiers that had retreated to the orbit of the capital planet to further retreat. All starships that are capable of flying within the atmosphere, retreat into the atmosphere. Yes, all of them. The massive motherships that cannot fly in the high-gravity environment will return to the back of space fortresses and space towns to avoid the sunlight. This is an order. Move according to the latest map of defense now. After the latest deployment, all starships will adjust their spiritual shields to a certain frequency. The specific frequency is as follows. In the meantime, all starships will open their public communication channels and the interfaces to accept external messages. Lord Regent will speak to the devoted soldiers of the Imperium who have fought to the last moment. Trust me, no matter how aggressive and unstoppable the enemy might be, the final victory will be ours. It will belong to the strongest experts who truly believe in the civilization of mankind. Inside the underground hole, Neltharion had entered the stealth mode and snuck into the purification and activation factory that powered the gold crystal pyramid next to it. Due to the lack of knowledge on the internal structure of the energy center, it could only move forward slowly following the heavy tractor. In the meantime, under the delicate control of the mental devil, it tossed one cosmos ring after another into the bucket of the tractor. The tactic was similar to the remote explosion tactic that Liao adopted in the Seven Seas Grand Market. However, thanks to the resource support of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors, Liao had more cosmos rings to squander now. In the meantime, the energy center was clearly 10 times better defended than the Seven Seas Grand Market too. A sentry post had been set up after every few steps. Anti-stealth scanning rays were activated now and then. Even though the mental devil was moving and dodging agilely the whole time, it was still caught by the mystic rays after throwing down almost 10 cosmos rings. Devastating alarms immediately echoed deep inside the energy center. Boom! 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 Almost at the same time as when the alarms echoed, the mental devil activated the crystal bombs that had been released from the cosmos rings without any hesitation. A series of gigantic fireballs were immediately ignited at the edge of the energy center. The fireballs expanded nonstop like colorful, abnormal tumors that spread out tentacles nonstop, swallowing up the oxygen, the most precious thing in the underground space, and unleashing abundant smoke that was as dark as ink. Enemy incoming! Enemy incoming! The positions of the Imperial Guards stationed below the ground immediately fell into chaos. Officers were shouting desperately everywhere. Countless battle puppets and crystal suits rose to the midair at the same time. Mystic rays that were sharp enough to pierce through the black smoke scanned back and forth like gold daggers. 7 colossi even leaped to the central area of the energy center. However, the mischievous mental devil and Neltharion were nowhere to be found at all. While the Imperial Guards were in a flurry, an overwhelming vibe descended from the sky and arrived before them abruptly. It was Li Linghai. Li Linghai still had a head full of white hair that looked like a waterfall, surrounded by the most dominating purple fire, and with a thick shell of ice frozen on her face. She roared hysterically, "It's Liao! It's Liao, that shameless thief, who has snuck in. Were you all blind to allow him to cause such huge damage? Capture him! Capture him now!" The Imperial Guards looked at each other in bewilderment and vaguely felt that something was not right. But in the haste, they could not figure out where exactly the problem was. This is the moment that the destiny of the Imperium and even the civilization of mankind will be decided. His Majesty's enterprise depends on each of us. Li Linghai bugled her eyes and gnashed her teeth as she spoke. His Majesty is resting and preparing for the last strike. Do you really need His Majesty to attack in person in order to finish that thief Liao? Hurry and disperse. Find him out even if you have to dig into the ground. I'm going to mince and burn him up in person. Right there. I can tell that he's up there. What is he trying to do? Is he going to blow up the rock stratum above our heads in advance? Li Linghai pointed at the rocks above everyone and shouted. The Imperial Guards couldn't help but get distracted by her finger, and they did sense a weak wave flashing in the direction she pointed at. Immediately, countless battle puppets and crystal suits flew toward the rocks. The 3 colossi also rose to the midair. All the honeycomb launchers around were opened and locked onto the rocks up above. Right when everybody was distracted by the exasperated Li Linghai in the midair and the weird scent that was lurking in the darkness among the rocks high above, Liao had changed into a regular suit of the Imperial Guards and concealed most of his aura until it was similar to most Imperial Guards. He quietly approached the gold crystal pyramid under the cover of the dark fog. It was a mess everywhere. Many people were shooting at the sky, and many others were in a hurry to extinguish the fire in the energy center so that the central area, particularly the warehouse where abundant crystals were stored, would not be affected. A lot of soldiers who were weak were already blushing and feeling dizzy due to the lack of oxygen. None of them noticed Liao. Liao snuck into the back of the tractor that shipped the meditation healers more than easily. The team of Imperial Guards escorting the meditation healers was in a dilemma. They wondered whether they should enter the gold crystal pyramid immediately or wait for further instructions where they were. Their commander was looking at Li Linghai in the midair, as if he were waiting for a clearer order. Sparks spurted out of Liao's eyes, and cracks echoed from his skull. He instantly analyzed the positions, visions, and biophysical parameters of the few soldiers and established 12 plans. 3, 2, 1. Liao counted in his heart silently. As the countdown reached 0, the mental devil happened to charge out of the fog with Neltharion and tossed the last cosmos ring not far away from the soldiers, detonating the dozens of crystal bombs that spurted out of the cosmos ring. The battle puppets and the Imperial guards were all knocked over. While the team of soldiers was outside of the range of explosion, they were attracted by the fire and the airwave too, and they all backed off to take shelter. The moment the fire rose, Liao lunged out like a stealthy leopard, snatching the soldier at the end of the row and dragging him to the bottom of the tractor. He knocked out the soldier, took off his suit, put the suit on, and stuck the soldier to the chassis of the tractor with a type of special natural glue. The whole job took Liao only 1 second. By the time the rest of the soldiers looked back, they saw that Liao was shivering next to the tractor in their suit, with his head lowered. When Liao stood up again holding onto the tractor, he already looked similar to the poor soldier. Although they were not entirely identical, nobody would bother to check it carefully at such a time. "What are you waiting for?" At this moment, Li Linghai happened to lower her head and roar at the soldiers who were escorting the meditation healers. "Hurry and send them in. Don't delay His Majesty's moment of victory." The officer responsible for escorting the meditation healers trembled. In cold sweat because of Li Linghai's roar, he hurried to ask his subordinates to drag the unconscious meditation healers into the gold crystal pyramid. Just like that, Liao passed a massive bronze gate at the pedestal of the gold crystal pyramid at the end of the line, entering the stellar-level magical equipment. They passed through a cold and deep pathway, whose wall was as smooth as a mirror and showed no joint. However, a mist that could swallow the sounds and spiritual waves of the outside world was spreading out of nowhere. Very soon, the noises outside couldn't be heard again, and the intense battle was beyond reach. They seemed to have entered an independent world. Most of the species in the Pangu Civilization's alliance were multiple times greater than human beings. Therefore, the pathways and the rooms were also as huge as empty palaces. The density and hardness of the building materials were also far higher than the specifications of the strengthened armor that were used by the human beings. Liao had once seen similar materials in the Kunlun relic and ran tremendous experiments on the materials. They were extremely difficult to break. While they were extremely tough, they also boasted the effect of energy absorption, similar to super-bendable steel, which made it hard to burn or detonate them. In other words, even if he were to summon his Colossus and bombard the gold crystal pyramid from inside, the best he could achieve was to leave a few minor holes on it. It would be difficult for him to trigger a serial explosion that could completely ruin the gold crystal pyramid. The part of the gold crystal pyramid above the rocks was already hundreds of meters high. Like an iceberg floating on an ocean, 9 out of 10 of the buildings were buried below. Judging from the length of this pathway, its size was beyond estimation. Liao was not confident that he could blow up the core of the gold crystal pyramid in one attack. He did not even know where the core of this thing was. If this gold crystal pyramid was truly the last trump card of the zealots of the Hui clan, they must have imposed unprecedented defense on the gold crystal pyramid in case of the sabotages from the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan. Even a colossus might not be able to destroy it easily. Liao thought to himself calmly. Therefore, I have to get closer to its heart. Neltharion and the mental devil that had entered the stealth state floated above his head and scanned everything around. Suddenly, Liao heard feeble squeaks from both ears. It was the noises when some sort of ubiquitous magnetic field was attempting to invade his brain. He was not wrong. Wu Yingqi had indeed deployed very powerful mental attack weapons at the center of the gold crystal pyramid, regarding brainwashing as the most brilliant defense. No wonder Wu Yingqi did not set up any other traps in this place but simply allowed the soldiers to walk in. If it were common warriors, they would have been captivated by illusions as they reached the place. Wouldn't they? Liao's soul was unique, and it had generated a powerful mental devil. Also, he had resisted Wu Yingqi's mental attack once in the Seven Seas Grand Market, which granted him some sort of an immunity. Such petty tricks could not affect him. The soldiers ahead of him, however, started to walk slowly and heavily. Their movements were more and more rigid too, as if they were pulled by a certain mysterious force. Liao learned after them and dragged the unconscious meditation healers to move forward mechanically. After the mist ahead was cleared, however, he was astounded by the weird picture unfolded before his eyes. It was a black temple. On the floor whose edge was beyond his eyesight, massive, mysterious patterns had been carved. The center seemed to be a star that had grown thousands of tentacles, surrounded by countless tiny round spots that also had flagella or tentacles. There was no telling whether they represented planets or the beetles, the origin of the Hui clan who liked to dart at fire. Among the patterns, however, countless black pillars rose all the way to the dome that was also filled with mysterious patterns. The pillars were also connected by horizontal beams, making the place look like a huge, complicated city. Liao knew that the black, cubic city was an array of supercrystal processors of the primeval age. He once saw similar things in the cockpit of the Nuwa warship. Long Yangjun once taught him some ways to activate and utilize them too. Xiaoming and Wenwen had also analyzed and studied part of the secrets of the primeval crystal processors before. Although the Panga civilization was thousands of years more advanced than the civilization of mankind, the gap of the two parties in terms of crystal processor technologies was not so huge. It was because the Panga civilization was scared that advanced crystal processors and cyber technologies would give birth to the virtual information lives like Xiaoming and Wenwen. Therefore, they restrained, castrated, and even destroyed most of the technologies of crystal processors and spiritual nexus that they had, making them several hundred years more advanced than mankind at most. What surprised Liao, however, was not the supercrystal processors of the Panga civilization, but the things around them. Below the array of supercrystal processors from the primeval age, countless thick crystal wires, which looked like parasitic vines, extended out to an area of dense crystal processors of mankind. They were all the latest models of the Imperium. It appeared that Wu Yingqi had connected an abundance of crystal processors of human beings to the crystal processors of the primeval age, trying to activate the artifacts from hundreds of thousands of years ago with the operation pattern of human crystal processors. There was no telling how he was going to achieve that at all. However, it was still not the key that Liao paid attention to. What attracted him was the weird devices that looked like blood pools next to the human crystal processors. Every blood pool was like the most gigantic medical cabin, except that they were not filled with green medical fluids but suspicious liquids that were as red as blood. Inside the liquids that looked like plasma, films as thin as paper were floating. Enshrouded by the films were objects in the shape of human beings. The reason why they were objects in the shape of human beings was that they had been so drained that their original features were beyond recognition, like highly rotten but living skeletons. Their heads were also full of lumps that were beating like hearts and releasing intense brainwaves nonstop. All the brainwaves were absorbed by the red, suspicious fluids. After being purified and transformed by the supercrystal processors, they were sent to the depths of the array crystal processors of the Panga civilization incessantly. The people who were enveloped and swallowed by films had not entirely died yet. Even though he was dozens of meters away, Liao could sense the intense remorse and their miseries in the mist. Perhaps the people who came here first were not forced. They worshipped Wu Yingqi from the bottom of their hearts and were tricked by his fancy words, thinking that they would be the operators of the stellar-level magical equipment. They couldn't have seen it coming that they would operate it in such a way. Hurry and pour the new fuel in. The officer commanded the soldiers to throw the ignorant meditation healers into the empty blood pools. Immediately, many workers in white suits stuck certain thick and sharp tubes into the back of the meditation healers' heads, connecting the sacrifices to the gigantic stellar-level magical equipment. So, all the meditation healers were regarded as fuel. It seems that, just like he had to detonate Wu Yingqin's brain when he performed a mental attack on us in the Seven Seas Grand Market, Wu Yingqi has to drain the brains of hundreds of meditation healers to enhance his own brainwaves in order to carry out the brainwashing that involves the whole space zone. The mental devil said, modifying the stellar-level magical equipment of the primeval age with the crystal processors of human beings, allowing it to shoot out the brainwaves of human beings without any attrition, even using the sun as the power and the magnifier, What an amazing technology. Take a guess. Did Black Star the Great come up with such a marvelous technique on his own? Or did he? Huh! Liao was still dwelling in fury and had clenched his fists before he knew it. Even though it was the unpardonable immortal cultivators that were being tortured in the blood pools, such an evil crime still crossed the boundaries of humanity. Liao felt that 10,000 needles were stinging his eyeballs, making him too furious to think. The Imperial Guards, who had been collectively hypnotized, were highly sensitive about the deviance. Immediately sensing that something was wrong with Liao, the officer in the lead looked at him suspiciously and scanned every detail on his face. What happened to you? There was no need and no time to wait. The real Wu Yingqi might arrive at any moment. Long Yangjun, who was pretending to be Li Linghai, and Li Jialing, who was pretending to be Liao, couldn't resist him for long. Even though he sensed quite a few dominating vibes in the darkness around, so what? Few people in the entire Imperium could block Liao's attack in an unexpected ambush. Liao raised his head and smiled at the officer. His original face and his eyes that were as sharp as fiery sabers appeared as his smile spread out. Liao attacked, before the components of his crystal suit had even flown out of his cosmos ring. His fingertips had already unleashed 100 supersonic air blades that cut the throats of the dozens of soldiers and crystal processor operators. Then they took a weird turn in the midair and attacked in the darkness. All the defenders were greatly shocked. Nobody expected that such a tough expert at the peak of the divinity transformation stage was bold enough to invade the gold crystal pyramid at the risk of his life, or that Liao's soul was so weird that it remained unaffected from the mental attack. Very soon, Liao's crystal suit that was as deep and dark as the night sky had been dyed deep red by the blood. Broken limbs and bones were everywhere on the ground. Not a single defender could utter the weakest voice. The only survivors were the few unconscious meditation healers that hadn't been thrown into the blood pools and the fuel, who had been drained inside the blood pools. Liao looked at the fuel in the blood pools thoughtfully. They are beyond saving. Their brains and their souls are already exhausted, and their vitality are being extracted incessantly. Even if you don't kill them now, their lives will still go dry very soon in agony. The mental devil said, "Give them a hand?" Liao lowered his head and snapped his fingers. 10 streaks of brilliance pierced through the blood pools, extricating the wretched fuel from their miseries. Then, Liao stepped back to the entrance of the gate and deployed hundreds of highly oriented crystal bombs in a row, before he returned and examined the super crystal processors in front of him. Do you think that if I summon the arsonist and blow up all the super crystal processors in this place, be they mankind's or Pangu's, will it stop the gold crystal pyramid from functioning? Liao consulted the mental devil. Having swallowed Professor Mo Xian's heritage, the mental devil could almost be called a new generation of internet devil. The work related to crystal processors and the spiritual nexus was its specialty. Don't do that. It's certainly not that simple. The mental devil said, "Look, most of the crystal processor operators were killed just now, but the data and the information on the light beam are still rolling, and the gold crystal pyramid shows no sign that it has stopped. According to my estimation, the array of supercrystal processors we have discovered is just the tip of the iceberg for the control system or even the display interface at the front end. Even if you completely tear a virtual light beam apart, it doesn't mean that you can shut down the crystal processor that projects the light beam, right? Also, I'm highly suspicious that there's some sort of self-defense and self-acceleration in the control system of the gold crystal pyramid. It means that you will only accelerate its activation if you attack it brutally." Liao bulged his eyes. "Why? It's just simply common sense." The mental devil said unhurriedly, "In our internet industry, we have to consider user scenarios when we work on a project. Then, assuming that the gold crystal pyramid was constructed by the zealots of the Hui clan as their last trump card, they would definitely consider the possibility that the gold crystal pyramid was sabotaged by the Pangu clan or the Nuwa clan brutally. In such a user scenario, isn't it normal and necessary to deploy a defense mechanism of attack-induced accelerated activation?" Liao asked anxiously, "Then what do we do? How do you think we can wreck it completely?" "About that, I'll have to hack the internal network and study its structure before I give you an answer." The mental devil controlled Neltharion to fly at the control crystal processor. I think you can either summon a powerful fleet to launch a blanket, saturated bombardment at the pyramid, or wait until I locate its core for a critical attack. Anyway, let me take a look first. Neltharion found the control crystal processor. The drill of mystic rays revolved quickly, and it dug in soon. Unusual bloody stripes immediately spread out on the information flashing on the light beam. Liao sensed that a high-speed channel of data transmission had been established between him and the mental devil. The information that was previously stored in the control crystal processor of the gold crystal pyramid flooded into his brain. As I expected, Wu Yingqi has set up a very brilliant control system. This is only the manifestation at the front end. Not many commands are needed at all. All the procedures that require controlling have been finished. It is safe to say that the gold crystal pyramid has already been woken up. Everything is automatic now. The mental devil said, "Thankfully, we did not blow up the place recklessly just now, or we would have lost the ports to hack the internal network of the gold crystal pyramid. As for the meditation healers you killed in time, it did not help much either. Their mental power had been extracted and stored in a place we haven't discovered yet. Killing them only means that Wu Yingqi's power output will be lowered by 1,000th. Ha! Look at what I've found. Next Sun Plan. This is Wu Yingqi's real scheme. What does next sun mean? Is he going to create a more powerful imperial and civilization tomorrow? Or does it mean that he will increase the luminescence of the sun by 10,000 times, thereby creating the brightest new sun? Wow! Our guess just now was correct. Wu Yingqi does not mean to destroy the sun. He only wants to trigger the sun with minimal power and transform the sun into an energy source and a magnifier so that his mental attack will sweep across the whole space zone. The four families' ace fleets will all become his puppets. However, look at this place. He is fully prepared for the side effect of the gold crystal pyramid. He estimates that 30 to 50 billion ordinary people will be killed in the battle. It's not because of the radiations and the high-energy particles, but because the ordinary people cannot bear the intense mental blast. It's very likely that they will be deranged into lunatics who only know killing and sabotaging, if not animals with nothing but primitive instincts. Think about it. A violent sun, insufficient resources, volcano eruption, earthquake, and most people turning into beasts. A death estimation of 30 billion is too optimistic. Tisk, TSK. Our Black Star the Great's game is bigger and bigger. 1,000 years ago, he only blew up a tiny resource planet, but 1,000 years later, he is going to immolate billions of people on the capital planet in order to get a strong, loyal fleet for himself, exchanging the lives of billions of people for the most loyal and strongest fleet. Also, considering Wu Yingqi's craziness, if his plan in the Imperial Terminus sector worked out, it was quite possible that he would do the same in other space zones. When the worlds were purged one after another, the Imperium would become the Second Covenant Alliance in the end, a larger Covenant Alliance that occupied more resources, except that all the puppets in the larger Covenant Alliance worshipped not the Pangu clan but him and him alone. Was Black Star the Great planning to take care of the four families and even the Covenant Alliance in such a way? Yes, if everybody were equally brainwashed, equally loyal to their leader, and equally fearless and zealous with barely any social friction. Since the Imperium was larger in size and had more resources, the Covenant Alliance would naturally be no match for the Imperium, and the war that lingered for 1,000 years would end with the Imperium's victory. However, was such a victory really the victory of mankind? Or would it be the real doom of the noble human beings who had free will? He must be stopped. Liao gnashed his teeth and asked, "How long do you need to locate the core components of the gold crystal pyramid, or at least the direction of them, so that I can blow them up with my most powerful ultragalactic cannon?" Don't be hasty. Having received all of Professor Mo Xian's knowledge on crystal processors and the spiritual nexus, I certainly know what I am doing. The mental devil said confidently, even if Wu Yingqi has adopted the most advanced supercrystal processors of the Imperium and set up dozens of defense measures to protect his secret, so what? I'll definitely dig out all of his secrets if I have 24 hours. Liao bulged his eyes. 24 hours? You've got to be kidding me. We don't even have 24 minutes. Then, there is nothing I can do. The mental devil replied helplessly, "The next sun plan has been activated and is not a big secret itself. That's why I found it easily. However, the secrets about how to stop the gold crystal pyramid have naturally been locked in the deepest part of the crystal processors by Wuxia and protected by the strongest state-of-the-art encryption measures. The monsters such as Xiaoming, Wenwen, and the Fist King who are adept at the spiritual nexus and the crystal processors are not around. However optimistic I am, it will still take a couple of hours." Soaked in a cold sweat, Liao was about to open his mouth when heavy footsteps echoed far away from his back. But then, they came over from only a couple of meters behind him, or even stomped on his heart directly, almost blowing it apart. Despite the sturdiness of Liao's soul and body, he grunted as blood surged to his throat. His head was dizzy, and the world was swirling before him. The weirdest thing happened. Under his feet, on the floor of the enormous place, in the middle of the esoteric ravines of runes, dark brooks were flowing from everywhere. The thick fluids that constituted the brooks were not water but more like some sort of living oil or gel. When all the ravines of runes were filled by such black oil or gel, the runes on the ground turned black. Hum, 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 hum. Massive and profound noises echoed in the palace, like the moan of the universe that made one feel the vastness of the cosmos and the insignificance of human beings. They would inevitably feel that human beings, as individuals, were no different from germs on a scale of billions of years. How meaningless their lives were. Tick, 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 tick. In the moan of the universe, the sound of water dripping came over, dripping directly inside Liao's brain. However, there were no actual water drops. Instead, from the black, thick fluids, black beads the size of fingernail were separated and ascended to the midair, slowly ignoring gravity. Very soon, hundreds of black water drops floated around Liao inside the empty palace, some high and some low. The water drops were attracted to each other, extending tentacles that looked like spider threads to join each other. From that perspective, they were not water drops but the cells and nerves of a certain weird life which were proliferating into brilliant clusters. Liao was astounded by the nightmare and did not know how to react for a while. He did not dare to touch the black water drops that were growing nerves either. He had been stranded by the thousands of black water drops and their nerves. False. False. They're all your illusions. You are already mired in Wuxia's mental attack. The mental devil's voice came from the deepest part of Liao's brain, more anxious than ever. He's here. Wuxia is here. We do not have 24 hours or 24 minutes. Blackstar the Great is right behind us. However, he hasn't launched an attack yet. That's odd. What does he want? Let me see. Got it. Listen, we still have a chance. Although Wuxia has arrived in time, he has to be very careful too. First of all, a battle here may damage all the super crystal processors. Although I estimate that the crystal processors are not the real core, their loss will result in certain interferences with Wuxia's plan. For example, the activation of the gold crystal pyramid could be postponed, and the best opportunity when the four families' ace fleets are gathered may be missed out. Secondly, after Xiaoming and Wenwen's treatment, we are multiple times stronger than when we fought him last time, as suggested by the fact that we crushed 3 experts in the divinity transformation stage including Yu Wushuang. The remote confrontation in the Seven Seas Grand Market last time also taught Wuxia a lesson about our new strength. Even though we are still no match for him, he will have to pay a horrible price if he is determined to kill us. Since he is going to launch brainwaves crazily in the next sun plan, it will definitely consume his spiritual energy and even his soul power tremendously. Therefore, unless it is absolutely necessary, he wouldn't want to suffer heavy wounds at such a moment. Do you understand? Right now, we are both deeply wary of each other. Therefore, unless it is absolutely necessary, he wouldn't want to destroy us with violence but would try to brainwash us through mental attacks and eliminate the threat without fighting. If possible, he can even turn us into his accomplice. This is an opportunity. This is the only opportunity that we can defeat him. We have to do this, and that in order to kill this 1,000-year-old monster, but first of all you have to delay him long enough. Enough talking. I can sense that his mental power is surging over like a tide. He is unaware of my existence for now. I have to cut the connection between us in case he discovers anything. All in all, try to buy me enough time for me to crack the secrets of the gold crystal pyramid, before the thousands of black water drops and nerval threads completely enshrouded Liao. The mental devil's voice had come to an abrupt end. Liao looked around. The crystal processors, the blood pools, and the broken limbs on the ground all turned into translucent entities. But the water drops and the nerve clusters were more and more eye-catching and real. He did not know whether he was on the boundary of reality and illusion, or if he was inside the realm that Blackstar the Great built with his massive mental power, or maybe his soul had been absorbed into Blackstar the Great's head. When he turned around, Queen Li Linghai, whose long hair was half black and half white and whose eyes were the same, was standing in the depths of the mist and staring at him with a mysterious look on her face. The nerves extending from the black water drops were all connected to her long hair. No, they were even simply part of her hair. Her long hair dancing like water plants. Li Linghai walked toward him unhurriedly. After her every step forward, the black water drops floating in the air would be stimulated and grow even more nerves. On Li Linghai's pale skin, interconnected black cracks were showing up too. Her skin fell apart like a broken vase, with the pieces splashing everywhere. Enshrouded in dark flames, she went through such drastic changes that it was like a rebirth. After she walked the 30 meters, the shell of Li Linghai was completely broken, and a tall, majestic man was revealed. The man whose long black hair was waving crazily had a deeply hollowed face that left the impression that his whole mouth was a ravenous mouth that could swallow the whole cosmos and all the living creatures in it. When an ordinary person stood before him, it was like standing before a cliff that was inclined to them and could collapse any moment, smashing them into pieces. Liao had seen the unique soul-stirring face on countless occasions, say, from the overwhelming statue in the Emperor's mausoleum in the capital. It was Blackstar the Great. Liao confirmed that he had suffered Wu Yingqi's attack without him knowing it, and entered a certain illusionary realm that was controlled by Wu Yingqi. That was because Wu Yingqi's soul was still trapped inside Li Linghai's shell in reality. It was impossible for him to reveal his real appearance just yet. However, for the experts in Liao's level, when their lives were under threat, their cells and their souls would have intuitional reactions, resulting in intense stimulations that would get him away from the illusion. It was one of the reasons why Wu Yingqi dare not attack him in the real world. The other reason was perhaps that Wu Yingqi was confident of his brainwashing abilities. Now that he had a chance to have a mental communication with Liao face to face, he believed that he could transform Liao into his own subordinate, and therefore he was unwilling to waste a talent like Liao. "Don't come any closer." Thinking of what the mental devil said, Liao frowned so hard that his eyes almost popped up. The muscles on his face rose like boas, and the flames of spiritual energy over his body soared to the maximum. He shouted, "If you get any closer, I'll cry for help." Wu Yingqi smiled. The smile of the ancestor of the immortal cultivators was like a narrow gap on a whole sky of clouds. But what was revealed in the gap was not the light of stars, but the darkness that was even deeper. "You are about to die, and yet you still have such a good sense of humor. I really don't know whether I should hate you or if I should admire you." Vulture Liao. Wu Yingqi did stop. Although there was no difference whether he stopped or not in the illusional realm, it was at least a gesture of kindness. He opened his arms at Liao and complimented in a seemingly sincere way. "From my personal perspective, you are like a cockroach that simply cannot be killed. You've stood in my way again and almost disrupted my whole plan. I truly hate your guts. But I'm not just the supreme sovereign of the Imperium of true human beings, but also the leader of mankind in the next 10,000 years. From the perspective of the Imperium and the civilization, you are a one-of-a-kind genius, and since you know a thing or two about the secrets of the grand universe, you will be very helpful for the magnificent plan for the civilization of mankind to march toward the infinite universe. Therefore, I really can't bear killing you, Liao. Ever since our meeting in the Seven Seas Grand Market the other day, I've been thinking how the two of us became enemies. Weren't we very close to each other when I cooperated with you under the name of Li Linghai? How did we become so hostile and incompatible later? We have more things in common than we do with the false immortal cultivators of the four families, who are short-sighted, selfish, and corrupt. Neither of us cares about our personal gains. We both want to dedicate all our wisdom and courage to our country and even the civilization of mankind. We both more or less know the massiveness of the universe and the narrowness of the world we are in. We both crave to break out of the cage whatever it may take, like the fish reaching for the continent and the monkeys walking out of the forest in the beginning. We want to escape from this dark dungeon and silent graveyard. Why can't we collaborate and vanquish our common enemies, the false immortal cultivators in the four Kurfürst families, the puppets of the Covenant Alliance who worshipped the fake gods, and the infinite alien civilizations lurking in the depths of this boundless universe, when we have so many qualities in common? Our enemies should be them, but not each other. The Black Star the Great, in your knowledge, has been highly twisted and slandered by the propaganda that was under the control of the four Kurfürst families. You don't know what the real me is like and what my ambitions and dreams are, and you are betting your everything recklessly to destroy my efforts, the hope of the Imperium, and the future of all human beings, including your fellow cultivators. As Wuxia talked, more and more black water drops floated upward, and more thread-like nerves proliferated from the water drops. Interconnecting with each other, they constructed a delicate net and even attacked Liao tentatively, attempting to crawl into Liao's pores. Cut the crap, Liao scorned. Flames of spiritual energy burst all over his body, congregating into a solid wall that prevented the black nerves from attacking. It's true that I don't know what the real Wuxia looks like, or whether you are the real Wuxia instead of something more evil and horrible than the original Wuxia after being contaminated by God knows what in your 1,000 years of hiding. I don't care what you say and think. I'm only interested in what you do. You are going to perform a supermassive brainwashing on the whole Imperial Terminus sector in order to transform everybody in the four families' ace fleets into your puppet. Is that any different from the Covenant Alliance's doing? Isn't free will the most precious thing that makes human beings, the boundaries that all the cultivators and immortal cultivators fight for, and even the cover for your immortal cultivators to exploit the ordinary people blatantly? The only immortal cultivators I've respected are the warriors who wielded their weapons at the revived members of the Pangu clan for free will. However, as the leader of the immortal cultivators, you are even erasing the free will of mankind. You don't deserve to be an immortal cultivator. You are even more false than the four Kurfürsten. Are you even qualified to talk about the future of mankind? I didn't know that you'd learned everything about the whole next sun plan. I underestimated you yet again. Or rather, your look and your behavior are too misleading and tend to make people underestimate you. After a gloomy and brief silence, Wuxia said, however, you have misunderstood the real significance of the next sun plan. The word brainwashing is highly biased. I am not brainwashing anyone. I'm merely awakening the citizens. I'm going to awaken the guys who have forgotten their honor and responsibility and make them realize the importance of loyalty, patriotism, and selfless devotion again. I will transform them from rusty fire sticks into the sharpest sabers of mankind again. But you are going to deprive them of their free will and their right to choose. Liao roared. You are going to stamp your belief, your will, and your authority on their brains. So what? For 99.9% of the people, free will has never existed in the first place. Wuxia said coldly. Look at the selfish, false immortal cultivators of the four Kurfürst families. Driven by their genes and their lust, they wasted abundant resources on meaningless stuff. Money, power, position, women, hatred, jealousy, vanity. Eventually, they rotted in physical entertainments or were killed by each other miserably. Even the seemingly powerful elders or the Kurfürsten themselves are nothing more than the slaves to their families, their descendants and fellows, and their genes and desires. It is needless to mention the ignorant, illiterate ordinary people who live like ants. Ordinary people never have the right to choose. They are already exhausted every day just in order to survive. It is their greatest delight and purpose to find a suitable female and give birth to a child so that their genes can be extended. Their simple brains cannot accommodate complicated thoughts about the significance of higher levels. They are some sort of fully wound machines made of flesh and blood in the first place. What choice and what freedom do they have? Even though they think that they boast free will, it is just an illusion that was inculcated into their heads when they were young, something that they used to deceive themselves. Every civilization teaches certain illusionary truths to the next generation and demands the individuals to follow certain social doctrines. Generally speaking, such inculcation is conducted through decades of education. However, due to the emergency, I do not have enough time. Therefore, I have compressed the decades of education into a one-time brainwashing session. What's wrong with that? Tell me, Vulture Liao, are the ignorant little children taught how advanced the ideas of the cultivators are and how evil the true path of immortality is in the country of cultivators? Have you not built a social atmosphere where children believe that the ideas of the cultivators are a matter of fact since little? Are hypnotization procedures that are similar to brainwashing not adopted in your prisons on the stubborn criminals in order to cleanse their crimes? I know that the approaches have been adopted since the Star Ocean Imperium that parts of the areas in the brains of certain atrocious sex criminals are cut to cut their proclivity to crimes. Such approaches have proved useful for both the criminals themselves and even the whole society. Yes, by doing so, their free will in committing crimes are gotten rid of, but is there anything wrong? They are unpardonable criminals. Liao couldn't help but shout. In the country of cultivators, the minimally invasive procedures and hypnotization procedures are used very prudently only on the unpardonable felons who are highly violent. They are barely adopted. Exactly. What we are facing right now is a bunch of unpardonable and dangerous criminals. Wu Yingqi said casually. According to the law of the Imperium and my will, all the soldiers in the Four Families Coalition fleet have committed the most severe treason by rebelling and attacking the capital planet. Vulture Liao, you wouldn't deny that, would you? It is only reasonable to punish such rebels who have committed treason by mincing them into pieces or even executing their whole families. However, for the sake of the Imperium and the civilization of mankind, I am lenient enough to give those people an opportunity to be reborn. As long as they succumb to my will, they will be able to make up for their mistakes by continuing to contribute to the civilization of mankind. In doing so, the meaningless bloodshedding will be lowered to the minimum. It is the most humanitarian approach possible. I truly don't know what you are thinking. Will you be happy and satisfied as you watch me kill the best soldiers of the civilization or mankind? Or when those people kill me and everybody else on the capital planet because free will has been defended? Think about it, Liao. You and I both agree that the false immortal cultivators of the Four Families have walked too far on the wrong path and are too sick to be rescued. Their beliefs have been tarnished and twisted. It is impossible to wake them up through regular approaches. Am I going to watch them walk further down on the wrong path, eventually hurting other people as well as themselves? Should I turn a blind eye to them when I have a way to cure them, the Imperium, and all human beings? Do you understand it now? I am going to treat them, awaken them, and purge them. I will completely erase the selfish, immoral thoughts in their heads and implant the correct ideas of devotion, purity, and sacrificing for the civilization of mankind. Isn't it the right thing to do? Together with Wu Yingqi's tutelage, the neural network that looked like black spider threads infiltrated Liao's flames of spiritual energy and crawled into his body through his pores. No matter how he boosted his flames of spiritual energy and waved his arms, it was impossible to get rid of the clinging parasites. Instead, he felt that Wu Yingqi's words seemed to be echoing from inside his own brain, prompting him to think in a completely different way and from a new perspective. You are completely out of your mind. Liao tried his best to resist the black nerve strands that had invaded his brain, and he managed to say, "The catastrophe that will result in the death of so many people, and even the destruction of a whole sector is nothing more than a treatment in your eyes? That's exactly how a treatment goes. You can't perform an operation with no bloodshed or prescribe a medicine that has absolutely no side effects. Or rather, when a patient is too seriously ill to be rescued, it will be a helpful choice to excise most of the organs on the body and replace them with artificial ones." Wu Yingqi smiled and said in an even more sincere voice, gentle brilliance was even emitting from his body. Had it not been for the weirdness of the black water drops and the nerval network around, he would have truly looked like a caring doctor. The only reason why you find it unacceptable is the gap in your knowledge. It's like if an ancient person living in tens of thousands of years ago watches a modern doctor cutting the guts of a patient with a scalpel, removing the pathological tissues, or even plucking the skull with a saw in an operation. He will definitely be so shocked that he considers the doctor to be a devil that feeds on the heart and the brain. However, for the modern people who have elementary medical knowledge, they will naturally know that the doctor is treating the patient. Even though the patient may bleed, get hurt, or even die in the operation, and even though there may be sequelae after he recovers, such operations are still acceptable. Don't refute hastily. Please calm down and think carefully about everything you've seen after you come to the Imperium. Think about how you agree with Li Linghai's judgment on the four families. Admit it, Vulture Liao. The Imperium of true human beings today is at the end of its era. It is corrupted and haunted by both internal and external problems. A reform of a minor scale will not help at all. Without thunderous approaches, the vast Imperium will fall apart instantly, and the billions of citizens will be blown into smithereens. The central government is bloated and useless. The warlords rise and fight each other. The men in power control the politics but only consider their own interests. Even the four Kurfürst families have been filled with selfish and hilarious conflicts. The open, fair, and just method to select the elites and the channel for the elites at the bottom level to rise, which I devised for the Imperium 1,000 years ago, have been blocked, rotten, and riddled with holes. They do not even bother to make them look functional on the surface. The Imperium has the most fertile planets, the most abundant resources, and the largest number of talents in the entire universe. However, it has been crumbled into a tray of loose sand by those pests. They cannot defeat the Covenant Alliance or the Reformists. They are barely capable of dealing with the stinky merchants of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors. They cannot even extinguish a few insignificant cultivators. What kind of Imperium is this exactly? Shame. This is the greatest shame of the immortal cultivators, of the Imperium, and of myself. After I returned to the Imperium and saw that the glorious Imperium that I established arduously after all the difficulties 1,000 years ago had been reduced into such conditions by my worthless offspring, I hated it so much that my fury couldn't have been put out with all the water in the universe. Since then, I have sworn to the stars that I will cure the Imperium no matter what it takes so that it will recover the vigor it had in the past and truly be qualified to represent the great civilization of mankind. As long as the responsibility and glory of every immortal cultivator can be awakened, and as long as the Imperium and the civilization of mankind are rejuvenated, I am willing to try any treatment. More and more black nerves crawled into Liao's pores and slithered under his skin like worms, making black air pop up from all over his body and his face. The black air even attacked Liao's eyeballs and danced weirdly around his pupils. Liao gradually lost the ability to fight back. His face gradually became tranced and hesitative while he listened to Wu Yingqi's preach. I spent decades thinking why the Imperium has been corrupted to what it is today. Who is guilty of it? What is the source of the problem? Are the four Kurfürst families to blame? Of course. They are all ravenous, short-sighted, and insatiable guys who do not deserve to be called immortal cultivators at all. However, it is just the surface. Everybody is selfish. Selfishness is the source of disasters as well as the most powerful impetus to push a civilization forward. It is the sharpest double-edged sword. The root of the problem is the vastness of space. The distance between the sectors that can easily be hundreds of light years, and the terrains on different planets that vary greatly, are like some sort of magnifier that enlarges the shortcomings of humanity to the maximum. In the age of the ancient cultivators, the ruler only occupied one planet or a few neighboring worlds at most. However selfish and blind the people under the reign were, and however powerful the dominant officials might be, it was very easy to deploy troops to suppress opposition and control all the people and resources. However, in the age of cosmic civilization 40,000 years later, because of the inconvenience of communication and transportation, the sectors that are far away from each other are very likely to become ramparts in trade, military, and politics, and the ramparts will degenerate into selfish interest groups, which will gradually corrupt the whole body as cancers that can never be completely cut off. To make things worse, in many sectors, the conditions of the habitable planets are entirely different, resulting in different people who have different customs and even different appearances. It is difficult for those people to acknowledge each other and share a common sense of history and honor. They often only know their own tiny world but not the Imperium or the Emperor. Getting to the bottom of it, based on the brain capacity, means of communication, technological development, and history of mankind, we shouldn't have established an enormous empire that included 3,000 sectors at all. Instead, it should have been divided into hundreds of small countries, each of which managing a couple of sectors. That should be the most natural state. We were a child civilization or a sub-civilization that was created by somebody else in the first place. However, our creator died too early. We barged into the cold universe before we were fully grown, like orphans who lost both parents. We mimicked what the primeval ancestors did clumsily, hoping to unite the universe like the Pangu Civilization's alliance did, without realizing that we were not ready for such a heavy burden at all. The Imperium is not destroyed by the four Kurfürst families. It has been collapsed by its own weight and crushed by this vast universe. Fascinated, Liao mumbled. Dongfang Wang, the previous prime minister of the Imperium, said similar things. He said that our mutual enemy was the universe. Yes, Dongfang Wang was a real sage. I once discussed the questions with him in secret ways. Wu Yingqi said, "It's a pity that Dongfang could see the problems but couldn't see through them." As the helmsman of the Dongfang family, he had been shouldering the burden for such a long time that it was already embedded into his flesh. There were too many things that he couldn't bear cutting. So, he couldn't make up his mind to treat the disease as brutally as I do. Even though he did see through the problems, considering the brutal nature of mankind, the hundreds of countries would still fight each other. Like in the age of the ancient cultivators 40,000 years ago. Blood would be shed infinitely. If my purpose is only to eliminate the four Kurfürst families, it is in fact very easy. I have 100 ways to completely destroy them. However, that's not going to resolve the source of the problem. You may destroy the four families and even all the warlords today, but as long as the means of communication and transportation of mankind are not improved, as long as the Imperium still has as astronomical population, and as long as those people are still greedy and selfish, another for families will emerge very soon, like viruses that can never be entirely removed. Liao, do you have the problem of social stratification in your country of cultivators? Liao? Right, I estimate that your country can't be very large. Also, having just defeated the Black Wind Fleet, you should be enjoying the benefits in the thriving phase. Therefore, you may not have a deep understanding of the issue. But think about it, when your country of cultivators spreads to 100 sectors with a population of hundreds of trillions, how are you going to ensure the purity of the cultivators? How can you ensure that the authorities of the central government are acknowledged by the local strongmen? How can you ensure that your so-called education and rising channels will not be twisted and corrupted by interest groups? It's impossible, Liao. Let me tell you, I've thought of and tried everything, but nothing can stop the decadence of a great country. Even if I don't destroy your country of cultivators, and even if I allow you to develop and grow freely, you will be collapsed by your own weight someday. Wu Yingqi put on a weird smile. However, what terrified Liao was not the smile, but the fact that he had believed what Wu Yingqi said without him realizing it. Yes, the experts of the Federation agreed unanimously that for the Federation, the most appropriate size was 8 to 10 sectors. The participation of more sectors would result in unexpected problems, and it would make the Star Glory Federation collapse under its own weight. However, while the Federation could keep the current size, could the Imperium do the same? If it was not an option, what could be done in order to keep the current status of the Imperium and to prevent it from dividing so that most of the people could manage to survive, however poor their life was? In order to completely twist the wretched fate and to ensure the loyalty, selflessness, and solidarity of all the people on the premise of the intactness of the Imperium, there is only one way. Wu Yingqi pointed at his temple softly. That is, a revolutionary method of education or brainwashing, as you called it. Liao had never seen anybody talking about such an absurd and evil thing as brainwashing in such a matter-of-fact way. Perhaps it was a necessary skill for every emperor or leader. Even so, ripples of confusion still spread out of Liao's eyes as he mumbled, "Sounds fair enough, but it is brainwashing after all." No, brainwashing is just the fear of the intelligently incapable people who are restrained by their experiences and their imaginations. Like I said just now, when an ancient person sees modern surgery, he will only criticize it as demonic arts. Liao, I believe that you are not a simple-minded ordinary person. You should be able to view the new technologies in the most rational and forward-looking ways and see their advantages and disadvantages, as well as the revolutionary significance that they have brought to the civilization of mankind. Wu Yingqi's hollowed face showed delight as Liao was more or less shaken. He continued, "In short, in the Demon Beast Empire, the Star Ocean Imperium, the Star Ocean Republic, the Imperium of true human beings, or the end of your country of cultivators in the future, the source of all the problems is that the universe is too vast and people are not united. In order to address the two problems, one solution is to shorten the distance among sectors through more advanced communication, as well as transportation methods that the development of technology provides, allowing the power of the central government to be projected to other places quickly. However, the development of technology is never easy. No matter how our civilization develops, it is always extremely costly and risky for us as three-dimensional lives to travel or communicate via the four-dimension. Now that the distance among planets cannot be shortened for the time being, we can only work on the human factors and unite the people through brainwashing. In fact, it is also the foundation and prerequisite for technological advancement. How can you achieve anything if you are not united? However, I do not like the word brainwashing. The more accurate way of saying it is enlightenment. Enlightenment? Echoed Liao subconsciously. Yes, the technology to generate common feelings, memories, and will by stimulating the brains can improve the efficiency of information exchange and knowledge inheritance by hundreds of times. It can make the most selfish traders regret what they did and the most idiotic mortals become wise. It is an indispensable technology for mankind to evolve from a planetary civilization to an interstellar civilization, and from an interstellar civilization to a real grand universe civilization. Wu Yingqi said, "You may think that I got the technology from the Covenant Alliance or even had any clandestine deals with it, but you can't be more wrong. The origin of the technology has nothing to do with evil brainwashing, but can be traced back to the early years of the primeval age when the Pangu Civilizations Alliance had just been founded. The purpose of such a technology was not to enslave anyone. It was for the different civilizations that made up the alliance to sympathize with each other and live in harmony. The early years of the primeval age? Liao did not expect that Wu Yingqi had grasped such an ancient piece of technology. He was deeply shocked. He held his breath and pricked his ears, as if he did not realize that more and more black hair had turned into thread-like nerves and crawled into his body while Wu Yingqi talked. Liao's consciousness and Wu Yingqi's were connected by the thousands of threads. Every word that Wu Yingqi said next seemed to include infinite information. It was not just the sounds, but also the vivid pictures that bombarded Liao's soul like crystal bombs. However, it did not raise Liao's dislike or wariness at all, because it sounded completely unrelated to the war right now. With your wisdom and ability of deduction, it shouldn't be difficult for you to realize that the most critical way in sustaining the continuity of a massive empire that covers thousands of sectors is to unite the people's understanding so that they can share similar memories, feelings, and glory. Wu Yingqi corrupted Liao's soul quietly as he continued. If a country's territory only involves a planet or a continent, it will be easy to gather common understanding. However, if the territory includes two planets that are tens of thousands of light years away from each other, one frozen and the other covered in deserts, and the two planets are out of touch with each other now and then, the residents of the two families won't have any common memories at all. Conflict and division will be inevitable. Two planets are already troublesome enough, but what about 20,000 planets or 2 million of them? Before the Pangu Civilizations Alliance was founded, the situation in the universe was even worse than today. However chaotic and disunited the Imperium is, all the citizens are at least human beings who share basically the same biophysical structures and cultures. The Pangu Civilization's alliance, on the other hand, included 13 vastly different carbon-based lives, who had just fought life and death battles not long ago. The differences among carbon-based lives can be unimaginably huge. Let me give you the simplest example, which is the Hui clan and the Kwafu clan that once fought over 10 suns. The origin of the Hui clan was a bug with a black shell. They were like the evolved version of bee swarms. Their individuals did not have the slightest consciousness or wisdom. However, during the prolonged evolution, certain circuits were grown on their solar energy shells. When thousands of bugs gathered and established a swarm, the interconnected circuits would boost sparks of wisdom as they vibrated their shells, thereby generating a collective consciousness. From that point of view, the Hui clan barely had any concept of individual and community. Every member of the Hui clan was actually a swarm of dense bugs or a beehive that was alive and could move freely. When a member of the Hui clan was heavily wounded and 90% of the bugs were lost, the last 10% could still fly into other swarms and become part of another member of the Hui clan, even passing part of the information in the past into the new community. Therefore, many members of the Hui clan believed that they never died. That was also the reason why the Hui clan was so ruthless. The Kwafu clan, on the other hand, were more like plants than animals. The Kwafu clan was a species of giants. Their adults could grow to almost 100 meters, like magnificent mountains and skyscrapers. They were the largest of the 13 clans in the Pangu Alliance. But who could have thought that the newborns of the Kwafu clan were just tiny seeds? The Kwafu clan did not have the concept of gender but reproduced collectively. Whenever the spring on their mother planet came, under the influence of the sun, the adults would gather life seeds the size of fingernails inside their bodies. Then, they would pierce the life seeds deep into the ground with special roots, so that the vulnerable seeds could avoid the radiation of the scorching sun and accept the nutrition of the warm soil. After that, every member of the Kwafu clan that passed by could sense the seed. They would also pierce their tentacles into the ground and irrigate the seeds with their nutrition and genetic information. For the Kwafu clan, it was the most sacred bliss. You can also understand it as a way of reproduction. Generally speaking, a seed would gather enough nutrition and genetic information after being blessed by 20 to 30 members of the Kwafu clan, and it would be ready to germinate. If more than 100 members of the Kwafu clan gave it nutrition and genetic information, it would definitely grow into a leader of its community and an ultimate expert of the Kwafu clan. It might even grow beyond 100 meters as a truly overwhelming giant. In fact, many researchers have proposed that the so-called Kwafu sphere was actually made of the bodies of the members of the Kwafu clan. However, no matter what its future held, the Kwafu clan that just broke out of the soil was just a tiny seedling, which could not even move itself. It could only attract a primeval beast named Yellow Snake, with its special scent and magnetic field, so that it could serve and protect it from its enemies. Of course, the vitality field of the Kwafu clan was very helpful for the evolution of the yellow snake too. It was an amazing symbiosis. The young members of the Kwafu clan had to grow for decades and even hundreds of years under the service of the yellow snakes before they could uproot themselves and become adult giants who could move freely, joining their civilization. Of course, after the civilization was highly developed, and the aeroponics and rapid growth technologies were invented, the Kwafu clan also invented other bizarre, new ways of reproduction. However, the memories of their ancestors that were deeply rooted in the soil still lingered inside their genes, never to be forgotten. Tell me about it. How could the Hui clan and the Kwafu clan, two entirely different carbon-based civilizations who had just been through a life and death battle, shake their hands, negotiate in peace, and reach a common understanding that both of them were highly developed intelligent lives instead of evil aliens? Liao was silent. It was true. Neither the Hui clan, who had collective wisdom, nor the Kwafu clan, who were plants in their youth and animals after adulthood, and who buried their debris into the Kwafu sphere, was likely to comprehend each other's life forms or acknowledge that each other was a civilization. At that time, if the war between the two civilizations was not stopped, the Hui clan and the Kwafu clan would probably be extinguished. Wuxia said, "The Pangu clan, as a middleman, used your so-called evil brainwashing technologies to enlighten the two civilizations and make them feel what each other felt. They shared each other's ancestral memories and living environments, perceived each other's feelings and desires, and understood the varieties of civilizations. Eventually, they reached an agreement and embraced peace, saving both of the civilizations. Of course, they understood the existence of the Pangu clan by the way, which spared them of the fear for the Pangu clan's overly advanced technologies. Shwa, 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 shwa. As Wu Yingqi's topic went deeper and deeper, the gold crystal tower that existed in reality was gone, replaced by brilliant stars and bizarre, uncommunicable alien species, as well as the glorious, splendid civilizations they created. The Pangu clan, the Nua clan, the Kwafu clan, the Hui clan, the Zhurong clan, the Gonggong clan. You are free to loathe and berate the evil brainwashing technologies, but no matter what you think, the truth is that it was exactly because of the technologies of enlightenment that the 13 carbon-based races who were hostile and wary against each other were united with the minimal price in the shortest amount of time possible, constituting a solid alliance. Wu Yingqi's gloomy voice came over, as unstoppably as a rumbling thunder. Had it not been for the technology of enlightenment, the 13 entirely different carbon-based lives wouldn't have been able to sympathize with each other at all. Then, how could they establish a country? Without a unified country, the primeval war would have burst out hundreds of thousands of years earlier, with an intensity dozens of times higher. In that case, human beings, the new generation life that gathered the best genetic clips of the 13 carbon-based lives, wouldn't have been born at all. Wake up, Liao. Let me give you the simplest example. Imagine that you are the captain of an exploration fleet of the Pangu clan, and you have discovered that the Hui clan and the Kwafu clan, two relatively underdeveloped but highly potential civilizations, are engaged in a life-and-death war. They are about to destroy their last son, and the two civilizations would die with each other. You love peace and crave for communication and unity, but you cannot understand their languages, their modes of thinking, and their civilizational forms. Vice versa, they do not understand you and even dread you. Also, in their cultures, they have strong tendencies to self-destruct. At least, they are absolutely not scared of dying together with the enemy. In other words, you cannot threaten them to stop the war through violent approaches. Let me ask you, under such cruel and extreme circumstances, what can you do to save the two civilizations, whose minds have been blinded by hatred, from stepping into the abyss of destruction? If there is a button on the panel in front of you which can shoot out 10,000 brainwashing waves after you press it so that the Kwafu clan and the Hui clan can more or less understand you and accept your wish for peace, will you press the button? In order to sustain the two civilizations, you will have to deprive them of their free will to commit self-destruction. If you cling to your ridiculous theory that free will is more important than anything, you will have to watch the Kwafu clan and the Hui clan brutalizing each other until nobody stands. Their civilizations that were born after hundreds of thousands of years will be destroyed. Tell me the most real answer in your heart. What will you choose? Cultivator Liao. A control panel seemed to have truly appeared before Liao, and there was a tiny crimson button on it. He was also truly inside a bridge which was controlling a massive, advanced interstellar fleet as if a god had arrived. However, even the might of a god could not separate the Kwafu clan and the Hui clan who were in a desperate fight. Their entirely different social forms, means of communication, and modes of thinking made the Kwafu clan and the Hui clan hard to accept the existence of the Pangu clan, much less the kindness and peace that the Pangu clan offered. What other ways could stop the war and bring peace? A real, everlasting peace except for brainwashing. Liao's fingers were shivering. With every shiver, he seemed to see the soldiers of the Kwafu clan and the Hui clan fighting in space and on the grounds of the rough planets in his trance. The gigantic tentacles that looked like vines blew the black beetles apart, their entrails splashing out. The incessant beetles, on the other hand, swallowed all the vines and juices. Even the Kwafu spheres were riddled with holes. Those who were not of my own kind would definitely think differently. Kill those aliens. It was impossible for human beings to live in peace with the aliens who looked entirely different. Even human beings and demons who were of the same origin had fought a war of tens of thousands of years, which only ended when one party completely surrendered. For the Kwafu clan and the Hui clan, they must have considered themselves to be the only normal and standard people in the world, and the creatures other than themselves to be ugly, evil, unreasonable, and incompatible, right? When they were fighting the hideous, wicked aliens, and they were about to secure the final triumph after great sacrifices were made. Another kind of alien that was more hideous, strong, and wicked showed up out of nowhere and asked them to stop the war and restore the peace. They would not accept it. No intelligent lives would accept such peace. It must be a scheme. The war had to go on until they destroyed their enemy or they were destroyed. The only choice then was brainwashing. Only by erasing the few zealots' persistence of war and inculcating the will for peace into most people could such a country-obliterating war be stopped. Besides, even if there were other ways, even if the Pangu clan brought peace and unity with sharp blades and scorching cannons, how would it be any better than brainwashing? Liao's finger touched the brainwashing button, but it soon twitched and could not press down. However, Liao panted hard. However, such a preset question is too extreme. You have set up too many prerequisites to push the answer into a corner. Even though the commanders of the Pangu clan were indeed faced with a similar choice, it would still have been greatly different from the situation in the Imperial Terminus sector today. That is to say, you acknowledge that massive brainwashing has positive effects and will even bring precious peace at least under certain extreme circumstances, don't you? You don't think that brainwashing is necessarily evil but believe there is a 1% chance that it may be righteous and positive. Wu Yingqi's laughter came over. Very well. You turn out to be teachable after all. You and I have finally reached a common understanding, which is not a bad start and deserves all the time that I spent on you. However, on second thought, you will realize that the scenario I proposed was not extreme at all but a general phenomenon of the universe. In the vast universe, isn't it perfectly normal for two vastly different carbon-based lives to be unable to communicate with each other? In fact, it will be unbelievable if two carbon-based lives who are born millions of light-years away from each other can communicate freely the moment they meet. Won't it? According to Lu the Star Prior, the genius astronomer of the Star Ocean Imperium 10,000 years ago, and based on the history from the primeval age to this day, when two highly developed civilizations first met, they would definitely be highly wary and hostile against each other. War was often the first and the only means of their communication. Many civilizations had destroyed their enemies or were destroyed by their enemies before they figured out the truth about the enemies or understood that the enemies were as alive and intelligent as themselves. Wasn't it a shame? Therefore, a massive, high-speed way of information interaction that surpasses languages, species, and civilizations is necessary for an interstellar civilization. That is the enlightenment that I described, or the brainwashing in your words. Without brainwashing, it will be impossible for the intelligent lives dispersed in all the corners of the vast universe to communicate efficiently and straightforwardly, and the will of the leader of the civilization cannot be passed on to every individual at the end. Such civilizations will always be loose sand. Not just conquering the vast multiverse, they cannot even maintain themselves. They will collapse and destroy themselves on their own sooner or later. Do not fear new technology. Open your arms and embrace it. The evolution of civilization is the evolution of the methods of information, interaction, and education. When our ancestors were still primitive apes, we already began to communicate by sound waves and record events by drawing traces on the trees. At that time, the advancement of such a method of interaction was too great. Perhaps that was the reason why our ancestors were selected by the Pangu Civilization's Alliance as the prototype of the new generation perfect carbon-based life. However, such a method of interaction and education has been employed for hundreds of thousands of years. Today, in the age of interstellar development and discovery of the multiverse, we are still talking, writing, and teaching the next generation with books for decades. That is too inefficient, absurd, and shameful. It's time for a change, Liao. The civilization of mankind, which communicates only via speaking and writing, has already hit the bottleneck of evolution. It's impossible to step out of this universe. Only by injecting abundant knowledge, mutual memories, perfect morals, and the will of the leader into billions of brains directly can the real and perfect new human beings be born, the golden humans who have the wisdom, courage, and strength to march into the grand universe. Only such flawless true human beings can allow for a technological boom under the boost of unified thoughts and highly efficient interaction. It will allow us to digest and absorb the precious legacies left by the primeval civilizations in only several hundred years and make us a real grand universe civilization. Li Yao, for someone with your cultivation, you are essentially standing on the peak of the evolution of mankind, only second to few people. It will be a crime if you cling to the obsolete ideas and morals to restrain and even strike the propagation of new technologies. It will be the greatest crime against mankind. We are running out of time. Really, the civilization of mankind does not have any time now. We have to seize every second to break out of this place and at least take a look at what it looks like outside in order to decide the direction of development of our civilization in the next million years. In order to achieve that, we will need a powerful, united, loyal, and devoted imperium. Only the technologies of enlightenment can possibly create such a new imperium. So, come on. Stand on my side just like you used to stand on Li Linghai's side. Build a new imperium and create new human beings together with me so that our civilization can climb to the summit of the universe. The black hair that spread out of the back of Wu Yingqi's head, or rather, the nerve clusters that had directly grown out of the depths of his soul, expanded abruptly by several times. A dark force was injected into Li Yao's soul incessantly, covering his whole body with black stripes and spots. The dark area proliferated non-stop, enshrouding Li Yao completely like some sort of glittering gelatin and dragging him into a bottomless abyss. Li Yao struggled and resisted hard. The fire of his soul jumped out of the dark gap and burnt up the black nerves that connected him to Wu Yingqi. Your speech is convincing and your slogan is motivating. And the dilemma you proposed is too hard for me to answer immediately. Gritting his teeth, Li Yao said one word after another. But no matter how fancily you talk about it, you cannot change the fact that the Pangu civilization, which was able to enlighten another civilization instantly with your so-called most advanced information interaction technologies, perished in the end. I don't believe that the Pangu clan was as peace-loving and kind-hearted as you described, or that it was willing to help other civilizations to survive for no reason. Perhaps it was by way of brainwashing that the Pangu clan imprinted the idea that the Pangu clan is our supreme leader into the heads of other carbon-based lives. That's how they established a Pangu civilization's alliance with themselves as the center. A country that was built through half coercion and half deception, however, had hidden problems. As time went by, the hidden problems grew larger and larger. Both the Nuwa clan and the Hui clan realized part of the truth later. Perhaps that was the reason for the eventual division of the Pangu civilization's alliance and the trigger of the primeval war. Since the Pangu civilization's alliance failed to walk out by way of brainwashing, why do you think we can? Why wouldn't we repeat the same mistake that they made? You are very smart, but too paranoid. Even though the Pangu clan had other motives, it had nothing to do with the Enlightenment technology itself. Technologies are neither good nor bad by themselves. It's like how a knife cannot kill anybody without being wielded. Whether it is good or bad depends on how people use it. Wu Yingqi seemed to have considered the problem a long time ago. Not shaken by Li Yao at all, he said casually. When a new technology is just born, they will inevitably head toward the wrong direction more or less. How can you deny the value of a new technology just because of certain immature parts? As for the destruction of the Pangu civilization's alliance, we should view the incident critically. We need to absorb the experience of the Pangu clan, carrying on their shining parts and dropping their flaws, in order to achieve greater success on their shoulders. As we look to the future, we can learn from our past. Although the civilization of mankind today is far weaker than the Pangu civilization in the past, we have the greatest advantage, which is that we are on the shoulder of giants, and we do not need to walk on the paths that have been proved to be dead ends by them. What are dead ends? The simplest example is the Enlightenment technology that the Pangu clan invented. However, they probably had a lot of stubborn people who were terrified by the power of the new technology just like you. They did not develop the technology to the highest level and merely used it for the simple communication among the different carbon-based lives at the beginning. Later, they used it to wash away the feelings, emotions, and will of the people, turning the people into a blank paper without injecting anything in. They did that only because they were horrified by the universe beyond the universe. They lost the ruthlessness for evolution. They had no idea what to inject into the head. A person without bones will be a pile of mud, and a civilization without spirits is destined to die. If the Pangu clan did not occupy the head, the extraterrestrial devils certainly would. How could it be kept blank all the time? Do you understand it now? The Enlightenment technology was not wrong by itself. The mistake was that the Pangu clan only carried out half of it. They merely cleaned the wrong, complicated, messy thoughts and desires of the people, but they did not inject the new, healthy, positive thoughts and desires. The glorious and brilliant carbon-based lives in the past had all been transformed into zombies. How could they survive? The Covenant Alliance is the same. They found the most valuable treasure in the entire universe, and they had the technology that could change the world, but they are completely bound by the path of ultimate benevolence. They merely injected the admiration for the Pangu clan into their heads and the fear for the beyond of the boundless cosmos. They are just a duplicate Pangu clan of a smaller size, and they are destined to perish. However, my enlightenment will not stop halfway like them. Not only will I wash off the selfishness, greediness, short-sightedness, cowardness, and all the other unhealthy thoughts in the traitors, but more importantly, I will also inject bright, glittering pure ideas and help them forge the real beliefs so that they can be real men, great warriors, and pure, immortal cultivators. Liao's voice shivered. Do you expect me to believe that? Why not? Imagine such a beautiful future. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and waved his hands. Vivid holograms surfaced from all directions again. Inside every picture, countless immortal cultivators who seemed warm, enthusiastic, tall, and handsome were either dedicated to their studies or work wholeheartedly or fighting in the space battlefields fearlessly, except that their enemies were not human beings but some hideous alien species that Liao had never met before. The pictures seemed to be suggesting that they had already left the tiny swamp that was the Pangu universe and was fighting for a vaster space of survival in the grand universe. I will not, nor is it necessary for me to, deprive everybody of their thinking ability and your so-called free will. Really, 95% of the parts inside your brain will not be changed by me. I will only perform a minor, non-invasive mind surgery on the 5% of evilness, removing the dark and selfish parts and replacing them with the noble, selfless, and righteous ideas. They will be deeply carved on the brains and the souls and will never be forgotten. Xianxia elaborated. After such a minor mind surgery, the immortal cultivators will retain their previous memories and self-awareness, but they won't be as selfish, short-sighted, cowardly, and dark as before. Instead, they will be able to summon all their courage and loyalty and devote themselves to the entire civilization. They will forever abide by the rules that I have established for the Imperium. Any dark thought that occurs to them will be destroyed by themselves. Even when they are faced with the indescribable fear beyond the universe, they will still be able to summon their courage and fight till the end. How much can be changed depends on how corrupted they are. The more corrupted they are, the more they will be changed. For the people who have firm beliefs and great ambitions like you and General Lei Qinghu, you won't even feel the slightest change. You don't believe me? That's all right. I am not a monarch of the old days who decides everything by myself. In the future, we may even establish an Enlightenment Committee. We will gather the knowledgeable people in all industries to discuss the main ideas that are to be inculcated into the heads of the citizens this year. It will be like the Education Committee and the teams of editors for textbooks today. When that day comes, you can be one of the supervisors of this committee and monitor the thoughts that are to be poured into the heads of the citizens in person. Of course, we're in the middle of an emergency right now. Unusual circumstances call for unusual methods. There is no time for any democracy or supervision right now. I believe you can certainly understand that, right, Cultivator Liao? The Enlightenment Committee? Liao almost bit his own tongue off. Are you kidding me? An emperor does not joke. Do you think that I have the time to joke with you? You are underestimating my vision, Liao. After learning the vastness of the grand universe and the dangers in it, the competition between the cultivators and the immortal cultivators is already meaningless in my eyes. It is just a minor conflict among a bunch of kids. Xianxia sighed. Villains are everywhere, but frank advisors are hard to come by. 1,000 years ago, I was surrounded by villains. In my carelessness, I felt too good about myself under their adulation and did not carry on the reform to the end, which turned out to be a huge mistake. Those villains also grew into the behemoths like the 4 Kurfürst families. 1,000 years later, now that I've come back again, I've decided that I will not make the same mistake. I will not keep any of those villains. What I want is honest advisors like you. Liao, you can totally keep your beliefs as a cultivator. You can stay by my side as a mirror so that I can know myself better. Furthermore, do I really have any reason to destroy your country of cultivators? The deepest contradiction between the immortal cultivators and the cultivators, regarding the treatment for the ordinary people, is resulted from the shortage of resources and the population boom, isn't it? As long as the shortage of resources and the increase of population are not resolved, the conflict will always exist, and there will always be cultivators and immortal cultivators. Neither of us can change that. However, if my plan works out and we do jump out, we may find 10 times and even 100 times more resources than we have right now in the grand universe. By then, we will have copious materials and mental satisfaction that the contradictions between the immortal cultivators and the ordinary people will be gone. The ordinary people that you can never forget will all live a life of the deities. All of them can be given a planet each where they can be kings and queens. Then, is there any need for the immortal cultivators to exploit the ordinary people? Do we still have any contradictions? No, none whatsoever. So, if you are a real cultivator and you are considering the happiness and future of humanity, you will have fewer reasons to add to my trouble at such a critical moment, in which case we will both suffer heavy losses, and the villains and brainless puppets will take the advantage. You should stand on my side unwaveringly. When we join our hands, we will be able to rage in the entire universe. Xianxia's thoughts were truly turning into a whole sky of brilliant stars, and the stars were corrupted into the color of black instantly by his ambitions before they flooded into Liao's soul nonstop. As if hit by lightning and drowned in an abyss, Liao struggled to put up the final resistance. But your plan will kill a lot of people. In the Imperial Terminus sector alone, 30 to 50 billion people will die. What about them? They are the slits during the operation, the throes when a new life is born, the fuel to boost the civilization of mankind forward, and a price that we have to pay. Xianxia's eyes became profound and antique, as if he could see the changes in billions of years. He said in a completely inhumane tone, "We are all going to die in the long run. Not just us, even the ultimate experts in the 13 carbon-based clans that made up the Pangu Civilization's alliance. No, not just Pangu, all the formidable civilizations that once existed in this universe during the tens of billions of years before Pangu have all been swallowed by time. There is absolutely nothing left now. In the past billions of years, hundreds of the most prosperous primordial civilizations perished, and the civilization of mankind will repeat their course soon. In such a magnificent background, does the life or death of a few individuals really matter? I can tell that you also believe we cannot wait and be killed but have to march out in search for a way of survival. Then, have you considered how dangerous the universe out there is? Has it occurred to you that, even though we may reach a final destination, allowing the civilization of mankind to reach a certain glorious eternity, the journey will still be such an arduous march that perhaps 99% of the people will die on the way and only 1% of them will be the ancestors of new human beings? It can't be helped. Even though we know for sure that those people will be sacrificed, we have to go forward relentlessly, because that is the significance of life. Billions of years ago, when the first fish crawled onto the continent clumsily, I believe that it was not unique but had many companions. However, 99% of the other fish died of drought in the lethal air. By the same logic, when the ancient apes reached the plains from the forests timidly, they must have paid tremendous sacrifices under the claws and tusks of the ferocious beasts on the plains too. If the fish and the apes were intelligent, and if you were the commander of the fish and the apes, would you tell your partners that it is too dangerous up ahead, and that you should return to your warm and safe nest because you are reluctant to pay the minor sacrifices? Yes, your partners may be kept safe for now, but the future of the civilization will be completely obliterated by your petty kindness. Trust me, if possible, I want to reduce the casualties as much as possible, but this is a war. It is not just a war between the reformists and the nobles, or one between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance, much less one between the immortal cultivators and the cultivators, but a war between new human beings and old human beings. It is a war that will change the world. Such a conflict between the old and the new can't be gentle, harmless, and gradual as you imagined. It is destined to raise the most intense contradictions. Too many obsolete interest groups will be crumbled. Many people will die. The virtue of a general is not to keep his every soldier safe, but to try to make every soldier die a worthwhile death, so that their lives can be traded for the greatest results and the eventual victory. In many cases, even if the general knows that the troop leading the charge or covering the retreat will be wiped out, he will still have to ruthlessly send his most beloved and most elite troop into inevitable doom. Is the general an unpardonable murderer? No, it is the responsibility of a commander. Liao couldn't hold it anymore and roared. Soldiers are all braced for death, but what you are going to kill are not soldiers but civilians. Wrong. The classification between soldiers and civilians only applies for the civil wars of mankind. In the wars in the grand universe that we will soon face, in the infinite battles of infinite civilizations, everybody will be a warrior who has to devote their everything to the whole civilization. Xianxia's voice also became aggressive. Think about it. If one day we truly march out of the grand universe, only to be faced with the full scourge of a certain alien civilization, would it tell the difference between soldiers and civilians within mankind? Or, if we are faced with a civilization where each planet is a magnificent weapon, and it is crushing at our world, about to tear our planets apart with the tidal force, will it tell the difference between soldiers and civilians? If a mysterious force above the three-dimension world arrives, and is about to raise or lower the dimension of our world, transforming us into a certain weird, indescribable state, will it care about the difference between soldiers and civilians? Don't be silly. Since the moment we discovered the grand universe, the old morals are already gone. The whole civilization has naturally entered a new age where everybody is a soldier. In order to survive in the dark universe, everybody can and must be sacrificed. One wouldn't deserve to be the commander of mankind without such a cold and clear understanding. I can't do it. Covering his head, Liao replied in agony. I can't treat so many living individuals as fuel. I can't accept the death of billions of people casually. I can't view the problem from the perspective of billions of years. I can't do it in any case. Yes, 99% of people can't. They cannot break themselves away as individuals and view the problem from the perspective of the whole civilization. Therefore, Cultivator Liao, no matter how strong you are, you can't be a qualified leader. If the civilization of mankind is led by a cowardly man full of petty kindness like you, it will perish within several hundred years. Xianxia smiled casually. However, it doesn't matter. I can achieve what you can't. That's why I am the most perfect commander of the civilization of mankind, and all you need to do is to help me. Your rationality obviously tells you that what I say and do are right, but you can't accept it emotionally. You can't be a leader, and you are stopping me from becoming one. What's the reasoning in that? The civilization of mankind always requires an absolutely rational and absolutely cruel commander. Who else can it be if not me? Would it be better if the commander is as kind, vulnerable, and sympathetic as you, who will cry or shout useless slogans whenever anything happens? Liao bulged his eyes, not knowing what to say for a moment. Your kindness that is limited by personal feelings is only petty kindness, if not hypocrisy. You only see that tens of billions of people may die before your eyes, but you have never considered the lives of the hundreds of billions of other people in the Imperium. Xianxia's voice grew tough again, although it was mild for a while. Do you not understand? The tens of billions of people in the Imperial Terminus sector are destined to die. If I do not activate the next Sun plan, the 4 families' ace fleets will occupy the capital planet tomorrow, and there will be as many victims who will die of massacre, famine, and plague. To make things worse, The four families are too useless and unorganized to resist the main force of the Covenant Alliance. The Imperium will definitely collapse under the Covenant Alliance's ambush. By then, not only will the number of victims be multiple times higher than tens of billions, but the survivors will inevitably be brainwashed by the Covenant Alliance in the worst way. See? Your kindness can't change anything and will only make things worse. If hundreds of billions of people are truly killed in the massacre of the four families and the invasion of the Covenant Alliance, that will be your crime. They will be killed by your hypocrisy and your ridiculous sense of justice, as well as your moral values. Dumbfounded, Liao was lost for words. He only wanted to buy more time in the beginning and pretended that he was brainwashed by Wu Yingqi. However, his beliefs were truly corrupted bit by bit, and countless cold and dark things were injected into his mind. With everything coming to this point, countless people will die and countless people will be brainwashed one way or another. There's nothing that you or I can do to stop it. Wu Yingqi sighed and said, I can only prevent the death of hundreds of billions of people by the death of tens of billions of people. I can only prevent the pale and evil brainwashing of the Covenant Alliance through righteous brainwashing. I can only try to make the sacrifices of countless individuals to be more worthwhile so that their deaths would not be for nothing. Even though I will be cursed for all eternity after doing that, I will not hesitate to do it as long as it is in the best interest of the future of mankind. I may kill 1 million innocent women and children today, but 1 billion innocent women and children will be saved tomorrow by what I did today. That's the greater kindness and justice. That's what might be called boundless love. Cultivator Liao, I have been so patient with you because I do appreciate your talents. Are you still being pig-headed? If you insist on your beliefs, you'd better come up with a solid reason that disapproves of what I said and a way to resolve the four families and even the alliance of the Holy Covenant with no bloodshed. Liao was stunned for a long time, and his voice became weaker and weaker. But the whole Imperial Terminus sector will be destroyed by you. How can the Imperium deal with the Covenant Alliance after its heart is destroyed? Ha ha, ha ha ha. It seems that you have accepted my opinion despite the details that still need discussing. But these trivial problems are easy to settle. Wu Yingqi laughed aloud and waved his hands. You've made the same mistake on the matter, which is that you are viewing the new world with obsolete eyes. The so-called capital is only necessary for a political entity on a planet. A real interstellar civilization does not need to, nor should it, set up a capital. It is not the heart of the Imperium but a cancer and the greatest redundancy of the country. Or rather, even if the interstellar civilization does need a political center, it should not be fixed to a certain planet but should be mobile. That is the only way to project the influence of the political center to the local places in time. An interstellar civilization does not need a capital? The theory shattered Liao's mindset again and opened a whole new gate for him. That's right. In the age of the ancient cultivators, the methods of communication and transportation were relatively underdeveloped, and the territory of the regime was not huge. That's why the rulers concentrated most of the leaders and the experts in one place, known as the court in the capital, which is the epicenter of politics, economy, and military. At that time, it was a rather reasonable approach. Wu Yingqi elaborated. But when it comes to this day, a united country of mankind can easily govern hundreds of sectors, with a territory that spans across millions of light-years. If you continue to rely on the experience of politics in the past, hoping to rule over the whole universe with one planet, wouldn't it be too absurd? You can tell it if you look at the capital planet today. In order to govern the whole universe, too many government agencies have been set up in this place. As a result, the population is booming, the agencies are bloated, and the environment is polluted. The departments and the major forces hamstring each other. This place has completely lost the functions as the brain and the heart. When the nobles and the strongmen at the remote border of the Imperium grow insubordinate, it is beyond the capital's reach, and it is impossible to mobilize troops in time to restrain and suppress them. As a result, the four Kurfürsten and other local warlords have arisen, making the Imperium fall apart. How does such a capital help with anything? As a matter of fact, since the first time that mankind embarked on the journey into space, They should have given up the obsolete way of administration. They shouldn't have established a fixed capital at all. It's a pity that from the demons to the Imperium 1,000 years ago, none ever saw through it, which resulted in tragedies again and again. Let's talk about the collapse of the Star Ocean Imperium, the greatest catastrophe 10,000 years ago. At that time, the brilliant Supreme Emperor stayed on the capital planet but asked the Blood God to command the strongest expedition army and crush the remnant demons in space. As a result, the political force and the military force of the Star Ocean Imperium were completely separated. It was absolutely impossible for the capital planet to command the expedition army millions of light-years away effectively. There were too many variables in the expedition that took decades to consider. Even if the Blood God was the Supreme Emperor's clone, so what? A rebellion is the inevitable outcome. If the Supreme Emperor had seen through it in time and moved all the government agencies of the Star Ocean Imperium into the expedition army, regarding the expedition fleet as a mobile capital, so that he could command the troops in person, how could the Blood God have had the chance to rebel? And how could the Star Ocean Imperium have collapsed? Attracted, Liao felt that what Wuxia said was so reasonable that he could not come up with any argument. In fact, many knowledgeable people since ancient times have vaguely realized the problem, and they made certain efforts intentionally or unintentionally. Wuxia went on and said, "From the demon beast empire to the imperium of true human beings, a lot of people who were in power established supermassive space fortresses. Sometimes they even hollowed a whole planet and modified it into a military fortress, naming it as Death Star, Destruction Star, Doom Star, Dark Star, or the likes. As a matter of fact, from the military point of view, the battle efficiency of such superspace fortresses, which put all the eggs into the same basket, was terribly low. Not only was their mobility close to zero, but they could also be attacked easily once the enemy broke in. It was a better option to devote the abundant resources that were spent on them to the construction of fleets or the armed forces on the surface of the planet. However, even if the Death Star of the previous regime had poor performance on the battlefield and got destroyed instantly, the new regime would continue to establish new Death Stars. Why was that? Were the military experts and technicians all idiots who could not see the fatal shortcoming of such supermassive space fortresses? No, the key is not military but politics. The purpose in building those super space fortresses with a huge fortune was not for their performance on the battlefield, but to absorb the resources of the local places incessantly during the construction so that the power of the local magnates would be diminished. When the local magnates could not resist the order of the court, the long-term peace and prosperity of the regime would be ensured. Of course, the local magnates understood the intention of the court very well. Therefore, they slandered such supermassive space fortresses through all kinds of channels, even by depicting the destructions of those super Death Stars in the literary works. They mocked such splendid-looking but actually useless weapons. But the truth was that they just did not want to be drained by the court with the excuse of the construction work. In the past, the counterattack of the local forces all worked out. Not a single regime had persisted on the strategy of weakening the local forces. Besides, the capital planet was too prosperous and convenient. Not a single emperor could bear to leave this enjoyable world and start from zero. 1,000 years ago, I did not see through it and couldn't bear to depart from it. But today, I have clearly realized how ridiculous it is to have a fixed capital. I've made up my mind to move the capital to a fleet that is large in scale and has a high combat ability, transforming the Imperium into some sort of grand starship civilization. However, the issue is too huge. There are too many stubborn interest groups on the capital planet. Not only do the four Kurfürst families hold tremendous interests in this place, but the reformists, including the Wuxia family, are also deeply rooted too. If I propose the motion to relocate the capital, it will definitely raise the objection of countless people. Can't be helped. The capital has been the capital of the civilization of mankind for almost 50,000 years. Those short-sighted and obstinate guys are too used to it to realize the problem. Therefore, I've decided to resolve the problem from the source by destroying the Imperial Terminus sector. In such a way, those noisy flies will have to shut their mouths. There's nothing they can do even if they do not want to move the capital. While a great price will be paid in the short run, It will be of great help for the sustainable development of the civilization of mankind in the long term. A short pain is definitely better than a lasting pain. By sacrificing the Imperial Terminus sector, I will receive a super fleet that has an extremely high combatability where everybody is fair and clean. Then, I will move the entire court to this new fleet which can be named the Capital Fleet. Henceforth, the Capital Fleet will cruise in the whole universe regularly. Whenever it reaches a sector, particularly one that is under the control of the powerful lords, it will use the local resources to strengthen the fleet and deal with the local corruption. It will also select the local talents and bring the best geniuses into the fleet, strengthening the court and weakening the local powers. After every 20 to 30 years, it will be possible to cruise across the Imperium. During the 30 years, even if the local powers intend to rebel, there won't be enough time for them to develop new rebellious troops. Even though corruptions take place at the bottom level, they will not spread out too severely, and most importantly, they can be excised and treated soon. In such a way, not just 1,000 years, my Imperium will be steady, peaceful, and uncorrupted even 10,000 years later. The scale and combatability of the Capital Fleet, including the generations of experts living in it, will be stronger and stronger. When the time is ripe and enough resources and technologies are stashed, the Capital Fleet will change into an expedition army to march at the grand universe. Liao, what do you think about the future that I described? Do you not believe that it is the only practical solution? Liao licked his lips again and again, only to feel that they were still dry. The more he listened, the more he felt that Wu Yingqi had a point, at least partly. Just like what I said, if you find any flaws or mistakes in the details, you are free to speak. Wu Yingqi said tolerantly, as long as your point is valid, I will definitely follow your suggestion. Yes, there is one flaw. His head in a mess, Liao asked about one detail. Your next sun plan will not kill tens of billions of people instantly but will completely disrupt their heads, transforming them into beasts that are full of killing desires. Infinite horror will be created on the capital planet. Would it cause a massive arrival of the extraterrestrial devils? After hearing that, Wu Yingqi couldn't help but put on a gloating smile. It is very considerate of you to think about the extraterrestrial devils, Liao. But, Wu Yingqi smiled. There's no need to worry about the extraterrestrial devils. I have taken them into the calculation. I can even control all the devilized people and make them work for the Imperium. You can control the devilized people? Liao was shocked again. No, something was greatly wrong. He had neglected a very important thing. What was it exactly? Think about it. That was Wu Yingqi's greatest secret. Yes, that's it. It doesn't make any sense. Speaking of which, where did you learn the secrets of the gold crystal pyramid, Your Majesty? Not only do you know the accurate coordinates, you even know the methods to transform the gold crystal pyramid into a gigantic brainwave enhancer, don't you? Liao mumbled in the lowest voice. Although you spent hundreds of years in the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum, you couldn't have learned it from the Supreme Emperor because the other half of the key to open the most central part of the mausoleum wasn't found by Your Majesty. But instead, it had fallen into my hands. Since Your Majesty never really opened the core of the mausoleum, it was naturally impossible for you to get the whole heritages of the Supreme Imperium. Besides, I don't believe that the Supreme Emperor was the kind of person who would modify the gold crystal pyramid to massively brainwash all human beings. Furthermore, the Supreme Emperor was the extraterrestrial devil's greatest enemy. There was no reason why he could control billions of devils. Considering the battle on the capital planet 10,000 years ago, only 2 people were aware of the secrets of the gold crystal pyramid. Apart from the Supreme Emperor, it was Blood God, the Mad Armageddon. Also, the Blood God was corrupted by the extraterrestrial devils and turned into a demonic cultivator before he betrayed the Supreme Emperor. The rebelling army that the Blood God commanded was a coalition army of humans, demons, and devils. Is it possible? Having grown into Blackstar, the great of the Imperium of true human beings in only several hundred years from a crippled refugee who escaped from the Martial Meritocrats sector, Your Majesty is somewhat related to the Blood God, the legendary strongest demonic cultivator. After he said that, the atmosphere in the whole illusionary realm immediately became intense. Behind Wu Yingqi's image where black smoke was popping up, tides of blood were soaring higher and higher. An army of thousands of monsters was gathering into a new source of strength for him. What a keen observation. You have exceeded my evaluation for you again and again. I'm truly appreciating you right now, Liao. I'm more and more inclined to kill you but finding it harder and harder to kill you, Wu Yingqi said with a smile. That's right. You wouldn't believe it even if I deny it. The blood god and I were indeed in a master-disciple relationship for a while 1,000 years ago. I learned a lot from the strongest demonic cultivator in history. The experience changed both me and the future of this universe. However, it's a very long time, and I'll tell you when there is more time. Right now, you only need to know that the blood god is no more. He will cause no trouble to our plan. Did you kill him? Observing his face, Liao rolled his eyes and said, The blood god taught you everything, hoping that you could grow into his tool and achieve a certain purpose for him. But out of his expectation, you did not grow into what he wanted you to be, but created a unique path that is, immortal cultivator. You killed the blood god and then established your own everlasting enterprise, right? Wu Yingqi nodded his head and said, You don't need to know the specific details. All you need to know is that I am absolutely not the kind of insane puppets that are controlled by the extraterrestrial devils. Of course, I can tell you that your majesty is brilliant and meticulous. However, I'm still baffled by one thing. What are the so-called tenebrum energy and extraterrestrial devils? Do they really only have negative influences such as destruction, slaughter, and chaos? Definitely not. The tenebrum energy and the extraterrestrial devils are all very valuable. They can totally improve the civilization of mankind by 10,000 years. However, the powers of the energy and the thoughts are too advanced for most human beings to bear. That's why most ordinary people will go mad. Wu Yingqi said, When I learned about the blood god, I heard a lot of things about the extraterrestrial devils and the things beyond. By beyond, I mean the universe beyond the universe. It's... Liao blurted out, multiverse. Yes, multiverse, that's a very accurate word. It seems that you do know a lot of things, Liao. Wu Yingqi stared at Liao and continued, Since you are aware of multiverse, you should know that countless bizarre civilizations exist in the multiverse. Many of the civilizations are vastly different from ours, and many are tens of thousands of years ahead of the civilization of mankind. They are truly like the legendary gods. However, no matter how powerful and advanced a civilization is, they cannot avoid their destiny of death. Most of the civilizations will launch the essence of their whole civilizations in a certain way before their destruction, like a dying man leaving the precious last words. The last words of a civilization are often launched and transmitted in the form of a certain wave. They contain the legacy of the entire civilization as well as the anger and regret when it is faced with destruction. That's the prototype of extraterrestrial devils. Deeply attracted, Liao couldn't help but ask, But how do the last words of a civilization turn into ferocious extraterrestrial devils, right? Wu Yingqi smiled. It's very simple. Most civilizations did not die of natural cause, but suffered unexpected disasters and perished abruptly. In the world of ancient cultivators, if a man died in fury under torture, it would be possible that he would turn into a vicious ghost. If a civilization dies abruptly, it is also possible that its last words are filled with negative feelings and the thought of revenge. They hope that their legacy is found by a new civilization and that the new civilization will follow their last words and avenge them in the future. Think about it, can there be any love or beauty in those last words? They are definitely the most extreme and atrocious stuff. On the other hand, any legacy will be twisted and eroded during the transmission in space. Waves are never a steady means of storage in the first place. After drifting for hundreds of thousands of light years, it is only reasonable that they are riddled with holes and only have the modeled pieces left. Even though they record the most neutral and peaceful techniques, it is still possible that somebody will be deranged if they only practice part of the technique. More importantly, The civilizations and the individuals in the multiverse are mostly so different from mankind that it is impossible for us to understand each other. Think about it. If a civilization of bugs that only has communities but not individuals, or if an individual civilization, where one life form occupies a whole planet, leaves last words, even though the last words are not malicious at all but only contain their soul marks, the ordinary people will consider themselves to be a bug in a community of bugs, or a behemothic creature that covers a whole planet after hearing the words. How could the ordinary people not be collapsed and deranged? Liao nodded his head. You do have a point, Your Majesty. Wu Yingqi's words fitted Long Yangjuan's speculation in the past. It was very likely to be the truth. Overly expanding strength tended to enchant people in the first place, not to mention that it was from a completely different civilization that was thousands of years more advanced. It was perfectly normal for the ordinary people to be crushed by such last words. While the extraterrestrial devils are highly dangerous, we still need to study and analyze them, because they are too valuable. The simplest example will be the usage of the tenebrum energy, which has been brought into our universe by different extraterrestrial devils and is likely to help us break out of this universe. Wu Yingqi said, Of course, the study and analysis on the extraterrestrial devils have to wait until I get back the Imperium. There's no need to talk about that for now. All you need to know right now, Liao, is that I have absolute confidence to control the extraterrestrial devils and the devilized people. In conclusion, my next Sun plan can achieve 4 purposes. First of all, the 4 Kurfürst family's ace fleets will be crushed, and the Imperium will be regathered into an impenetrable whole. Secondly, all the suspicions and disputes about the relocation of the capital will be cut from the source. The political center of the Imperium will be moved from a planet to a group of starships. The civilization of mankind will be upgraded from an interstellar civilization into a grand universe civilization. Thirdly, with the Deep-Sea Fleet as the center, the Imperial Guards and the Astounding Thunder Fleet as the bones, and the 4 Kurfürst family's ace fleets as the flesh and blood, the brand new capital fleet will become the prototype of the future expedition army of the grand universe. Nothing can stop us from pressing forward. Fourthly, it is also very possible for us to harvest billions of devilized people. While those devilized people are ignorant slaughter machines, they can be projected to the front line under my control as the first defense line to resist the attack of the Covenant Alliance. The extraterrestrial devils and the Covenant Alliance are sworn enemies in the first place. I believe that the devilized people will stall the Covenant Alliance long enough for me to mobilize the troops and gather my strength. The Covenant Alliance's ambush will only become a joke. This plan is a stone that kills 4 birds. I've taken every detail into consideration. Every problem has corresponding solutions. I can definitely lead the civilization of mankind to a re-rise. Liao, do you have anything else to say? I do have some questions. Liao said, Please forgive my dumbness, but I haven't quite understood many details. Should we sort everything through from the beginning, Your Majesty? Of course. Wu Yingqi's smile remained unchanged, but a demonic brilliance beamed out of his eyes. However, I have better ways to show my sincerity for you. Liao. Hardly had he concluded his sentence when the black nerves, which had been as thick as vipers in the beginning, further expanded, injecting Wu Yingqi's powerful mental force into the depths of Liao's soul, as if they were transmitting blood. The black stripes that enshrouded Liao were immediately connected and expanded into a gigantic black water drop, completely swallowing Liao. Boom! Liao saw all kinds of illusions. He seemed to have become the commander of the Pangu clan who was in a dilemma, the fish who led his clan to leave the ocean and the monkey that escaped from the forest. He became a member of the primordial civilizations that had been born and died in this tiny universe billions of years ago. Suddenly, he heard countless restless souls who died miserably berating him, claiming that he caused their deaths. It was exactly because he stopped Wu Yingqi's plan that the capital fell and the Imperium collapsed. Countless people had been killed because of his mistake. Suddenly, he saw the new Imperium and the future civilization of mankind a long time after the next Sun Plan was enforced. What a magnificent civilization it was! The clean and prosperous planets, the splendid capital fleet, and the tall and handsome immortal cultivators. Because enough living space had been found in the multiverse, even the ordinary people had gained resources that were more than what they could enjoy in their entire lives. The pictures, the voices, the thoughts, and the marks surged into Liao's soul like surging blood and a swarm of beasts, crushing all the defense lines, polluting all the will, and expanding all the gaps into devastating wounds. They then further pressed into the deeper consciousness along the wounds, about to transform Liao's subconsciousness into a terrifying monster. Liao spent a long time inside the black drop. In the end, the black water drop blossomed like a bud, and Liao, whose eyes were entirely black, flew out gradually, with an unprecedented epiphany on his face. Liao, you've woken up. Wuxia looked at Liao with a smile. Yes, Your Majesty, I've woken up. Liao's voice couldn't have sounded more gloomy and creepy. How do you feel right now? Can you see the road ahead of you? Wuxia asked again. It's crystal clear. To think that I was unable to resolve the simple arithmetic to compare billions with trillions. What an idiot I was in the past. Liao stared at Wuxia, with the most intense brilliance beaming out of his eyes. He slowly extended his arm and clenched his fist, before he said in the most sincere way, Long live Your Majesty. Long live Blackstar the Great. Long live the Imperium of true human beings. Inside the gold crystal tower in reality, Liao's slightly closed eyelids shivered, and he slowly opened his eyes. The whole dark night seemed to have been condensed inside. There was still a hint of confusion on his face, as if he just had a long and profound dream. While rubbing his temples, he thought in a trance. He also scratched his skin so hard that red marks were left on it, as if he were trying to break his shell and reveal his brand new self below. Then, he saw Wuxia, who was standing not far away from him. Like a black mountain, Wuxia occupied his entire vision. Liao's eyebrows were furrowed. Two massive forces were having a fierce competition inside his heart. His eyelids, lips, and fingers were all cramping crazily. A moment later, with ambiguous noises echoing from the depths of his throat, he fell on one of his knees as a gesture of submission to Wuxia. Liao, this is exactly the effect of enlightenment. How about it? It does not affect your thinking ability and your free will, does it? Wuxia asked casually. It doesn't. Liao's face flushed as he thought carefully for a moment and replied, I am still a cultivator who persists in the path of the cultivators and loves my hometown. I still believe that the lives of so many people shouldn't be sacrificed recklessly if there is a better option. However, we don't have an option right now. While Your Majesty's solution seems cruel, it is the least bad and the most effective plan with the highest odds of success. Therefore, I am a cultivator and I support Your Majesty are not contradictory. In fact, they can only coexist. If I am a real cultivator who cares about the maximal interests of mankind instead of my own hypocritical moral misophobia, I should support Your Majesty. If I don't support Your Majesty, I'll be a sanctimonious false cultivator, as much of a scumbag as the false immortal cultivators, if not even worse than them. Everything above is the conclusion that I've made through independent and rational thinking with a clear head. It is absolutely not controlled by any force or any kind of evil brainwashing. I have merely been convinced by Your Majesty's reason. The more Liao talked, the more determined and calm he appeared, as if he had truly dissected and analyzed his own brain. Ha 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 ha. It's great to know that you can think in such a way, Liao. Wuxia laughed aloud. Exactly, the so-called brainwashing is just reasoning in a more advanced and effective way. Is it evil and terrifying at all? If Your Majesty is going to perform massive enlightenment on the four families' ace fleets so that they can understand the reasons too, Liao said solemnly, I swear to God that I'll definitely support Your Majesty with my everything. Huh? Wuxia narrowed his eyes and looked at Liao. Then he suddenly found it odd and asked, Why is your face red and perspiring? Because I am excited. Liao wiped the sweat on his neck and looked at it. He said, Just now, Your Majesty showed me the future of the new Imperium and mankind. What a magnificent fleet! What a glorious civilization! And what happy people! After watching it, I feel so excited that it is impossible for me to calm myself down. I almost hate that I cannot time travel to the Golden Age in the future. Ah, Your Majesty. Ah, the Imperium. Ah. Liao suddenly kneeled on the ground and vomited so hard that his stomach acid was almost thrown out. Wu Yingqi was stunned. Liao, what was that about? I don't know. I just feel that the world around me is shaking, and I cannot control myself. Liao looked at Wu Yingqi and spurted out acidic fluids again, making quite a fuss. It's probably the information flooding into my head is too much for me to process. Does the technology of enlightenment have such side effects? I'll have to ask for your advice, Your Majesty. Wu Yingqi was silent. The technology of enlightenment naturally had plenty of side effects. Not just the shock on the brain and nausea, even schizophrenia, madness, and brain explosion shouldn't come as any surprise. Also, Wu Yingqi had sensed one thing or two about the powerfulness and weirdness of Liao's soul too. Therefore, he could not foresee what kind of negative effects would be raised during the collision of souls. Vomiting was a natural reaction to brain concussion. That should be the side effect with minimal influence, right? Please rest assured, Your Majesty, I'll be fine. I'm getting used to the vomiting. His face pale. Liao held his stomach and said, Let's not care about such unimportant things. There are a lot of things, including the whole plan I had in mind and all the traps that I set up, that I would like to confess to Your Majesty frankly, but first of all, allow me to help Your Majesty to capture the other two rebels. I hope that Your Majesty gives them a chance to return from the lost journey, so that they can enjoy the unprecedented epiphany just like I did through your enlightenment. Li Jialing rushed crazily among the caves that looked like a maze, holding back his beating heart that was ripping his chest apart. He did not dare to look back at the stormy barrage behind him. Suddenly, his left foot accidentally stepped into a gap and cracked. He was in such agony that his tears almost surged out. However, he did not dare to stay any longer but rolled into a branch that extended downward. It was not until he rolled into the darkness at the end and heard no sound from behind for a long time that he finally moaned in a low voice. Sister Long. He called Long Yangjun in a point-to-point communicator. Where are you? I can't hold on any longer. A whole crystal suit legion is after me. I'm in the cave 700 meters to your left. But it's very dangerous here. Don't come close. Long Yangjun gnashed her teeth in the secret communication channel. Wu Yingqi has kept so many experts under his command. They are also fearless and determined to die with me the moment they meet me, entirely different from the cowards of the four families. I'm trapped here too. I wonder what's happening on Brother Yao's side. Li Jialing squeezed rapidly freezing gels and high-density bone stimulators on his ankle that was as swollen as a ball. While activating his spiritual energy to accelerate the healing of his bone, he said desperately, Wu Yingqi has entered the gold crystal pyramid and spent hours with Brother Yao inside. What are they doing inside exactly? Would anything happen to Brother Yao? Rest assured about that. Bad guys always outlive good guys. Your Brother Yao can't die so easily. Long Yangjun grunted, as if she had been hit by the enemy brutally. However, if the bad guy does not come to help us, we two good guys will certainly be outlived by him. While the two of them were talking, a thunderous explosion that sounded as if the core of the planet had collapsed echoed from the depths of the ground. They thought that it was the explosion of a supercrystal bomb, but the explosion lingered on like a surging tide and gradually approached them, becoming louder and louder and resulting in greater and greater quakes. An earthquake? A supermassive earthquake. Li Jialing and Long Yangjun, who were several hundred meters away, both changed their expressions greatly. The tectonic structure in this area had been ripped apart and sabotaged by the Supreme Emperor and the Blood God again and again 10,000 years ago. Now it was riddled with holes by Wu Yingqi's Imperial Guards again. Such an intense earthquake immediately raised the collapse of tunnels and caves. The rocks weighing billions of tons fell from the sky and completely changed the terrain. Even though most of the Imperial Guards had stayed in the safe area that was calculated in advance, some of them were still away from the safe area chasing after Li Jialing and Long Yangjun. They were large in number but weak. As a result, the falling rocks gave them quite a heavy blow. Li Jialing and Long Yongjun were both experts above average and wouldn't be trapped by the rocks for now. However, the drastic changes around as well as the incessant quakes, each more intense than the last, made the two of them look more awful than ever. They thought of a possibility at the same time. The gold crystal pyramid had been activated. Liao couldn't stop Wu Yingqi's plan after all. The supermassive brainwashing attempt conducted through the solar storm had begun. Right then, a third voice, a calm voice that belonged to Liao, interjected in their secret communication channel. "Where are you hiding?" Liao asked. "Brother Yao." Li Jialing was both surprised and delighted. "You've escaped. Where are you? What happened inside the gold crystal pyramid?" "There's no time for any explanation. I'm here." Liao sent a pair of coordinates to them, which were not far away from them. "Let's meet here, and I'll tell you everything." "Okay." Not suspecting anything, Li Jialing immediately rushed toward Liao. "Wait." Long Yongjun, however, grew skeptical. "Liao, did anything happen to you?" "Not at all. I did have many problems a few hours ago, but I don't have any of them right now. Trust me, I found a solution. Although it is very risky and may result in many problems, it is certainly worth a try." Liao said, "You will understand it when you see me." But Long Yongjun was still hesitating. Li Jialing, however, hopped to the coordinates given by Liao and searched for him in the dispersing smoke. Very soon, he found a dark shadow in the smoke that was as dense as a fog. "Brother Yao." Li Jialing strode forward and greeted him, not noticing anything wrong until he saw the black hair that was dancing crazily like tentacles on the back of the stranger's head. However, there was already no time. It was his mother. No, some kind of dark existence that lurked inside his mother's body and controlled her face. A face with a mysterious smile gradually surfaced from the mist. It was Wu Yingqi, Blackstar the Great. Hiss! The blood all over Li Jialing's body as well his brain nerves was entirely frozen, and he gasped in desperation. Long Yongjuan's shocked and furious shout was echoing in the communication channel too, mixed with the noises as she fought Liao. "Liao, you have betrayed us." Boom! 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 Liao and Long Yongjun, two dominating experts who had reached the peak of the divinity transformation stage if not beyond, blew out 120% of their strength, raising noises that sounded like collisions of meteorites and blasts that constituted visible tsunamis. Even the shock from the gold crystal pyramid's abrupt rise from the bottom of the planet seemed to have been dwarfed by the battle of the two experts. Now, even without the point-to-point communicator, it was already possible to hear Liao and Long Yongjuan's desperate roars in the stones, mist, smoke, and blasts. "Liao, what are you doing? You're out of your mind. Have you forgotten who you are? You are a cultivator." "I am not out of my mind, and I certainly haven't forgotten a cultivator's destiny, which is to protect the interests of mankind as much as possible, and not to protect my own reputation and moral values. I cannot ruin the whole civilization because of a certain ridiculous code of conduct in my heart." "What did Wu Yingqi do to you? Did he completely brainwash you? Hurry and wake up. I am wide awake right now. The so-called brainwashing is absolutely different from what we imagined. His Majesty did not inculcate any thoughts into my head by force but merely enlightened me. What I think and do right now are based on absolute rationality. You, on the other hand, need to calm down. Long Yongjun." "You? What? Do you want to ask why I speak of your real name? That's because hiding is absolutely meaningless right now. You've been surrounded by thousands of soldiers and His Majesty himself. Where can you possibly hide? Your only way out and the only solution to the trouble right now is to kneel before His Majesty like me and cheer, 'Long live Blackstar the Great,' from the bottom of your heart. Trust me. You have to trust me that it is the only way to rescue all the people. I'll be damned if I trust you. You traitor. I must have been blind to regard you as a friend. Hee hee. If you are unwilling to take my kind advice, don't blame me for my ruthlessness. Friend? Hee hee. We aren't friends since the very beginning. Instead, we are sworn enemies, right? On the Nuwa warship in the Ancient Sages sector after we came to the Imperium, or even below the ground of the capital planet, you tricked me more times than I can count. Now, I've let go of the grudge and offered to enlighten you, but you do not appreciate my favor at all? If you don't know what's good for yourself, you might as well die. Liao you. Their intermittent talks were interrupted by the deafening explosions now and then, but their voices were gradually filled with fury. The two experts were fighting for real without any disguise. Wuxia stopped the Imperial Guards from moving forward. He even asked the experts among the Imperial Guards to evacuate to the safe area. He stood in the mist alone and sensed the spiritual energy from Liao and Long Yangjun, analyzing whether or not they were really fighting. It appeared that they were fighting for real. Li Jialing stood before Wuxia, his heart half frozen, but he did not dare to move at all under the suppression of the overwhelming vibe. He merely touched the back of his head, while Wuxia was completely focused on the battle between Liao and Long Yangjun. But out of his expectation, he sensed dozens of tentacles of spiritual energy from Wuxia the moment he moved his arm. They tied him up, leaving bloody marks on his flesh. Don't move. Wuxia did not bother to look at the young lion at all. Staring at Liao and Long Yangjun without blinking, he said casually, "Your body is mine. If you behave, I will spare your soul. Otherwise, I will draw your soul and crumble it into pieces." Li Jialing found himself flying into Wuxia's hand, which grabbed his neck tightly as the two of them jumped into Liao and Long Yangjun's battlefield. Now, Liao and Long Yangjun were on Wuxia's two sides. If the two of them had been acting up until so far, it was actually an excellent spot to attack him. However, Liao showed no signs of attacking Wuxia at all. Instead, he activated hundreds of scorching streaks of brilliance from his cosmos ring, which rained upon Long Yangjun overwhelmingly. He also roared, "Your Majesty, watch out!" He stopped before Wuxia fearlessly like a loyal dog. Long Yangjun dodged Liao's barrage in a hurry. Her face blushing, she cursed aloud again. In the meantime, the dark mental force, like a flood that had just broken the dam, poured out of Wuxia's eyebrows and swept at Long Yangjun's brain. Long Yangjun and Liao were on par with each other in the first place. Their previous battle had exhausted most of their physical and mental strength. Now that Wuxia's mental attack in the divinity branching stage had come, how could she resist it? Her expression became tranced, and her spiritual energy was disordered. Even though she was not hypnotized yet, she was at least in some sort of confusion. Blood was also spreading out of Liao's pores, making him look even more hideously. He panted hard and strode at Long Yangjun while he grinned hideously. "Even though you are a dual successor of the Pangu clan and the Nuo clan, so what? Even though you are a duplicate of a primeval warrior, so what? Even though you know countless secrets of the primeval age and the locations of relics, how can they help you? You are going to be killed by me after all. Let me tell me, I've been trying to figure out for years which of us is stronger and whether or not I can kill you. It seems that I can. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha." Liao raised his fiery saber high, the brilliance of the saber bouncing off Long Yangjun's tranced and desperate face. "Wait!" Wuxia frowned hard with a weird look. "Don't attack just yet. What did you just say? Is she a primeval successor?" Liao blinked and said quickly, "It's not a big deal, Your Majesty. This is a highly cunning and dangerous person. There will be great risks if she is kept alive. Allow me to execute her first and tell her background to you later." After he said that, he raised his saber and was about to chop, only to be stopped by an overwhelming force. "Did you not hear my words?" Wuxia became grave. "If I want anybody to die, they will die. If I want anybody alive, they will stay alive. Tell me about her in detail." "About that?" Liao looked at Long Yangjun in embarrassment and coughed. "I dare not lie to you, Your Majesty. This woman who is under the name of Dongfang Mingyue, well, she is not exactly a woman. All in all, this person's true name is Long Yangjun. She is in fact a primitive, and was born after being frozen for hundreds of thousands of years as an embryo of a certain elite warrior of the primeval age. She more or less grasps some of the secrets of the primeval age, but it is not a big deal. I know most of her secrets. Let's just kill her to be safe. There are such things? Even Wu Yingqi was surprised. He observed Long Yongjun for a long time and said, "Tell me the details. Do not leave out anything." Okay. Liao informed Wu Yingqi of abundant information about the ancient sage's sector, including the Nuwa warship and the Pangu's laboratory. The more Wu Yingqi listened, the more astounded he became. If that's true, it explains why she could start a nepenthe as the Serenity Seraph below the ground. Yu Wushuang's Tribunal of Extraterrestrial Devils was certainly not useless. Naturally, a lot of evidence about nepenthe had been found and reported to Wu Yingqi. Liao said with a bitter smile, "Your Majesty, do you still not trust my loyalty? If it isn't the truth, how could I have come up with such mind-boggling things in such a short time? Don't overthink, Liao. I have absolute confidence in the Enlightenment technology. I certainly believe that you have understood something new and will not sabotage the magnificent cause of the civilization of mankind." Wu Yingqi said, "I'm only thinking that, if you were speaking the truth, this woman must be in possession of abundant secrets of the primeval age, which are of great help for the future Imperium and mankind." Liao hesitated for a moment and said, "Probably, but she is simply too stubborn to be changed. What choice do I have? Let's just kill her and eliminate the trouble once and for all." Hardly had he concluded his sentence when Long Yongjun lunged at Liao like an infuriated lizard. Even though she was enshrouded by Wu Yingqi's invisible force field, she still shrieked devastatingly, "Liao, you piece of crap. I treated you as the only friend in the whole universe and I told you my greatest secrets. And this is how you repay me? You snuck into the Imperium to strike a balance between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance in order to save your motherland Star Glory Federation in the end. But what about me? Is the Star Glory Federation or the civilization of mankind my business at all? Why did I risk my life with you? Would it hurt me even if all of you are dead? The only reason is that I regarded you as a friend. I was doing it for a friend. But as it turns out, you have stabbed me right in the back when I'm willing to do anything for you? Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Great. This is too great. I'll let you pay in the most devastating way. Your Majesty, I am willing to surrender to you and confess all the secrets of the primeval civilizations to you on one condition. Kill him. Kill this worthless beast, and then destroy his motherland, the wretched place named Star Glory Federation. You don't have a star map and you don't know the accurate coordinates? That's all right. I have them. I have the rough coordinates of the Star Glory Federation and the detailed intelligence about their military, politics, economy, etc. I can submit all of them to Your Majesty as long as Your Majesty helps me destroy his motherland. I'm going to enjoy the look on your face when it is illuminated by the very fire that destroys the Star Glory Federation. Stop glaring at me. It's too late to feel scared now. You are forcing me to do this. Those who are not of my own kind are bound to think differently. That's well said. Then, open your eyes and see clearly how terrible an alien can be when they completely lose hope, like a burning, vengeful ghost. Long Yongjun burst into laughter with a twisted face and a head full of messy hair. How vicious of you! His face pale. Liao lost his calmness and pointed at the tip of Long Yongjun's nose, cursing aloud. I knew that you were a brutal, insane villain the moment I met you. You have been manipulating me to gradually approach the center of the cosmos since the very beginning. At first, you came and fought with me only because you felt that the Star Glory Federation was strong and you hoped you could get enough resources to repair the Nuwa warship. Now, after realizing that His Majesty's thigh is even thicker and more worth clinging to, you are naturally kicking me and the Federation away, hoping to achieve your purpose by manipulating His Majesty. Your Majesty, don't trust her at all. She is only lying to you. She is just pretending. Really, Your Majesty, I swear to God that she is pretending. Don't believe anything she says. Everything will be over as long as she is killed, Your Majesty. You know very well which one between us is pretending. With gloomy fire bouncing on her body, Long Yongjun chuckled miserably. Liao, it was you who started such a ruthless game. It's too late to regret it now. I am in possession of so many secrets of the primeval age, the coordinates of so many relics, the ways to control the Nuwa warships, the upgrade plans of Colossi, and the extraordinary arts from the primeval age. Given enough time and resources, I can recover all of them and dedicate them to His Majesty. I am definitely much more valuable to His Majesty than a scoundrel like you and the wretched Federation behind you. Like you said, I'm traveling in the universe by myself, and in order to survive, I have to find a thick thigh to cling to. Before, since we were more or less friends, I decided to cling to the thigh of the Federation. Now that you are so heartless, and His Majesty is the only great man in history who can compare to the Supreme Emperor, why shouldn't I work for His Majesty? I'll be an idiot if I don't. I think that you are in such a hurry to kill me not just because you are scared of my revenge, but also because you are scared that I will reveal the secrets about the Star Glory Federation to His Majesty, right? You haven't even told the coordinates of the Federation to His Majesty, yet you claim that you are loyal to His Majesty? That is downright absurd. You? Li Yao seemed to have been infuriated after Long Yongjun pointed out what was on his mind. Brutality as intense as fire beamed out of his pale face, and he rolled his eyes crazily as he considered how to break Wu Yingqi's control and kill Long Yongjun. Your Majesty, do you see his cunning eyes? This scoundrel must not be trusted, Long Yongjun said coldly. Back in his hometown, he was best known for his acting skills, his tactics that knew no boundaries, and his shameless style. Whoever believes half a word that he says will be buried in regrets. I swear to God that he must be acting. Chances are that he hasn't been brainwashed by your Majesty at all, or at least not as badly as he appears. That's because he spoke to us in person before that he received special soul training that made his brain immune to most mental attacks. Therefore, your Majesty, there's no need to hesitate now. Whatever this shameless guy says, as long as you turn a blind ear to it and simply chop his head, the whole world will be in peace. Your Majesty, we had a deal. Li Yao was so exasperated that he was soaked in sweat. You promised that the independency of the cultivators will be partly retained, and that I could join the Enlightenment Committee. You're not. Independency of the cultivators? That's hilarious. How is an insignificant Star Glory Federation qualified to compare to His Majesty's Imperium of true human beings? Long Yongjun sneered in disdain. I'll make it much simpler. All I want is to figure out the mysteries of my origins and find out the truth of the primeval war. I believe that His Majesty must have a lot of primeval treasures that he cannot crack. On the other hand, I am capable of cracking the treasures, although I don't have any. Therefore, His Majesty and I are much more complementary. Your Majesty, kill her. Lost for words, Li Yao shouted angrily. Your Majesty, kill him. Long Yongjun echoed equally aggressively. Enough! Who do you think I am? An executioner at your command. Wu Yingqi had been observing the two of them biting each other with a casual smile. Now that the two of them were truly squabbling, he finally turned grave and roared to calm them down. Li Yao, a monarch does not joke. Now that I've promised that you and most cultivators will be pardoned as long as you recognize your mistakes, why would I launch another expedition? Even the false immortal cultivators in the 4 Kurfürst families, who are sworn enemies to be, can be pardoned by me. I have fewer reasons to attack the cultivators at the edge of the cosmos whom I barely know. As long as you don't ask to be killed and accept my enlightenment obediently, you will be safe and sound. Rest assured about that. Wu Yingqi reassured Li Yao and then looked at Long Yongjun. Long Yongjun, you don't need to be too bothered by your identity either. Although your background is truly special, I always recruit people for their talents, not for their origins. In my eyes, the 13 carbon-based lives in the Pangu Civilization's alliance in the past extracted the essence of their genes and injected it into a carefully selected ape on a blue planet, producing the most perfect carbon-based life in the whole universe that is known as mankind. Therefore, there is no clear boundary between the Pangu clan and human beings. They are just different evolutionary phases of the same life. We are all human beings and dominators of this universe in a general sense. Furthermore, you were a human being hundreds of thousands of years ago, except that you received certain special genetic modifications and soul training. I don't think you are any different from other people. In fact, due to certain experiences of mine, I find you rather similar to me." "Really?" Long Yangjun was overjoyed. "Of course. We are the same type of people. You and Liao, we are the people who stand on the summit of evolution." Wu Yingqi waved his hands and declared resolutely, "Our history and past don't matter. What matters is the future. As long as we stick together, we will definitely create a new generation, real human beings in the near future. Since you two were good friends and are now fighting for a common purpose, why do you have to fight each other? I believe both of you, but I'm still waiting for your next performance." "The next performance?" Liao and Long Yangjun looked at each other. Shadows of sabers and swords raged in their eyes. "Your Majesty, I have a confession to make," Long Yangjun suddenly said. "Did you know that Liao had set a malicious trap on Li Jialing? As a matter of fact, our main purpose on this trip to the underworld of the capital planet is to deliver this trap for your Majesty to step in." "Oh," Wu Yingqi asked with great interest. "What kind of trap?" "Before we left, Liao did a minor surgery on Li Jialing and planted a tiny cosmos ring on the back of his neck. Inside the cosmos ring was a piece of confining magical equipment that Liao invented himself. He claimed that it could suppress even the gods." Long Yangjun glanced at Liao cockily and continued. "He knew that your Majesty was determined to get Li Jialing's body and therefore transformed it into a trap. Then, if your Majesty injected your soul into Li Jialing's body carelessly, you would be caught by his magical equipment. With your Majesty's strength in the divinity branching stage, such a piece of minor magical equipment naturally cannot trap you. However, as long as your Majesty is somewhat affected, it will facilitate his following attacks. The Cosmos Ring could both be controlled by Liao's telepathic thoughts remotely, and by Li Jialing manually by pressing the back of his hand. He couldn't have told your Majesty such a vicious trap, could he?" Liao shouted even before she concluded her accusation. "Long Yangjun, you can't be more wrong. I've joined His Majesty sincerely, and I naturally informed His Majesty of the matter as soon as possible. Why else do you think His Majesty has been grabbing the back of Li Jialing's neck?" "What?" Long Yangjun found it hard to believe. Observing their subtle reactions, Wu Yingqi absorbed the cosmos ring inside Li Jialing's back with his fingers. Li Jialing had been watching their performance in shock. Now that the back of his neck was torn apart, he screamed miserably and almost passed out. There was no telling whether it was because of fury or because of pain. Wu Yingqi played with the fingernail-sized cosmos ring for a while and tossed it back to Liao. Liao opened his hands, and a shackle that looked like a glittering scorpion immediately flew out of the cosmos ring. What a piece of delicate, confining magical equipment. Only the deftest hands could have crafted such a spectacular toy. Wu Yingqi said with a smile, "That explains my confusion why you brought Li Jialing with you when you were going to such a dangerous place. It was highly illogical. I wouldn't have touched his body recklessly in the first place. But now that you are so candid, you have saved me tremendous time for a full body check." Liao grinned and bared the sharp teeth at Long Yangjun. Long Yangjun somewhat lost her patience. She continued, "Fine, even though Liao has informed your Majesty of the matter, did he tell your Majesty that he has a piece of portable magical equipment named Neltharion that he has been baptizing with his blood? It has an unstoppable drill of mystic rays and carries countless cosmos rings that are fully loaded with crystal bombs, designed to blow up the critical parts in a target." Before Wu Yingqi replied, "However," Liao simply offered Neltharion with both hands and chuckled. "I confessed to His Majesty that I had such a piece of magical equipment a long time ago, and I just drilled through the shell of the mainframe crystal processors of the gold crystal pyramid with it, planning to sneak in and plant crystal bombs. Now that I came to the realization at the critical moment, I have naturally recalled it as well as all the crystal bombs. Do I even need you to inform His Majesty?" "You," caught unprepared. Long Yangjun was unable to say anything for a long time, as if her throat were stuffed with a crystal bomb. Seeing her blushing face, Liao gloated even more. Rubbing a cosmos ring on his little finger, He retrieved a tiny object and delivered it to Wuxia with both hands, respectfully. He said, "Now that I have agreed with your Majesty's ideology, there is no need to hide anything now. Not only have I confessed the secrets about Neltharion, but I am also willing to offer the critical item to your Majesty. This is exactly the half-key to the central room in the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum." On Liao's palm, the half-black metal stick floated and emanated deep brilliance. "What?" Long Yongjun gasped hard and said subconsciously, "It's fake. It must be fake. Don't fall for it, your Majesty." Liao sniffed. His Majesty's eyes are too keen to be fooled by any trick. Your warning was highly redundant. Greed flashed in Wuxia's eyes as he opened his fingers and attracted the half-key that Liao offered to himself. He examined the key in his palm carefully. Then he took out Li Linghai's half-key. After the two parts of the key were stuck together, they were truly combined in tiny cracking sounds. Wuxia injected a stream of feeble spiritual energy into the key to inspect the cohesion of the key, only to detect no error at all. The key was such a complete piece that he could not stab his spiritual energy into it at all. This is indeed the critical key to open the last part of the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum. Wuxia grabbed the complete key in his hands tightly. Eyeing Liao with even more compliments and trust, he said, "Well done, Liao. I appreciate your judiciousness and your loyalty." "Thank you, your Majesty." Liao cut Long Yongjun with his eyes again. Long Yongjun's cheeks were puffing like bloated dolphins. Gnashing her teeth for a long time, she finally unleashed her ultimate move. "Fine, fine, you are truly His Majesty's loyal subject. But I wonder, have you told His Majesty the things about Lei Qinghu?" Slightly stunned, Liao immediately showed embarrassment. Wuxia had been scanning the look on their faces and the changes of their biophysical parameters. Detecting Liao's anomaly, he slightly frowned and asked, "Ha! Ha! It seems that you haven't told His Majesty such an important matter yet. Why? Do you want to keep the last trump card to negotiate with His Majesty?" Long Yongjun grew cocky again now that she hit Liao's weakness. She grimaced and said, "Are you going to confess yourself? Or do you want me to tell everything to His Majesty?" Who's keeping any trump card? I just didn't have the time to say it." Liao glared at Long Yongjun brutally, before he said to Wuxia while blushing, "Your Majesty, as a matter of fact, we had a minor agreement with Lei Qinghu." Narrowing his eyes, Wuxia asked expressionlessly, "What kind of agreement?" "I wonder whether or not Lei Qinghu reached out to your Majesty and reported that I snuck into his flagship and tried to persuade him." Scratching his messy hair, Liao said rather hesitatingly, "Well, if he did report it to your Majesty, he must have claimed that he refused me determinately and even released abundant crystal suits and colossi to kill me, but I still escaped in the end. However, his story was fake. It was just a play that he and I acted together." "Is that so?" Terrible fire was surging inside Wuxia's eyes. "So to speak, even Lei Qinghu, the god of war and the last immortal cultivator of the Imperium, has also betrayed me?" "Not exactly. Please make no mistake, your Majesty. Lei Qinghu is the toughest immortal cultivator and will never betray your Majesty easily for the cultivators." Liao waved his hands quickly and said, "However, I stupidly told Lei Qinghu that your Majesty might be doing something that jeopardized the true path of immortality, say erasing the free will of the immortal cultivators through brainwashing or destroying the whole Imperial Terminus sector. For Lei Qinghu, the Imperium seems more important than your Majesty. Getting to the bottom of it, he is loyal to the Imperium but not to your Majesty, to the true path of immortality but not to the one who created it, and to the free will of mankind but not the order of a certain supreme being. That is where his belief lies and must not be corrupted. We talked for such a long time that my mouth almost went dry, but in the end, he was only skeptical and claimed that he would never betray your Majesty without concrete evidence. Besides, the Seven Seas space zone was still an utter mess. Most of Yun Xiefeng's remaining troops had been taken over by Song Yushir, who was still capable of dealing with the astounding Thunder Fleet. Lei Qinghu needed time to finish Song Yushir's fleet. Even if he planned to interfere with the battle in the capital, he was still incapable of that. Therefore, we reached an agreement with Lei Qinghu and split. We came to the capital to look for evidence, and he would finish Song Yusher and the likes as soon as possible, hoping to crush all the enemies in the 7C space zone in 10 to 15 days. Then, he would gather an elite fleet and wait for our message. If your Majesty is truly doing something that jeopardizes the free will of mankind, he'll be on our side and stop your Majesty with us. Please forgive me, your Majesty. At that time, I did not understand the true meaning of enlightenment yet. I thought that it was just regular brainwashing. That was why I made such a plan with Lei Qinghu. Also, I believe that Lei Qinghu never meant to betray your Majesty. Once he perceives the amazement of enlightenment, he will definitely support your Majesty too. Therefore, please don't punish General Lei Qinghu, your Majesty. He is truly a great loyal man, much more loyal than me. Wu Yingqi smiled and said, that explains a lot. So to speak, you were sent here by Lei Qinghu's information boat, weren't you? How did you plan to search for evidence at the beginning? Yes, we came here on Lei Qinghu's boat. Liao said, after Nepenthe's uprising last time, we accidentally discovered the gold crystal pyramid. At that time, the gold crystal pyramid was not unearthed yet, but we already detected that it was of paramount importance for your Majesty, and that it must have been your ultimate secret weapon. Therefore, we reached this place again this time. We plan to take pictures of the secrets here with our portable cameras and steal the central data in the mainframe crystal processor of the secret weapon. Then, we could find a way to deliver the data back to the 7C space zone, or maybe we could jump back to the 7C space zone ourselves so that Lei Qinghu could see it. Photos can be fabricated, but the central data can hardly be. We would have concrete evidence. We did not expect that the four families' ace fleets would be blocking and interfering with the spiritual nexus of the capital so intensely, or that your Majesty had deployed such a powerful barricade below the ground of the capital planet that only your Majesty's own battle net could transmit messages. Our data had been blocked by the two shackles and could not be sent out at all. As for the videos and photos and the information in the crystal processor, they were stored in my jade chips, which we plan to bring out. It seems impossible right now. Also, we did not anticipate that your Majesty's next sun plan would be activated so quickly that the whole Imperial Terminus sector would be brimming with the brainwashing waves in 24 hours. By the power of the sun, everybody will be enlightened with an unprecedented epiphany. If Lei Qinghu learns of such a thing, that pig-headed old man would definitely think that it is a deprivation of mankind's free will, and that we are as evil as the Covenant Alliance. He will definitely try his best to stop it. What a pity. Your Majesty's plan is so meticulous, and the barricade here is so thorough. How could he learn the secret at all? Unless, of course, Lei Qinghu should grasp a certain network virus that is above the most cutting-edge technology of the Imperium, boast the most awesome crystal processor specialists of the Imperium who can hack the battle networks of both the four Kurfürst families and the Reformists, so that he can hijack the crystal cameras and the crystal processors in this place despite all the blockades and firewalls, seeing and hearing us directly while he secretly exchanges data with us. But how is it possible? Also, even if he learns it right now, so what? It's too late. He's still stalled by Song Yusher. Is an astounding thunder fleet enough to crush the four families' 8 adamantine fleets in half a day and get all the adamantine super arsenal warships under his control? Ha 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 ha. That's the greatest joke in the world. Therefore, getting to the bottom of everything, your Majesty is the most brilliant and scrupulous of all. Even though Lei Qinghu and I played a few tricks earlier, they are not worth mentioning at all in front of your Majesty's magnificent cause. Those who try to sabotage your Majesty's plan are like ants that try to shake a tree. What do you think, Long Yangjun? Stop looking at me with such shocked expressions. Like I said earlier, I've been completely honest with His Majesty without keeping anything from him. I have talked about everything regarding the deal we made with Lei Qinghu. If you think that I missed anything, why don't you provide supplements? Long Yangjun opened her mouth, only to come up with nothing. She could only shut it up and said helplessly, "There is nothing I can add. That's the deal that we prepared to accomplish in 10 to 15 days. We did not know that your majesty would be acting so fast and not leaving any chance to us at all. Of course, Liao said. Why else would his majesty be his majesty? However, I still feel that you are acting. Her eyes bloodshot. Long Yangjun stared at Liao without blinking. She made up her mind and took off a cosmos ring from her left middle finger while gnashing her teeth and said, "If you are truly as loyal to His Majesty as you claim, you do not need extra weapons since you are under the meticulous protection of the Imperial Guards. So, do you dare to offer the cosmos ring that stores your colossus to His Majesty and asks His Majesty to keep it for you?" Long Yangjuan's declaration broke the atmosphere between her and Liao like lightning on a sunny day. Liao's expression of loyalty and devotion was frozen on his face, and cold sweat leaked out of his forehead again. Liao stared at Long Yangjun grimly without saying anything. Long Yangjun blinked her eyes fast and asked, "What?" Liao asked too. "What?" Long Yangjun said. "What do you mean by what?" Liao replied, "I'm saying that you have crossed the line, haven't you? Even though we have become enemies and want to cut each other into pieces, and even though we are absolutely loyal to His Majesty, the Colossus is the most critical thing for us. Should we really need to go that far? For example, my loyalty to His Majesty is absolutely unquestionable, and I'm willing to be sacrificed for the future of mankind, but it doesn't mean that I'm willing to cut my cock to serve His Majesty. Would you do that?" "I would." Long Yangjun opened her hands. "Have you forgotten that I was a eunuch for almost 100 years? Taking a deep breath, Liao raised his head helplessly, only to discover nothing but black rocks above his head. "All in all, I have brought out my colossus. I believe that this is the most direct and effective way to express my loyalty to His Majesty. Only by doing so can His Majesty completely trust me. Tell me if you dare do the same." Long Yangjun raised her cosmos ring and stared at Liao. "In case you claim that I am submitting a fake cosmos ring, I will summon my colossus right now. Please don't misunderstand me, Your Majesty. This is not a preparation for an attack. Even if I am attacking anything, my target would only be Liao's worthless head." "Fine." Liao gnashed his teeth. "You think you are the only loyal subject who dares to summon your colossus to prove the authenticity of your cosmos ring? I'll summon my colossus and show it to His Majesty too. Of course, if there is a chance to blow up your abdomen, I will not show mercy on you. Remember, the abdomen." As he spoke, Liao also took out his cosmos ring and was about to activate it. "Wait!" Wuxia had been observing coldly. He suddenly said, "Liao, step aside and let Long Yangjun do it first, one at a time. Don't summon the colossus at the same time." Liao, "Huh." Long Yangjun, "Huh." The two of them looked at each other, only regretting that they could not slap each other in the face. They shouted simultaneously, "What are you exclaiming for? Stop wasting time. The gold crystal pyramid has been activated. Every second counts." Wuxia narrowed his eyes and looked at the two of them. "If you truly want to prove your loyalty, let's begin. Long Yangjun will be first. I'm very interested in appreciating your colossus, Heavenly Crystal, too." "Yes, Your Majesty." Long Yangjuan's eyelids and lips quivered at the same time. An obscure brilliance flashed in her eyes. In the end, she simply closed her eyes and took a deep breath. With space ripples spreading out of her fingers, she retrieved Heavenly Crystal, her own colossus. The translucent and most splendid light immediately filled up the vast cave. However, Wuxia's attention was not on Long Yangjun at all but completely focused on Liao, or more exactly, on Liao's finger that was rubbing his cosmos ring. It seemed that as long as Liao showed any sign of retrieving his colossus at such a critical moment, Wuxia would launch the most aggressive counterattack at him without any hesitation. Liao could keenly sense the coldness that froze his bones. Therefore, he did not dare take any action at all and could only earnestly watch Long Yangjuan's colossus gradually take hope. However, when Long Yangjuan's colossus only half appeared from the void, Wuxia already said casually, "Enough. Take it back. I have already recognized your loyalty. Long Yongjun. Long Yongjun hadn't been seated in the cockpit of the heavenly crystal yet. When her closed eyes were suddenly opened, she saw Wu Yingqi staring at her thoughtfully. It was the most awkward phase for a colossus. She needed another few seconds to be fully equipped and to carry out the maximal combat ability. Wu Yingqi, on the other hand, wouldn't give her a few seconds. Long Yongjun could only disrupt the retrieval of the colossus obediently and pressed the heavenly crystal back into her cosmos ring. Now it's your turn, Liao. Wu Yingqi turned around and smiled at Liao. Is there a problem? Absolutely not. Liao lifted his right arm and raised at Long Yongjun his middle finger, where his cosmos ring was worn. The colossus arsonist arrived from the void. Enough! Just like before, when the arsonist only revealed 30% of its form, Wu Yingqi already interrupted Liao's retrieval, not giving him a chance to completely bring out the colossus at all. Is this the superweapon that crushed 3 experts in the divinity transformation stage and 3 colossi in a row? It is truly marvelous. However, let's study it later when we have more time. Now retreat it. Helplessly, Liao had no choice except to keep the arsonist back. Right, there's something that I've been curious about. Since you two are both so frank, I believe that you certainly wouldn't lie about such trivia. Wu Yingqi looked at Liao and then at Long Yongjun. I remember that I blew your colossi apart at the bottom of the Silver Moon Ocean and that Liao was almost both physically and mentally crushed. But why have your colossi been entirely renewed after only half a month? And why has Liao been improved into a much higher level, as if he encountered a certain fortuitous incident? I can see the heavenly crystal of the old days in your new colossus. The maintenance and modification are still reasonable. Liao's arsonist, on the other hand, has been completely reborn. It's almost like a technological boom. What happened? Liao was completely astounded by the question. It was like a gigantic hammer that hit the tip of his nose brutally and smashed it into the back of his head. Well, Liao rolled his eyes crazily, wondering how he should explain it. Ha! Brutality beamed out of Wu Yingqi's gloomy face again. Liao, with everything coming to this point, are you still not confessing the things about the witchcraft civilization? Long Yongjun glared at him. For how long do you plan to keep it from His Majesty? Yes, the witchcraft civilization. Bulging his eyes, Liao blurted out. I transformed the arsonist to the point of beyond recognition and improved my own combat ability based on Long Yongjun's primeval technologies, as well as the technological modification of the witchcraft civilization. The witchcraft civilization? Wu Yingqi was rather suspicious. What is that? It's exactly one of the civilizations from the multiverse, just like the civilization of the cultivators. Right, the immortal cultivators. Liao said quickly. I was forced to land on the Devilish Scorpion Nebula when I jumped to the Imperium. As it turned out, I discovered the remains of a starship from a witchcraft civilization. It contained all kinds of peculiar things, and I swallowed abundant legacies without me knowing it. I also learned part of the mysteries about the grand universe from it. Those legacies have been condensed inside my body and my soul. I tried to unlock them only to no avail. However, after Your Majesty's lessons at the bottom of the Silver Moon Ocean, which were almost a session of enlightenment, the chunky veins and nerves inside my body were all dredged, allowing me to perceive many mysterious, indescribable knowledge. Therefore, this is all thanks to Your Majesty. We can also say that Your Majesty has brought tremendous wealth to the civilization of mankind even before your plan is activated. That explains a lot. A witchcraft civilization. Wu Yingqi had touched upon some intelligence about the alien civilizations of the multiverse before, which vaguely agreed with what Liao said. He was even more convinced and said, How interesting. If you don't buy it, Your Majesty, I can sing you a song of the witchcraft civilization as proof. Liao cleared his throat and began chanting, A B C D E F G, H I J K L M N, O P Q. Enough. Shut up. Wu Yingqi rubbed his temple softly. I definitely believe what you said, Liao. There is no need for you to prove it in such a way. Thank you, Your Majesty. Greatly relieved, Liao wiped his cold sweat and said, I didn't mean to keep the things about the witchcraft civilization a secret. It's just that they are unrelated to the upcoming battle. That's why I did not confess them at first and waste your time. I would have told them to your majesty in the future when there's a chance to. Now that we have proved our loyalty to your majesty, and your majesty trusts us enough, everything is fine. The rain is over, and the sun is out. What should we do now, your majesty? Just say the word, and I will live and die for you, your majesty. While talking, Liao put his hand that was wearing the cosmos ring on his back. However, it was useless. Wu Yingqi's eyes were still stuck to their cosmos rings that stored their colossi without even half a second's pause. It was impossible for them to change the cosmos rings. Well, as Liao talked and talked, he gradually ran out of words. It seems that we should give the colossi to His Majesty now. Long Yongjun reminded him. Of course, I'm already giving the colossus to His Majesty, all right? Watched by Wu Yingqi's half-scorching and half-freezing eyes, Liao could only bring out the hand that he had put behind him and slowly delivered the cosmos ring in which the arsonist was stored to Wu Yingqi. Let me tell you, you are thinking too simple and superficial of His Majesty. Staring at Long Yongjun aggressively, Liao gnashed his teeth. Even if we are willing to give the colossus to His Majesty definitely won't take it because of his great mind and vision. Besides, I have every reason to believe that it is your scheme to strike His Majesty's beliefs. You are trapping His Majesty in such a way to disrupt His Majesty's next sun plan. Even the entire Imperium and the whole civilization of mankind may be destroyed. Wu Yingqi and Long Yongjun both put on the expression of disbelief after hearing what Liao said. What are you talking about? Long Yongjun quickly blinked. How on earth am I trapping His Majesty? Stop slandering me. It's very simple. You are directly attacking His Majesty's beliefs with such vicious moves, hoping to sabotage His Majesty's cause. Liao said coldly. It must be noted that His Majesty's next sun plan is founded on two premises. One is the technologies of enlightenment. The massive, powerful brainwashing technologies are advanced and absolutely reliable. Nobody can possibly resist it. The second premise is, of course, His Majesty's wisdom, vision, and accurate calculation on all the forces in the universe and every procedure in the plan. Not any unexpected factor can possibly escape His Majesty's attention. Those two premises are exactly the foundation of His Majesty's belief too. It is because His Majesty believes in the next sun plan and his wisdom that he is empowered to push the next sun plan as the forever highest commander of the civilization of mankind. Everything that His Majesty does is not for his selfish interests but for the advancement of the civilization of mankind. Therefore, His Majesty's belief must be indestructible and cannot tolerate the slightest suspicion. All in all, only if His Majesty believes in it himself can he influence hundreds of thousands of people with his firm and scorching faith using the enhancement of the sun. If His Majesty doesn't believe it himself, how can he brainwash anybody else? Therefore, if His Majesty truly believes in himself, his technology of enlightenment would be invincible, and he would have all the procedures under his control accurately. Then, how could I betray him, and why would I betray him? It must be noted that I just had a sincere conversation with His Majesty and listened to His Majesty's reasoning for hours. If His Majesty cannot talk me into returning from the lost journey, wouldn't the so-called enlightenment be the greatest joke? If His Majesty confiscates my colossus despite knowing that there is absolutely no way that I would revolt, wouldn't that be highly unnecessary and redundant? Long Yongjun was dumbfounded for a long time by what he said. Wu Yingqi was also deep in thought, with ripples spreading out of his eyes. Both cultivators and immortal cultivators needed the support of strong beliefs when they reached high levels. Even if Wu Yingqi was a lunatic, he was still a lunatic with dreams, ambitions, and beliefs. Such extremists often regarded their beliefs more important than anything and would not twist or change them easily. If His Majesty really confiscates our colossi, it would imply two things. Firstly, His Majesty is suspicious about his enlightenment technology and his ability to mass control. Secondly, His Majesty is scared of us if we have the heavenly crystal and the arsonist. Tell me about it. Which of the two things can possibly be true? Liao continued sneering. If His Majesty is really fooled and accepts our colossi, 2 tiny cracks would appear on His Majesty's indestructible beliefs. There would be a fatal flaw in His Majesty's perfect mind. Perhaps the cracks would not lead to severe consequences under normal circumstances. However, don't forget that His Majesty is about to inculcate His ultimate path into everybody in the Imperial Terminus sector through the Gold Crystal Pyramid. I believe that, even though His Majesty is the strongest in the entire universe, and His Majesty has the enhancement of the Gold Crystal Pyramid and the Sun, it would still be a heavy burden on His spiritual energy and His soul power in order to spread His beliefs into the brains of hundreds of thousands of hostile soldiers. Right? At such a critical moment when the soul is tested, you are cracking His Majesty's beliefs. That will be like cracking a dam in the time of a flood, which may result in a total collapse. By then, not only will His Majesty's soul be seriously damaged, but the cracks of self-suspicion may also get spread to the brains of all the hostile soldiers along with His Majesty's disordered brainwaves. Then, how can they be enlightened and convinced of His Majesty's gloriousness and invincibility? Therefore, am I wrong to say that you dug a pit and tried to set His Majesty up? Ha! His arms akimbo, Liao glared at and lambasted Long Yongjun. Long Yongjun was overwhelmed. That's not what I meant. Stop talking. That's exactly what you meant. Liao interrupted her defense ruthlessly. Anybody with the slightest wisdom could realize that there is no way that I would betray His Majesty, because the situation right now is too messy to be resolved by stopping His Majesty's plan or, God forbid, killing His Majesty. We are far weaker than His Majesty and cannot hurt His Majesty at all, but even if something happens to His Majesty, so what? What next? It must be noted that the greatest enemies right now are still the ace fleets of the 4 families, as well as the main force of the Covenant Alliance that hasn't shown up yet. I am absolutely incapable of settling the chaos in the capital, and His Majesty is the only person who can. Whatever stance I may have, do I have a second option other than submitting to His Majesty? I am a cultivator, not a cuckoo who doesn't consider the consequences of my action. Long Yongjun blushed hard under Liao's barrage. It was not until a long time later that she finally said, Unless I have a way to settle the mess in the capital after committing regicide, right? But how is it possible? Liao snorted and eyed Long Yongjun as if she were an idiot. Unless I have a way to hijack part of the crystal cameras and crystal processors here and perform a live stream to Lei Qinghu, who is in the 7C space zone despite the double blockades of the reformists and the 4 families, so that he can realize what is going on in the capital. Unless Lei Qinghu has finished Yun Xiefeng, Song Yushi, and the 8 adamantine fleets in unbelievable ways, subduing all the adamantine super arsenal warships as well as the starships of the warlords. Well, it's not going to work out even so, because His Majesty has already learned of Lei Qinghu's insubordination. Therefore, when Lei Qinghu sends a request for reinforcements to the capital, His Majesty will definitely not respond with the signals of the space gate. Without the space gate, how is Lei Qinghu's fleet going to jump over in an organized manner? He'll be committing suicide if the starships jump over one by one. Therefore, my scheme will only work out if an elite battle squad has already secretly snuck into the capital and set up ambushes near a space gate, and it can hijack the space gate at the critical moment without alarming anybody, opening the space gate to the 7C space zone. Right? Above all the unless, there is still another major unless, which is that I have mastered a certain brilliant way of mental immunity that prevented me from His Majesty's enlightenment. TSK, so many crucial factors to the victory have all happened? Is it really possible? Even the lousiest mind could have come up with better lies. You knew everything clearly, and yet you poured dirty water on me and fabricated such ridiculous things to slander me. You are insulting you are insulting His Majesty's wisdom. It doesn't matter if you slander me, but it is too vicious of you when you try to shake His Majesty's beliefs. You should be executed. You, her body shivering in fury, Long Yongjun shouted. Your Majesty, you must not listen to the random talks of this scoundrel. There's no way that I do not believe in your Majesty's enlightenment. I'm only hoping that your Majesty's plan can be safer. Are you suggesting that His Majesty's plan would not be safe if we have the colossi in our hands? Liao sneered. His Majesty's magnificent plan that has been worked on for 100 years can be sabotaged by 2 colossi? Wu Yingqi was silent. The brilliance in his eyes was bouncing like fire in a wild wind. Of course, Liao offered to give the cosmos ring that stored the arsonist to Wu Yingqi as he said, "Now that you have vilified me again and again in order to prove my loyalty, I would like to ask His Majesty to protect my colossus for me. Does it really matter? I believe that His Majesty will do me justice." Long Yangjun scorned and presented her own cosmos ring too. The two of them glared at each other and then looked at Wu Yingqi's hands earnestly. Wu Yingqi narrowed his eyes and stared at the cosmos rings in their hands. Pondering for a long time, he still took over the 2 cosmos rings. Liao and Long Yangjun gritted their teeth tightly. Under the astonishing self-control, their biophysical parameters did not change much, but their pupils and their nostrils were widened by 5% at the same time. Holding the 2 cosmos rings in his hands, Wu Yingqi filled them with spiritual energy and made them chase after each other like 2 minor shooting stars. While playing with them casually, he observed Liao and Long Yangjun, as if he were trying to dig out their hearts and see what was on them. In the end, he smiled and absorbed the 2 cosmos rings back into his palm. Clenching his fist, he tossed the cosmos rings back to the 2 of them. A gentleman does not take somebody else's love. The whole universe is my possession. Why would I seize 2 colossi that belong to you? His hands on his back, Wu Yingqi said casually with the most intense confidence beaming out of his eyes. Liao is right. There can't possibly be any flaw in my deduction. The next Sun Plan is the only solution to save the Imperium and the civilization of mankind. Whatever stance you may have, you should support me without any reservation. The technologies of enlightenment cannot be resolved so easily. So, neither Liao nor Long Yangjun can betray me. If I cannot even trust Liao who has been enlightened, and I have to control you by depriving you of your beliefs, how can I have the face to carry out the next Sun Plan, and where can I possibly keep my beliefs? Take back the cosmos rings that store your colossi. Look, the sky is already open, and we're about to be embraced by sunshine. Now, enter the gold crystal pyramid with me, and appreciate the most glorious sun. Together with Wu Yingqi's laughter, the noises of fractures and explosions in the rocks above the dome were more and more intense. There truly seemed to be a pair of godly hands that were tearing apart the hard crust of the planet brutally. Even the so-called safe area was no longer safe. Massive rocks were falling non-stop, making the Imperial Guards cry and flee in panic. One moment of carelessness, and they would be heavily wounded, if they were not smashed into pieces in the first place. Even though the Imperial Guards had minds as tough as iron due to Wu Yingqi's repetitive brainwashing, they were still greatly shocked at the magnificent changes. It was not the fear of death but the perception of their own insignificance when faced with the enormous nature. Liao and Long Yangjun looked at each other and were both appalled, wondering what kind of terrifying influences that underground movements would cause to the surface of the planet. However, there was absolutely nothing they could do under Wu Yingqi's intimidation. In order to retrieve their colossi from their cosmos rings and be ready for battle, it would take them quite a few seconds. For a horrifying expert in the divinity branching stage such as Wu Yingqi, a few seconds were more than enough for him to have breakfast, smoke a cigarette, and read a newspaper before blowing them up. Thankfully, the collapse of the crust did not last. After reaching the maximal quake, it gradually died down. The gold crystal pyramid was not lifted to the ground but still lay at the bottom steadily. However, a glittering crack had been opened in the rocks where the sharp tip of the gold crystal pyramid pointed at. As they watched through the gap, the spot of light that was only the size of a needle could be seen, implying that the crack led to the surface of the planet. Pondering for a moment, Liao was greatly enlightened and realized how foolish he was in the past. Since the gold crystal pyramid did not sink for natural reasons but was hidden by the zealots of the Hui clan below the ground on purpose, they had naturally established all kinds of facilities around it so that it could be activated immediately after it was triggered. Tearing apart the whole crust and raising it to the surface of the planet was too complicated. All that needed to be done was to tear a tiny crack through the rocks. No, there should have been some sort of vertical tube in the first place that was aimed at the tip of the gold crystal pyramid, which could let the waves shot by the gold crystal pyramid to pierce through the rocks without any hindrance and reach the sky. Considering such a structure, the place was actually a well-hidden underground silo. Liao was half delighted and half worried. He was delighted that such a structure ensured the stability of the tectonic structure. No drastic changes would be caused to the surface of the planet. Then most of the towns on and below the ground nearby could probably be saved. What worried him, on the other hand, was that the activation of the gold crystal pyramid had been greatly advanced. Liao estimated that it would take at least half a day for the gold crystal pyramid to be completely raised to the surface of the planet. He did not know that it also had a silo, which made it possible for Xianxia to carry out his next sun plan immediately. So who was delaying whom just now? Xianxia was only fearless because he knew that his plan could start any minute, right? Liao thought quickly, but on the surface, he could only put on an overjoyed expression and said, "As you wish, Your Majesty." Long Yangjun said nothing but also nodded her head. Very satisfied with their performances, Xianxia smiled. Then he recalled that he was suppressing somebody else next to him. Waving his tentacles of spiritual energy, he picked up Li Jialing, who had almost passed out, and grabbed him to his face. Li Jialing looked even more awful than a dead person. With fury and desperation beaming out of his eyes, he stared at Xianxia without blinking. When he realized that the face belonged to his birth father, his eyes became sorrowful and helpless again. "How do you feel right now?" Xianxia smiled and said, "You must keep a good mood. Only if you are in a good mood will this body be vigorous and healthy enough." His lips twitching, Li Jialing glared at Liao and Long Yangjun. Then, he looked at the vague light on the rocks and declared stubbornly, "Let me down! You do have some guts, but that's absolutely useless." Observing the young man carefully, Xianxia said, "I'm very curious about one thing. I can understand Liao and Long Yangjun's attempt to sneak into the capital and sabotage my plan. After all, they are both above the peak of the divinity transformation stage. Together with the two extraordinary colossi, it is possible that they may hurt me one way or another. Also, they are either burdened with great responsibilities or boast mysterious backgrounds. They had to come here. But what about you? Even though you have been modified in Manjasaka, the city in the sky, 4 years, and you experienced a series of fortuitous incidents, I don't think you are higher than the nascent soul stage, are you? A 20-year-old in the nascent soul stage is indeed awe-inspiring. But you are no more than an ant in my eyes, which you know clearly too. Then why did you step into this fatal game? Just because of the tiny trap on the back of your neck." Xianxia intentionally jabbed the wound on the back of Li Jialing's neck with a tentacle of spiritual energy, until Li Jialing was quivering and sweating. However, the scene triggered an insignificant wave inside Xianxia's eyes as they saw it. Gritting his teeth, Li Jialing stood straight and shouted, holding back the pain, "I'm here for the queen." "Is that so?" Xianxia said. "Why do you want to meet the queen?" "I want to ask her why she did not destroy me in time when I was an embryo," Li Jialing exclaimed. "Even though she did not have the time for it years ago, she had 10,000 opportunities to kill me in the Martial Meritocrats sector a year ago, and after I returned to the Deep Sea Fleet with her. But why didn't she do it? What's the problem with that?" Xianxia was amused. "You were deeply associated with me. You are the best carrier for my soul that I carefully prepared. Naturally, the queen cannot kill you. Is that all?" Li Jialing's eyes became dim. After a brief silence, he raised his head and roared again. "I don't want to hear it from you. I want the queen to say it herself. Queen, come out and tell me why you gave birth to me at the beginning, and why you now tried to kill me and now let go of me. Did you consider me as a 100% soul container? Or was it something else? Come out and tell me in person. What am I? What am I in your heart? How bold of you!" A hint of struggle appeared in the eyes of Xianxia, or Li Linghai, which was immediately replaced by fury. He closed his right hand, and Li Jialing's neck immediately collapsed so deeply that the young man's nerves, bones, and veins were almost cut off. Ugh! Ugh! Li Jialing was unable to move at all while being choked by Wu Yingqi, but a wild smile suddenly appeared on his face. He somehow squeezed his voice out of the unbelievable gap and said, You won't kill me. You still need my body. Hee, that's why you can't kill me just yet. Your Highness, do you hear me? I know that you can hear me. Perhaps I don't have many hours left. Life has been a nightmare and a torture for me in the first place, and death is not so horrible. I only want to know before my death, what am I exactly? Is my life of the slightest significance for you at all? Tell me, all right? Please tell me. Wu Yingqi's hands were shaking. Or rather, it was Li Linghai's hands that were shaking. Her pure black hair was revealing whiteness at the end again. Even her black eyes that looked like abysses were bursting out white stars that exploded like brilliant fireworks. There were too many indescribable feelings hidden in the fireworks. You were the one who gave me life, Li Jialing cried miserably. If my body can help you get rid of the poor life of being possessed by this old ghost in the past 100 years and earn real freedom, it couldn't be better. I only want to see the real you before my death. You seem to have never revealed 100% of your true self before. I want to know what the real Li Linghai looks like below the mask of Queen. Years ago, in the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum, even an emotionless native of the Covenant Alliance was influenced by you and liberated his humanity. What was the Li Linghai at that time like? I hope that such a Li Linghai can show up before me and tell me the truth. Am I only a product of a cold plan? Or am I something else? Don't lie to me. You can't trick me. In the Martial Meritocrat sector, in the Deep Sea Fleet, in the Godly Might prison, and in the capital during our so many contacts, I can feel the real you. You are my mother. Are you going to hide and watch me die without giving me a single answer? What am I? What am I to you? The white hair on Wu Yingqi. Li Linghai's head grew more and more, swallowing the blackness like surging white tides. The brilliance in his black eyes almost burst out of his eye sockets. He was an expert in the divinity branching stage, and even Liao and Long Yangjun could not compare to him, but there seemed to be nothing he could do about an insignificant Li Jialing. Furthermore, he could have grabbed Li Jialing's throat and prevented him from making any sound. But he failed to do it, although veins were bulging on the back of his head. In the end, he finally roared. With appalling brilliance beaming out of his eyes, he knocked out the young man directly, who fell into his arms. The movement seemed to have consumed his tremendous soul power and physical energy, making him more exhausted than when he had recruited Liao and Long Yangjun consecutively just now. The white brilliance in Wu Yingqi's eyes and the white hair on his head gradually vanished, ebbing into the black, resembling an abyss again. He looked at Liao and Long Yangjun in fury and embarrassment, only to discover that the two of them were staring at the ground solemnly, as if they did not catch his disgrace a moment ago at all. Gloomily, Wu Yingqi thought for a long time and placed the unconscious Li Jialing under his armpit, before he said to the two of them coldly, "Come with me. Although it isn't the best time yet, we cannot afford to wait anymore and have to activate the plan right now." Inside the gold crystal pyramid, holding Li Jialing under his armpit and leading Liao and Long Yangjun, Wu Yingqi went forward on a side road, not toward the control room that Liao saw just now, but a place below the control room that was even vaster. Although it seemed inappropriate to describe an underground, enclosed space as vast, it was exactly what Liao was feeling right now. As far as the eyes could reach, there was not the slightest sign of boundary. The wall had been made out of certain black, energy-absorbing materials, allowing them to swallow all the light like a black hole. The place looked as deep and profound as the night sky. Only the diamonds embedded on the wall in the shape of eggs were emanating demonic brilliance, both like the stars in a night sky and countless weird eyes that were staring at everybody in the room without blinking. When Liao walked in, 100 people were already waiting respectfully inside. Everybody had shaved their hair and cleaned their body. With a solemn expression on their faces, they were only wearing a black robe while surrounded by a holy vibe, as if they were devout monks. Liao glanced at the sacred men and women and recognized them to be the most famous experts in the Imperium of true human beings. Most of them were the core forces of the reformists, but of course some were assassins and mercenaries who were after money too. It seemed that they were Wu Yingqi's most trusted bodyguards. When he observed them more carefully, he discovered that everybody was both zealous and tranced. They watched Wu Yingqi with such fascination as if he were a magnificent statue that rose to the sky. Below their feet were complicated rune arrays that bit them hard like lotus flowers with tusks. The strokes of the rune arrays were spreading out and entangling other people's rune arrays. In the end, all the rune arrays were gathered at the very center of the black space. At the center, a throne made of black crystals was standing like an exuberant tree. The black crystals were piled high and reached all the way to the dome, spreading out an abundance of what appeared to be roots or tentacles. Liao remembered the angle and distance when he walked in. He was certain that the gigantic black space was right below the control room earlier. In other words, the facility above the throne of black crystals was likely to be the mainframe crystal processor that led to the gold crystal pyramid. While he was pondering, Wu Yingqi had already directed Liao and Long Yongjun to the rune arrays closest to the throne, asking them to sit cross-legged like other people and enter the meditative state. Shua! 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 The bald experts glanced between Liao and Long Yongjun both warily and enviously, as if they were jealous that they were given such an excellent spot that was so close to His Majesty. Wu Yingqi, on the other hand, chuckled. He took out a piece of magical equipment that looked like a black cocoon from his cosmos ring and put the unconscious Li Jiaoling inside. Then, he closed it and placed it next to the throne of black crystals. Thousands of tentacles immediately slithered and tied up the black cocoon. Then, through the holes on the black cocoon that represented the acupoints of humans, they crawled in. It appeared to be a piece of ancillary magical equipment that he crafted for the body replacement. Liao was rather anxious as he watched, but there was little he could do. Wu Yingqi turned around and looked at Liao and Long Yongjun thoughtfully before he strode to the throne. The seat of the throne looked like a hole in the gigantic tree. As Wu Yingqi was ensconced on it, the black crystals around surged at him as if they were alive, until he was entirely immersed in them. Inside the throne, there were countless tubes as if it were a real tree. Wu Yingqi's black hair proliferated and reached the dome along the tubes before he controlled the roots and tentacles on the dome to wriggle at every expert in weird noises. The sacred moment is about to come. The Imperium will be reborn under our will. What are you waiting for, my dear subjects? Wu Yingqi, who had been embedded inside the black crystals, did not say anything, but his voice came from Liao's back. No, from inside Liao's head. A tentacle made of black crystals dangled behind Liao slowly, and its front end split like a flower, presenting a few things that looked like pistols. Those were exactly Wu Yingqi's hair. The same tentacles dangled behind every bald expert. Everybody connected themselves to the tentacles in wild joy, as if it were the most exhilarating thing. Liao thought of something and finally realized what was going on. This place must be Wu Yingqi's massive brainwashing room, and the start of the whole next sun plan. Wu Yingqi's most intense brainwaves would fill the black space and reverberate with the brains of the many experts here before they were shot out by the gold crystal pyramid and enhanced by the sun. In such a way, he could use the soul power of so many experts to enhance his brainwaves. It was the same as the meditation healers who had been drained into living corpses. Of course, the experts here were mostly very useful for Wu Yingqi's reign later, so they wouldn't be as miserably exploited as the meditation healers were. On the other hand, in doing so, he could perform the brainwashing of a deeper level on those experts. They were the most intimate and trustworthy partners for Wu Yingqi and would be entrusted with great responsibilities later. It went without saying that the more brainwashing he could do, the better. As for Liao and Long Yongjun, Wu Yingqi did not care whether or not they lied or kept any secret at the beginning, because he was absolutely confident about his brainwashing technology. He believed that, when the two of them were in the massive brainwashing, their other thoughts deep inside their hearts would be entirely washed off. Wu Yingqi's conclusion was not exactly wrong. With everything coming to this point, even Liao had no idea whether or not his absolute mental defense could have resisted such dangerous brainwashing. He also did not know if the mental devil, which was still lurking inside the mainframe crystal processor of the gold crystal pyramid, had found a solution. He couldn't tell if the people that he looked forward to could arrive in time. However, it was impossible not to step on the rune arrays. Not only was Wu Yingqi observing them dangerously, but hundreds of experts were also staring at them. Liao glanced at Long Yongjun with the corner of his eye and stepped on the rune array without any expression, sitting cross-legged. The tentacle of black crystals on his back bit his neck softly and pierced a few hairs or maybe nerves into his spine. Long Yongjun did the same and simply allowed a tentacle to tie up her neck like a viper. Great! 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 Wu Yingqi's voice that contained a mixture of insanity and euphoria came from all directions, high and low. You are the pillars of the Imperium tomorrow. You are the ancestors of the new generation of mankind. You are the hope for our civilization to break out of this narrow universe. Come on. Summon your courage, boost your souls, and transform your willpower into the purest spiritual force. Roar at the sun as a new human being, and let the unstoppable storm rage in the whole universe. Boom! Every word he said bombarded the heart and brain of every expert like the most deafening thunder. Including Liao, everybody felt that the real world around them was shattered, and that they fell from a cliff into an endless black hole, reaching a brand new space. This space was entirely empty save the gargantuan black sun that seemed to be swallowing the whole universe. It filled their horizons, their minds, and their souls. When the black sun slowly turned around, they saw Wu Yingqi's face. Wu Yingqi was light and heat. Wu Yingqi was the sun. Wu Yingqi was their only master, and Wu Yingqi was the supreme commander of mankind. No, he was the one true God that was 100 times wiser and loftier than a commander. Wu Yingqi was the sun, and they were mere dust in a dim, dying, noiseless universe. Only when they were illuminated by the sun would the cosmic dust like them release the brief splendor for a while. Without Wu Yingqi, they would be absolutely nothing. The magnificence and the insignificance were a major contrast. They stood no chance to, nor should they, resist Wu Yingqi. They were destined to be attracted by Wu Yingqi's force field and become part of him, like the glittering radiance on the sun. The brilliance that contained astronomical information flooded into their souls. They were the exact same reasoning Liao received from Wu Yingqi a moment ago. However, Wu Yingqi was better prepared this time, and he had the support of a gigantic array and the resonation of countless experts. His reasoning was clearer and more detailed, making Liao could not think or refuse it. They crawled into the deepest part of Liao's brain more than easily. The decision of the Pangu clan's commander, the limits of a universal country's expansion, and the conflicts between finite resources and infinite ambitions. Choiceless. Choiceless. They were absolutely choiceless. This was the only solution. A short pain was better than a long pain. The best way to untie a knot was to cut it apart. Somebody had to pay sacrifices. It was the throes of reform and the price for evolution. March out, march out. No matter what it might take, and no matter what they changed into, they had to march out and not repeat the same mistakes of so many civilizations in history. Only His Majesty could lead the civilization of mankind to march out. Black Star the Great was the only commander, the only monarch, and the one true God of the civilization of mankind. Boom! Such ideas were boosted among Liao, Long Yongjun, the hundreds of experts, and Wu Yingqi, triggering a resonation of their souls. Their powers congregated into the most scorching torrent that soared along the tube above the throne of black crystals before heading toward the sky. When Wu Yingqi soared with the will of hundreds of experts and 10 times more Imperial guards, the energy supply center next to the gold crystal pyramid was functioning at the highest efficiency too. Tons of crystals were instantly transformed into the purest spiritual energy and transmitted into the gold crystal pyramid incessantly through the tubes as thick as boas. For a moment, the whole gold crystal pyramid seemed to be transparent, unleashing the dazzling brilliance like a supernova outbreak. The primeval runes embedded on the surface of the gold crystal pyramid seemed to be revived from hundreds of thousands of years of dormancy, fully stretching out their strokes. They were then entwined into the appearance of vivid faces. At first, the faces seemed to belong to the hundreds of experts inside the gold crystal pyramid, including Li Yao and Long Yongjun. However, as their brains echoed under Wu Yingqi's guidance, all the faces gradually wiggled into Wu Yingqi's face. Z, 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 Z. The waves surging out of the top of the gold crystal pyramid, enhanced by the torrent of spiritual energy, evolved into a visible black pillar of light that pierced at the silo up above. The silo was not an absolutely vertical tube, but more like a hollow tree that sprawled all over the place. The branches of the tree had been dyed silver and were as smooth as the mirror. After the black pillar of light entered it, it was even more concrete and hideous after repetitive boosts, collisions, and reflections. Like a dragon that could swallow the planet, it lunged out of the surface and soared to the sky. On the ground, the people within 10,000 kilometers all saw a black dragon rising from the ground and tearing a swirl-like gap in the thick clouds, darting into space. The black dragon had no end at all. It simply loomed between the sky and the earth, declaring its magnificence to the world blatantly. Immediately, the world was dark, and the clouds were gathering, foreshadowing a storm. Black Star the Great's intimidating oppression filled up the whole capital planet. All the people were so astounded by the splendid view that they could not utter a word. Some people even kneeled down and prayed that such a miracle could help them resist the upcoming enemy. The soldiers of the reformists on the ground, in the meantime, had formed neat battle formations faced with the Black Dragon under the command of their superiors. They had activated their public communication channel, ready to listen to the speech of their top commander. Wu Yingqi's primary target was not the people on the capital planet. This was merely the collateral influence caused by his dispersing brainwaves. The people on the capital planet did not know yet how terrifying the Black Dragon was exactly, but they would very soon. The Black Dragon lunged at the sun. On the shortest route between the number 5 planet and the number 4 planet, which was the capital planet, a most glorious coalition fleet was brutally and gracefully marching at its enemy. No, its prey, no, a toy that was about to be crushed by it. As far as one's eyes could reach, the exhaust flames of starships were everywhere. The overwhelming rivers of light had even eclipsed the stars in the universe. The starships were so dense that their spiritual shields were rubbing and colliding all the time, raising colorful ripples that seemed to be donning the unprecedented army with colorful ribbons and armors. After every step forward, it would leave traces that were as intense as fire behind. The hundreds of thousands of exhaust flames looked like burning arrows that had been shot at the capital. At this moment, from the commanders on the bridge to the sailors inside the Saga cabins, nobody had any doubt about the upcoming victory. The whole Imperial Terminus sector had been razed by the 4 families. Almost every space fortress and planetary base had fallen into their hands. Also, they had been dispersed into the most aggressive battle formation, which allowed them to unleash their maximal firepower instantly. The reformist troops, however, were still hiding on the orbit of the capital planet or even within the atmosphere. They were like the ostriches that buried their heads into the sand, thinking that the enemy would be gone if they did not see the enemy. How hilarious! Many immortal cultivators that belonged to the 4 families already started making plans about how to enjoy themselves after they conquered the capital. Right then, the black ray shot from the capital planet past the vast space and shot at the sun. At first, nobody and no equipment detected the ray. After all, its target was not the 4 families' ace fleets. Besides, it was even less eye-catching than a narrow line in the boundless space. However, the distance between the capital planet and the sun was about 600 light seconds. 10 minutes after the black ray was shot at the sun reacted. At this moment, countless soldiers of the 4 families' ace fleets were staring at the brilliant sun. For the soldiers who were stuck in the narrow cabins and unable to participate in slaughters yet, the sun was almost their only reference. The capital planet was too small and too dim. They couldn't see it from the space yet. There was no telling who discovered it first, but a tiny black spot appeared on the sun. It looked like a noise in the signal or a grain of dust on the crystal camera, or even just their imagination. However, after a long wait, the black spot did not disappear. Instead, there were more and more of them, and they grew larger and larger. It was almost like the sun had opened 100 pairs of black eyes and was staring at the most powerful and most arrogant fleet of mankind. The most absurd and horrifying scene should have raised the exclamations of the soldiers. However, both the bottom-level soldiers and the commanders on the bridge were so deeply awed by the nightmarish picture that they forgot to react. Even their heartbeats and breaths had been stolen. The black eyes on the sun were still expanding. Several black eyes were melted into a wriggling, twisted black spot, which then turned into hideous, thoughtful, furious, and peaceful faces. Eventually, all the faces congregated into one enormous face that looked like a huge abyss. It was exactly Blackstar the Great. The gold crystal pyramid was naturally far from enough to cause such unbelievable changes to a star. However, as the magnifier of mental attacks, it had cast everybody who basked in the sunlight into the most horrible nightmare. By affecting their retina and their optical nerves, they could no longer distinguish reality from illusion, and they were completely lost in Wu Yingqi's will. In everybody's delirium, the sun continued expanding. It had been completely contaminated and had turned black, and it was extending hundreds of black clusters of fire to all directions. Every cluster of fire was millions of kilometers long. They could tie up the asteroids around more than easily, not to mention the starships that were as insignificant as dust. Before the fire arrived, the solar storm had already turned into destructive waves and highly penetrative particles that swept their starships and their bases in the rear, filling every cabin, every pathway, every space shuttle, and every crystal suit on every starship, and even occupying the ears, eyes, brains, and minds of those who saw them. Nobody, regardless of whether or not they stared at the sun, could resist its power. Beep, 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 beep. All the starships were shrieking ear-splittingly, and panicked ripples were surging on every light beam. The crazily bouncing figures on the control panel reminded the starships that the energy and radiation output of the nearest star had been improved exponentially after only 5 minutes, and a paralyzing strike was about to be launched on the spiritual shields as well as the magical equipment units on every starship. Even the soldiers, who had not taken level 9 anti-radiation measures, might be exposed to the fatal exposure dose and suffer irreversible injuries. However, no soldiers or commanders bothered with the minor injuries anymore, because everybody was dwelling in the illumination of the black sun, as well as the profound, magnificent movement of the universe that seemed to be flowing from the history into the future. Every one of them was a water drop in the river of civilization and a minor note in the marvelous movement. They couldn't change anything or control anything. All they could do was to melt themselves into the river and the movement, singing, surging, sticking, and submitting. As the river surged and the movement echoed, their brains seemed to be gathered into an unprecedentedly huge web with the radiance of the sun, and they gained indescribable epiphany. The gushes of information that Wu Yingqi filled into Liao's head inside the gold crystal pyramid below the ground of the capital planet were filled into the heads of those people too. However, compared to Wu Yingqi's lecture, that was reasonable and persuasive. His session this time was much simpler and more straightforward, with the air of dominance and irrefutability. In the first batch of soldiers who were indoctrinated, many people's brains couldn't take the violent waves that were enhanced by the sun. In a trance, their noses were bleeding, their eyes were popping out, and their eardrums were torn apart until their cerebral vessels exploded in the end. They collapsed on the ground, dying miserably on the spot. Because Wu Yingqi's inculcation was in serious conflict with their original belief, some of them could neither resist Wu Yingqi's will that had been magnified thousands of times by the sun, nor change their beliefs promptly. They were immediately mentally deranged, turning into lunatics and howling beasts who only knew how to kill. But most people appeared to be drowned in a black swamp. After passing the initial panic and confusion, the frenzy of hypnotization popped up on their faces. Under the might of the sun, their brains were stamped with the will of Wu Yingqi, which forced them to have brand new, unquestionable, and even unthinkable ideas. Long live Blackstar the Great. Long live the new Imperium. Long live the real civilization of mankind. The eyes of those people all turned into black swirls. Their whole lives, will, and souls were absorbed by this swirl into some sort of frantic zombies. Even their brain cells had qualitative changes. The old brain cells perished non-stop, and the new brain cells established weird sulcus and gelatins in a completely different way, imprinting the indestructible ideas on their souls. Those people who dwell in the dark will, unable to free themselves from it, were completely melted in the network of soul resonation. They unleashed their mental power and released brainwaves that contained black venom to affect more and more people. It was like the spread of a virus. Wuxia was not hypnotizing everybody on his own. Rather, he began from the weakest low-level immortal cultivators whose souls were most unsteady in the massive spread. After their brains were conquered, they were developed into his black pawns, and the pawns could contaminate more pawns. When a few low-level chess pieces reverberated with each other, they were able to corrupt the higher-level pawns. Just like that, a gargantuan mental plague, boarding on the ubiquitous but ever-changing solar storm, swept across all the starships of the 4 families' ace fleets. Not a single brain could survive it. Half an hour after the massive enlightenment, the first batch of immortal cultivators who had been completely brainwashed gradually woke up from their trance. At first look, they were no different from half an hour ago, except for the weird smiles on their lips and the shimmering darkness in their eyes. However, deep in their hearts they had already come to an epiphany. They had realized the truth of the universe and seen the ultimate future of the civilization of mankind. They communicated with each other with their thoughtful eyes, immediately understanding each other's identities and locations. Then, they cast their rigorous eyes to other directions, sensing the people whose brainwaves were of utterly different frequencies. Most of the immortal cultivators were still in a trance. Their minds were in conflict and they were not the targets. There were always people who were extremely determined and loyal to the 4 families and who were unable to be brainwashed. Those people were mostly the commanders or advisors on the starships, at least above the middle-level officers. They also realized that their starships were under some sort of highly dangerous mental attack. They all scuttled along the pathways, trying their best to wake up their subordinates. What's going on? Why are you not moving? Get back to yourself. Raise the spiritual shield. Raise the anti-radiation and anti-particle shields of the highest level. Release the sedatives of the highest density to the cabins of the starships. No. Just release the powerful anesthetics. I would rather all the crew to go to sleep than watch them in this goddamn state. Carry out my order. Is there anybody that can carry out my order? Damn it. The officers tried to hold back their headaches and their mental shock, jumping up and down like desperate gorillas. In the harmonious symphony of the reverberation of the souls, they were like the loudest noises that were recognized by the deeply brainwashed soldiers easily. With creepy smiles, the soldiers wobbled rigidly but firmly at the officers. What are you doing? You are not allowed to come here. Stop. Stop there or I will shoot. Are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea who I am or who you are? Bam. Bam. The officers who were still awake wielded their storm bolters, blowing the heads of the few brainwashed soldiers in the lead into broken watermelons. But it did not quench the courage of the other soldiers. Very soon, the few officers who were still conscious were surrounded by the soldiers and vanished in the zealous vibe. Of course, on many starships, because of the thorough defense, the radiation and the high-energy particles had decayed after penetrating through the shields and the plate armor, and they failed to achieve 100% brainwashing. However, even if only 20 to 30% of the soldiers were brainwashed, and another 20 to 30% were turned into bloodthirsty monsters after their derangement, it still would be an unbearable strike for the starships. The places like engine compartments and arsenals were mostly defended by the bottom-level soldiers. They were heavily struck by the brainwashing. As long as 20 to 30% of the soldiers obeyed Wuxia's will, they would be able to cause major trouble to the starships. The first thing they did after their epiphany was to sabotage the engine compartments. Then, they retrieved abundant crystals from the arsenals and transformed them into crystal bombs. Then, they held each other's hands and marched at the bridge, demanding their commanders to listen to their reasoning. It was needless to say that a lot of human-shaped monsters, who had lost their sanity and who had been given excessive strength, were running amok among the dark and profound pathways, killing and destroying everything they saw. Nightmares that were beyond the description of any words were going on. Even though the soldiers who were still conscious quelled the internal conflicts with great efforts, the starships were mostly riddled with holes and boarded on destruction. After the engine compartments, the fuel cabins, and the arsenals exploded, even the largest starship would be heavily damaged and could not sail in the Sea of Stars again without a couple of months of major maintenance. During the first hour of the solar storm's rampage, riots large and small almost burst out on every starship in the four families' ace fleets. In the second and third hours, after the internal conflicts on some of the starships were finally settled, even more terrible things happened. On some other starships, abundant starship commanders, advisors, and fire control officers had already accepted Xianxia's enlightenment, understood the truth of evolution, recognized the highest commander and the one true god of the Imperium, and became Xianxia's most loyal accomplices. Darkness was burning intimidatingly inside the eyes of those commanders and fire control officers. Hollowness appeared on their faces again, and their lips were curled into vague smiles. Through the intermittent, seriously disrupted channels, they sent messages to the neighboring starships and communicated with the commanders nearby. The Imperium is embracing a new life. Those commanders spoke to the commanders of the neighboring starships. The highest commander is back. The savior of mankind has finally arrived. Some of the commanders, after receiving such a message, would respond to them, "Long live Black Star the Great. Long live the Imperium of true human beings." Then, they would mark each other's starships as black, the color of allies in the identification system. But some of the commanders would roar in panic and fury. "What the heck? What nonsense are you talking about? Hey? Hello?" The commanders who had been awakened would cut off the communication quickly and mark those starships as white, the color of foes, without any expression. Then they would blow out all their firepowers and launch a suicide attack, not bothering with their own defense or the gap between themselves and the hostile starships. Boom! 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 Almost at the same time, countless dazzling ribbons of light and abnormally expanding balls of light glittered in the iron tide made of more than 100,000 starships. The starships that were close to each other bit each other like hyenas. Both the spiritual shields and the composite armor were torn into shreds like paper. Tremendous materials, swallowed by the fire of spiritual energy, spurted out like the artery blood onto other starships, raising colorful ripples. The starships that were polluted were mostly rapid warships and arsenal warships of smaller sizes. Those starships had weaker spiritual shields and armor, and their commanders' levels were not high. Naturally, they became the first batch of Xianxia's devout believers. The leaders, including the highest commander, were gathered on the massive, thick motherships and comprehensive supply starships, and those starships were still under control. However, the gap between their sizes and their firepower did not stop the rapid warships and the arsenal warships to output the most violent firepower while they accelerated to the highest speed and crashed into their command starships, motherships, and comprehensive supply ships. In world-shaking explosions, they blew themselves up into pieces and left devastating holes on their command starships and their motherships. Before the sun radiated black light, not a single commander had foreseen such an unbelievable scenario. Therefore, they were in the densest battle formation, and there was little space for them to adjust their positions. After the solar storm swept across the whole fleet, the engine units, the fire control system, and the mainframe crystal processors of a lot of starships were completely paralyzed. Many bottom-level soldiers had accepted Xianxia's brainwashing and turned into monsters or zombies, making them lose effective control over the starships. It was often the case that they could only watch their arsenal warships crash into them like crazy fireballs without being able to do anything about it. The overwhelming space fleet completely went into chaos. Some starships intended to run away, only to be dragged by the debris and the fire back into the vortex of destruction. Some starships intended to march forward and take over the situation by taking advantage of their tough starships and awe-inspiring cannons. But before long, a fatal mental plague would burst out from within those starships. Tremendous soldiers with deep, dark eyes would march into the bridge and surround the commander and the fire control officer, biting them until nothing was left. Some other starships completely lost their momentum. Their spiritual shield and exhaust flames gradually dimmed, as if they were cold iron coffins. It was impossible to imagine what was happening inside, nor did anybody have the courage to. The iron torrent that was confident in destroying anything a few hours ago seemed to have hit invisible reefs and was on the brink of collapsing. This is a trap. Fall back. We have to jump out of this wretched space zone and the radiation range of the star. Help! Help! No. For base. Do you copy? Please navigate us to a suitable jump point immediately. From the main warships of the ace fleets of the 4 families that were as magnificent as mountains, panicked orders and even cries for help were echoing. But their responses came too late. Long before they realized that they were caught in the dark abyss, the solar storm had swept across all the reinforcing fleets, space fortresses, and planetary bases they had at the edge of the Imperial Terminus sector indiscriminately, creating mental plagues in those places as well and transforming the immortal cultivators who were previously loyal to the 4 families into some sort of zombies, except that these zombies did not feed on other people's brains. Instead, they merely changed, assimilated, and corrupted them. The 5th planetary base that the ace fleets of the 4 families just left looked like the end of the world too. Countless people ran about holding their heads that had abnormally expanded, and while they were running, their brains exploded and the blood rose up into the sky like springs. Some of them even left the range of the artificial atmosphere and the gravity field, turning into bizarre-looking statues in the cold vacuum, which were then obliterated under the illumination of the sun. Some people intended to flee out of the planets in starships, space shuttles, and crystal suits, only to be shot down by the soldiers who had been awakened with the anti-air cannons. They fell like flies with a helical tail behind them. The soldiers who were still loyal to the 4 families gathered into islands and resisted the bottom-level soldiers' attack in vain. However, due to the exhaustion of their souls and their extreme dread, their brains could be corrupted easily too. It was often the case that a traitor would emerge among them as they fought on. After a moment of stun, their eyes would turn deep dark, and they would stab their allies in the back. Boom! There was no telling if it was done by the mad soldiers or the desperate officers, but the largest arsenal on the number 5 planet was detonated, which caused the explosion of the crystals. The deafening noises split everyone's ears. Materials weighing hundreds of thousands of tons were tossed into the sky, before they splashed down like burning meteorites, raising even greater damage. The whole planet seemed to be on fire and ignited by the brilliance of the black sun. The same scene was happening in all the areas of the space zone that had been occupied by the 4 families. Not a single starship could launch a space jump and escape the swamp of the black sun in time. Although only 20% of the next sun plan had been carried out, the 4 families' ace fleets already did not exist anymore. The iron tide had been degenerated into spreading mud. Every starship had been turned into a lone island of death. Every immortal cultivator was in hypnotization, panic, or desperation. Their combat abilities gone. The same thing happened to the Imperial Guards and the Deep Sea Fleet that belonged to the Reformists. The Imperial Guards and the Deep Sea Fleet were already prepared for it. Before the next sun plan was activated, they had already docked their starships in the atmosphere and turned off most of the magical equipment units. Thanks to the protection of the atmosphere, they avoided the ultra-powerful radiations and particles caused by the solar storm. However, the public communication channels on their starships were completely open to Xianxia, allowing Xianxia to march in without any blockage. The soldiers and officers who were wearing the black military uniforms of the Imperium 1,000 years ago, like neat rows of statues, listened to His Majesty's tutelage in silence. In peace and order, they received unprecedented epiphany, and hollow and creepy smiles appeared on their faces. When they looked at space again, their moods were entirely different. A moment ago, they might still be worrying about the upcoming catastrophe, but right now, they had absolutely no doubt about their victory and already couldn't wait to accept the collapsed fleets in a few days. They would be the first members of the glorious capital fleet. They would be the contributors to the new Imperium, the ancestors of new human beings, and the first people to break out of the tiny universe. Long live the Imperium. Long live His Majesty. Long live Blackstar the Great. On the capital planet, The unparalleled might of the solar storm had consumed the place too. Thanks to the protection of the thick, dense atmosphere, more than 90% of the radiations, powerful particles, and low-frequency electromagnetic waves were blocked. Therefore, the delirium and destruction in this place would be delayed 12 to 24 hours. Even so, all kinds of anomalies were already presaging a doom. The first to be affected were the sensitive birds. Since the organs in their brains that sensed the magnetic field were seriously disrupted, thousands of birds were soaring into the sky and flying around like headless flies. There were even tides of crows that raged among the skyscrapers and crashed into the buildings. When those crows flapped their wings and tried to hover in the narrow rooms, their brains exploded all of a sudden. Such a nightmare would be an unforgettable memory for all the eyewitnesses. The beasts were just like the birds. The residents who lived close to forests and mountains saw the most unbelievable torrents. The torrents made of snakes, rats, ants, wolves, tigers, leopards, and so on. They fled from their homes in panic and ran toward the cities where humans lived. The beasts, who were supposed to be natural enemies, had no time to bother with each other or where they were going to. In many cases, they were simply running around the cities or following their own tails until they died of exhaustion. Abundant rats also congregated into an overwhelming army that marched at the wilderness until they reached the cliff, which was hundreds of meters higher than the ocean. Then, they jumped off and disappeared into the dark tide. After accepting the offerings of those living creatures, the tide was fiercer and fiercer. On the Silver Moon Ocean, an unprecedented level 12 waterspout had already taken shape. Like a gigantic drinking straw that reached the sky, it was going to absorb all the ocean water into the atmosphere. Super tornadoes that had never happened on the capital planet in the past 10,000 years slowly spread out their tentacles too, bearing their sharpest tusks at the cities next to the seashore. Even without the detection magical equipment of the meteorological agencies, one could see with their naked eye that half of the sky had been contaminated and completely turned into an astounding black sky. It seemed that the gigantic black spot was going to swallow the three-dimensional space very soon. Such anomalies should have cast everybody in fear and mental collapse. However, all the residents on the capital planet heard a mysterious voice. The voice calmed them down and made them more focused than ever. They realized a certain grandeur destiny beyond their insignificant lives, and they were gradually transformed into literal ants. As long as the grandeur destiny could be fulfilled, their insignificant lives could be sacrificed at any moment. For the Imperium, for the ants, countless people trembled out of their rooms and shelters and gazed at the sun that was full of black spots. They accepted the bath of the black light without blinking, rejoicing even though their retinas were entirely burnt up. Almost all the immortal cultivators and the senior lackeys of the immortal cultivators, who lived in the cities on the surface of the planet, were enshrouded by Xianxia's will. They were either turned into abnormal monsters or patients suffering from radiation. The hominoids, who lived 200 meters to 20,000 meters below the ground, were in a relatively better shape. The atmosphere was the first protection, and the thick rocks were the second shell. Even the most powerful radiations and particles could barely pierce through the crust of the planet that was almost 10,000 meters thick. Even if they could, they would be too decayed after that. Therefore, when the best experts on the capital planet and their lackeys were caught in the mental plague, those humble underground hominoids could still enjoy brief consciousness. The next sun plan required the radiance of the sun, but thanks to the privileges offered by the immortal cultivators, 90% of the underground hominoids had never seen real sunlight in their entire lives. Naturally, they could barely be corrupted by the next sun plan. Of course, Xianxia's original plan never took the underground hominoids into consideration either. After all, they were just weeds and ants that couldn't change or influence anything. Whether they were awake or delirious, they would be dead for sure in the upcoming disaster. As the fuel to propel the civilization, they could not raise the tiniest spark. Inside the gold crystal pyramid below the capital planet, I am the universe. Xianxia's soul was boosted to the maximum, stretching out to almost the entire imperial terminus sector by the power of the sun. Under the reverberation of the souls of billions of people, he earned unprecedented epiphany too. He had never been more assured of it, that he was the sun and the universe. His victory was mankind's victory, His future was mankind's future, and he was the highest will of mankind. No, he was mankind. He, sensing the obedience and admiration that billions of people fed back into his soul, Wu Yingqi was more confident than ever too. The pictures and information streams that he imprinted on those people had been washing and hypnotizing himself too, making him absolutely in no doubt of his destiny. 30% of the next Sun plan had been carried out. The most difficult part had passed. The four families' ace fleets had completely fallen into chaos, and it was impossible for them to recover in a couple of days. Besides, the four families did not have the courage to send any reinforcements into the Imperial Terminus sector that was enshrouded in the Black Sun. The Imperial Guards and the Deep Sea Fleet were also being awakened in order. Very soon, their loyalty would be improved to a new level. Then, they would be able to accept the four families' ace fleets. Even though Lei Qinghu might be insubordinate, the chaos in the Seven Seas space zone would take at least 10 to 15 days to be cleaned up. By then, whether or not the astounding Thunder Fleet jumped over, the new capital fleet would rise above the sea of stars under his personal governance. Nothing could possibly stop him. Nothing could possibly stop the renaissance of the civilization of mankind. Wu Yingqi dwelled in the soul resonation of billions of people and the worships and cries from them, unable to get away from the glorious and brilliant movement. However, the magnificent movement that covered from the beginning of life to all eternity seemed to be mixed with two minor noises. The movement was so smooth and pleasant that the two noises were particularly ear-splitting, as if they were mocking him. Ha! The Black Sun slightly opened its eyes and stared at the dust named Li Yao in the most rigorous way. Li Yao, I have sensed that the frequency of your soul is highly unsteady. It seems that every once in a while, particularly when everybody is cheering for the Imperium, your soul will suffer a certain intense, mysterious stimulation. Wu Yingqi's soul sent such a thought to Li Yao's soul. You seem to be reserving something to yourself. Do you have any other secrets? Well, Li Yao's soul was as insignificant as a grain of dust before the Black Sun, yet it was glowing with uncertainties. And no, long live the Imperium. Long live your Majesty. Long live Divinity Transformation Stage. EW. Have you not understood the magnitude of the next Sun plan to this moment? You are still unwilling to obey my will. From the Black Sun, the tentacles of light as tiny as hair stabbed into Li Yao's soul after zigzagging for a while, imposing the most intense mental attacks again. I am the country, I am the sun, I am the universe, and nobody should keep anything to themselves before me. Come on, spit it out. Give me your secrets. As Wu Yingqi spoke, the grains of dust all around that represented the consciousness of the individuals also spread out countless rays that looked like nerves, surging into Li Yao's brain in a hurry and connecting to his soul. Come on. Spit it out. There's no need to keep anything to yourself. Tell all the secrets to His Majesty like us. His Majesty is our true God and the only dominator. Whoever keeps any secret from His Majesty will be the greatest traitor of mankind. Come on. Come on. Speak it out. Speak it out like the rest of us. They were the people who had been hypnotized by Wu Yingqi and who intended to further corrupt Li Yao in the resonance of absolute obedience. Such collective hysteria, like the cross-infection of viruses, made it impossible for anybody in the network to escape. Of course, if a certain unconventional, highly provocative thing appeared on the network, it would spread to every terminal on the network and be received by every soul and every brain. Li Yao continued his pale resistance and talked nonsense as if he had been cornered. Really? I have truly 100% surrendered to your Majesty and realized that your Majesty is the sun, the moon, and the stars. However, no matter how submissive I am entitled to a personal life, am I not? Really, your Majesty, you wouldn't want to see my ultimate secret. It's just one of my quirks that are not worth mentioning at all. Please allow me to collect and appreciate them on my own. Ha! Wu Yingqi's voice turned even colder and more indifferent. The rays of light that pierced into Li Yao's soul groped for Li Yao's ultimate secret like a snake that was spurting venom. Li Yao, you are such a disappointment. I thought you were a smart guy who was capable of making a sensible choice. It never occurred to me that I am indeed not stupid, but this secret is simply too terrible. Liao sounded both wronged and upset. If your majesty learns it, your majesty will definitely be infuriated and execute me. That's why I dare not invite your majesty to appreciate them. Hehe. What kind of secrets are worth my thunderous fury? Wu Yingqi's voice was filled with the laughter of disdain. The best they can be are just some other schemes and boring tricks that you want to play. However, you have seen and even sensed with your own soul that my next sun plan has succeeded. The best soldiers of the entire Imperium have all recognized the correct path and are obeying my will. Starting from this second, a new epoch of the civilization of mankind has begun. Even though all the gods and devils in the entire universe arrive, they cannot stop my determination. What can you accomplish with your petty tricks? Come on, publicize your ultimate secrets, clear the last obstacles in your mind, and kneel before my feet sincerely just like other people and be the sharpest saber in my hands. I guarantee that I will pardon all of your crimes and your boring tricks. Come on, come on. The souls around that had been deeply brainwashed also shouted, reveal your secrets. His Majesty will benevolently pardon all your crimes. His Majesty is too invincible to bother with any tricks. Fine. Liao's soul seemed to have been mired in a swamp under the interference of so many waves. He mumbled to himself, since your Majesty has put it that way, it seems inappropriate if I still don't open my mind. However, I have to prepare myself and adjust my mood first. To be honest, I have never seen such an outrageous request before in my entire life. This is rather embarrassing for me. Your soul is resisting my investigation. In such massive enlightenment and collective reverberation of the souls, your soul still retains such high independence. What did you do? What are you hiding deep inside your soul? The black sun glowed ominously as Wu Yingqi's keen senses detected a few abnormal waves. He spoke warily. You are only stalling me. You have been stalling me since the beginning. What exactly are you waiting for, Vulture Liao? The black sun constricted violently and spat out hundreds of tentacles of light, which surged at Liao's soul together and tried to tear apart Liao's soul to expose the secret. But at such a moment, the illusionary universe that had been pure black was torn apart by the brilliance that was as red as blood in a corner. It appeared that a red supernova had burst out on the opposite side of the black sun. A new red star, which was small but equally dazzling, had risen. Hardly had the red star been born when its light spread across the whole illusionary universe, or the brainwashing waves released by the gold crystal pyramid, like a bloody tide. With the enhancement of the real star, it swept across the brains of all the immortal cultivators in the Imperial Terminus sector, standing on par with the black sun, which was Wu Yingqi's will. The red star also yielded countless red stripes, which pierced into the supermassive neural network that Wu Yingqi established through his hard work, somewhat hijacking the gold crystal pyramid and the next sun plan. Excuse me, but he has been waiting for me. A cocky and gloating face with an identical look to Liao's surfaced on the red star. Who else could it have been if not the mental devil that snuck into the mainframe crystal processor of the gold crystal pyramid earlier? The mental devil grimaced at Wu Yingqi first before it shouted loudly at Liao. What are you waiting for? Now is the time, Liao. I have temporarily compromised the defense system of the gold crystal pyramid, and it can be hijacked in about 10 minutes. It is all yours in 10 minutes. Release the filthiest stuff in your heart to the universe. Although your words can be quite misleading, I understand what you mean. Then let's bring it on. The mental devil's arrival made Liao go through drastic changes. It seemed that under the illumination of the red star, even the insignificant dust had emanated the light that eclipsed the dark sun. Taking a deep breath, Liao sent the most grievous thought to Wu Yingqi. Your Majesty, whatever happens later, and no matter how you hate, despise, beat me, and treat me like a shameless scumbag, you must believe that this is not part of my plan at all. I only thought to construct a minor mental defense for myself. Who could have foreseen that it would end up like this? Really, nobody wanted to go this far. It is you who insisted on reading my greatest secret. In that case, Just let everybody watch it until they are satisfied. Instantly, the insignificant dust that was Liao was melted with the mental devil, the rising red star. Like fuel that was poured onto fire, it raised astounding changes again. Countless information streams, like raging floods and rivers, swept across everyone's brain instantly. They were all the most vivid, detailed action movies without any traces of modification, vigorous and alluring. Wu Yingqi's solemn face that was worshipped by billions of people had been neatly transplanted to the graceful bodies, presenting the scenes of primitive nudity. The despicable pictures, the thought-provoking sound effects, and the lines that Liao wrote for Wu Yingqi himself had all been transformed into the purest information that was branded into everyone's brain, including Wu Yingqi's. Wu Yingqi was the first one to take the hit. Caught unprepared, it was like somebody had stabbed a burning stick into his back, lifted him up, and smacked him in the face non-stop. Even though he was the ancestor of the immortal cultivators, even though he was the heir to the blood god, and even though he was the visionary, ambitious first commander, one true god, and the highest dominator, he had never foreseen, nor could he bear, such intense stimulations at such a critical moment on such an occasion. Boom! 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 Deafening explosions echoed from deep inside the black sun. It was the sounds that Wu Yingqi's soul had been seriously damaged, and that his brain was bleeding hard. What is that? His screams were more twisted than before, sounding more shocked than angry, if not somewhat stunned. He seemed unaware of what was happening. What is that exactly? Nothing. Like I said, it's just my personal hobby and my private life. Liao replied innocently. I really never meant to take them out. They were only for my own appreciation. But you were so aggressive and demanded me to present them. We have so many eyewitnesses here who can testify that it was you who asked me to present them. Also, you had pardoned me in advance. You? The black sun spurted out surging flames non-stop, but the flames were not as rampant and dominating as a moment ago. They were so disordered and feeble that they did not look like the extension of Wu Yingqi's iron will, but more like he was vomiting blood in fury. It was not exactly because Wu Yingqi's soul was too weak. It was mainly because the next sun plan had been pushed forward to the most critical moment. He was subduing millions of people and winning their loyalty purely on his own. Even though he had the sun as the magnifier, the blast and the recoil on his own soul were still inestimable. Besides, nobody could have foreseen that in a battle that would decide the future of the Imperium, the civilization of mankind, and even the Pangu universe on such an occasion that should be solemn if not blood-stirring, Liao would resort to such a shameless tactic. It was quite understandable that even Wu Yingqi's tough mind was cracking in weird sounds. Blackstar the Great, the ancestor of all immortal cultivators and the blood god's heir, couldn't keep his mind steady. Even though he devoted all of his computational ability in the divinity branching state and inferred the whole plan a million times, he couldn't have predicted the action of such a freak as Liao. What are you exclaiming about? If you can't tolerate a few pure love movies, how can you be an emperor? Liao grinned as the red star expanded non-stop, sending out even more thrilling and despicable information torrents to all directions. If you can't handle this, wouldn't the heavy-taste movies blind you? Shwa, 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 shwa. The information, thanks to the power of the gold crystal pyramid and the sun, was shot into the brains of millions of immortal cultivators in the whole space zone. The first to take the hit was naturally the hundreds of bald experts around Liao and Wu Yingqi. Those experts were the right-hand bodyguards that Wu Yingqi had selected carefully. After repetitive enlightenment sessions, they believed in Wu Yingqi's ideology, and their loyalty was absolutely unquestionable. However, even if their loyalty were doubled, the stimulation of the unbelievable pictures and moans that were stuffed into their heads all of a sudden would still be too stimulating. 1 second earlier, their heads were still filled with the grandeur, glorious, and profound things. Inside their heads were the future of mankind, the fate of the universe, and the sacred and dominating image of Wu Yingqi who was wielding his long sword and chopping the thorns on his way. However, in the next second, such a magnificent image, along with the vision of the universe, was shattered into pieces and replaced by certain things that could not be described. The highest commander, the supreme master, and the one true god of mankind, like a hairless monkey, was messing with certain other hairless monkeys, as if they were fighting. Also, the commander, master, and god was the losing one. Ah! The souls of the hundreds of bald experts all screamed miserably, together with the exclamations of disbelief. The marks that Wu Yingqi had imprinted on their brains repetitively earlier were gradually loosened, shaken, and collapsed. Fake! Fake! This is all fake. This is the enemy's scam. Of course it is fake and scam. But this is our supreme and almighty His Majesty. Why did you allow such goddamn illusions to appear at the most critical moment of our magnificent cause? How can you allow it? How can you tolerate it? Such suspicion wandered among the hundreds of heads like a shining electric arc. It was true that Wu Yingqi did not wash away the bald expert's normal logic thinking. What he needed was the elite soldiers who were loyal but could make decisions on their own, instead of puppets made of flesh and blood with empty minds. Logical thinking abilities were necessary things that could not be entirely washed off. However, he had brought the minds of those experts into his pace by way of enlightenment before, only allowing them to think according to the patterns he set. Naturally, they would reach the conclusion to surrender to him however they considered. Now, his pace had been disrupted by Liao, and the patterns he set earlier were broken by Liao's shameless and contemptible trick too. The bald experts who were qualified to be chosen by Wu Yingqi were at least above the peak of the core formation stage. Their abilities in logical thinking were unquestionable. When they jumped out of the framework that Wu Yingqi set for themselves and reviewed the situation on their own, they immediately discovered a natural contradiction. Was it possible for a scrupulous commander and an almighty god to have overlooked the enemy's tricks? Even the right-hand bodyguards that had been brainwashed by Wu Yingqi for a long time began to have doubt, not to mention the immortal cultivators of the four families who had just been brainwashed and whose stance was not steady yet. Speaking of which, those immortal cultivators of the four families were quite poor. They suffered heavy losses during the rampage of the solar storm first. Then, some of them went mad, and many of their brains exploded during the massive brainwashing. After that, many more were killed in their self-brutalization. Now, they were finally pacified and ready to listen to His Majesty's tutelage, but all of a sudden, their heads were filled with such stimulating, violent, and filthy stuff. Their brains that had just been scourged were tormented again, and their hearts that had just taken a 180-degree turn took yet another 180-degree turn, except that the second turn was a vertical one. All in all, the immortal cultivators' minds were too twisted, and their admiration and belief in Wu Yingqi had been too severely blasphemed for them to return to the previous state. Eyes! My eyes! Countless immortal cultivators screamed while covering their eyes, with thick blood darting out of the gaps of their fingers. Ah! Even the lunatics whose minds had just collapsed were also wailing and writhing on the ground while holding their heads. Many senior commanders, brainwashed by Wu Yingqi, just ordered their starships to kill their fellow starships who were too obstinate to change 5 minutes ago as a gesture of their loyalty, only to watch Wu Yingqi's alluring bed battles. After being stunned for a long time, their darkened eyes gradually turned normal, and they took out the storm bolters on their waists in disbelief. Putting it into their mouths, they cursed vaguely and pulled the triggers. The four families' ace fleets that were extremely chaotic in the first place became even more chaotic. The same thing was happening in every asteroid base, the deep-sea fleet, every troop of the Imperial Guards, and the hundreds of cities on the surface of the capital planet. There had never been such a ludicrous folly in the history of the Imperium, no, in the history of mankind. None of the words that human beings had ever used could describe what Wu Yingqi was feeling. The surprise, shock, fear, and fury of the billions of souls were fed back to his soul clearly, turning into twisted ripples on the surface of the black sun. The magnificent next sun plan was suffering an avalanche of failures. His mental plague encountered an even more powerful mental plague. His splendid plan had been overpowered by primitive instincts. After Wu Yingqi finally held back his urge of vomiting blood and calmed himself down, The first thing he attempted to do was to stop the gold crystal pyramid from further sending the twisted waves to the sun. However, things were too tricky for him to get back under control. First of all, the enemy's mysterious force that hacked the mainframe crystal processor of the gold crystal pyramid was too powerful, and it even had the vague scent of extraterrestrial devils that were of the same origins as himself. This meant that their compatibility with the control system was very high. It was exactly so that the enemy simulated his waves and obtained the control permissions of the gold crystal pyramid. It was difficult for him to take back the gold crystal pyramid in 10 minutes. Secondly, the so-called massive enlightenment was a highly dangerous endeavor that was as risky as possession in the first place. When new storms were raised in the heads of more and more people, the power of the storms was also corrupting his soul and making him suffer incessant blows. In the end, Liao, the wretched Liao, was like an unkillable rat that had leaned close to his soul shamelessly again. When Xianxia mobilized his mental power to deal with Liao, his control over the gold crystal pyramid unavoidably went loose, and the enemy's infiltration into the gold crystal pyramid went deeper. It was even trying to sneak into the central database of the gold crystal pyramid to completely stop the facility. The gold crystal pyramid naturally had its own personnel and crystal processor specialists. However, it was a pity that those personnel and crystal processor specialists were in the state of enlightenment a moment ago and shared the messy information that Liao spread out. At this moment, they were holding their heads and doubting their lives with their eyes bulged and their faces pale. Therefore, Xianxia could only multitask on his own. He had to compete for control over the gold crystal pyramid with the mental devil while he tried to destroy the goddamn Liao. For an expert in the divinity branching stage in a normal state, multitasking was the most fundamental technique. However, Xianxia at this moment was far from normal. On the mental battlefield, the black sun shrank like a balloon whose air was leaking, while the red star was expanding non-stop until it was like the sun at midday. As one party shrank and the other party grew, the gap between them was rapidly shortened, until they were almost on the same level. Boom! Two suns, one red and the other black, collided brutally. Each sun was waving hundreds of tentacles of fire, and every tentacle contained countless thoughts of Liao and Xianxia, while they tied each other, mauling, melting, and swallowing the enemy. From that point of view, their souls were not like two stars, but like the leukocytes and the invading bacteria. However, it was still too soon to say which of them was the leukocytes and which were the bacteria that would be devoured eventually. Liao, you dare betray me! A fiery tentacle of the black sun, raising bolts of lightning of millions of kilometers, whipped the surface of the red star brutally and caused a tide tens of hundreds of kilometers high. It was exactly an amalgamation of Xianxia's furious thoughts. In such a wicked way. Like I said, you forced me to do this. It was all because you were both bad and stupid. The thousands of tides raised by the red star also turned into countless tentacles that pierced into the black sun deeply, trying to affect Xianxia's beliefs further with Liao's will. A gentleman like me would never have used such a shameless trick because my own honor and reputation would have been destroyed even if I defeated you in the end. However, what are personal honor and reputation compared to the civilization of mankind? I have sacrificed the glorious image that I established after 100 years of hard work. How could I have been brainwashed by you easily? Embrace your fiasco, Xianxia. Boom, 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 boom. As Liao roared, crimson fireballs exploded on the surface of the black sun, leaving bumps and dents there and making it look like a gigantic, abnormal tumor. Why? Due to the immense shock, Xianxia's soul could barely resist Liao's bombardment. Like an octopus that was tied up by an electric eel, he waved his tentacles crazily and sent even stronger mental power to Liao, trying to brainwash Liao again. If you are truly considering for the civilization of mankind, you will only have even fewer reasons to betray me. I am your only savior. Only my next sun plan can rescue the Imperium and everybody in it. Cut the crap. The fact is obvious that you have been completely screwed, and you are still trying to enchant me with such ridiculous, self-revealing lies? In your dream, Liao scorned. The red star emitted the most dazzling brilliance that contained his most indestructible willpower. Like I said before, to convince me of your next sun plan, you will have to prove 2 points. The first point is that you are meticulous and invincible, and the second point is that the technology of massive brainwashing is mature, steady, and minimally costly. However, from what I can see, neither of the 2 points is valid. First of all, you are far from taking everybody and everything into your control. At the very least, you failed to foresee my shamelessness. No, my extraordinary smartness and creativeness. Secondly, your technology of massive brainwashing is fundamentally flawed. Not only is the gold crystal pyramid susceptible to the invasion of external viruses, but it also cannot inculcate 2 opposite ideas at the same time. Otherwise, those who are brainwashed are likely to collapse. Even you, as the performer of the operation, will suffer a severe recoil, and your mind is on the brink of collapse too. Tisk, TSK, TSK. You have taken out such an immature technology as your life savior. Are you kidding me, Your Majesty? Therefore, do you understand my logic now? The fact that I have betrayed you is the very reason why I should and must betray you. As long as the idea occurs to me that I have to betray you, the idea will grow under certain self-stimulations. It will expand and consolidate until it becomes an indestructible armor that can resist all your brainwashing. If everything you said were true, I couldn't have betrayed you at all. However, I have already betrayed you, and my soul is jumping up and down before your soul, which means that you were lying and your words were bullshit. If you absolutely believed in your ideology and your methodology, and if this were where your faith lies, then the mistake that is me should have collapsed your beliefs when I showed up. However, you still managed to pull yourself back together. Could it be that you knew that your ideology and methodology were not 100% correct and reliable? That is to say, you are just as hypocritical and two-faced as the false immortal cultivators of the 4 families, aren't you? Whipped by the fiery tentacles from the red star, the black sun was shaking and almost collapsing from the mental battlefield. Their souls were still connected to the mental network that covered the whole imperial terminus sector. The ripples of the competition of their minds crawled into the heads of hundreds of thousands of people, raising a chain reaction and slowly unfreezing their frozen thinking abilities. Inside many people's darkened eyes, feeble sparks were popping up again. Wuxia was both angry and anxious. He intended to get the situation back under control, but he was at a loss about what to do now that Liao had taken the initiative. Liao further attacked. Thousands of glittering thoughts were launched out. I've seen too many hypocritical and shameless jackasses like you. Liao roared. You always do the same thing. At first, you set up a great and sacred goal, and you highlight the insignificance of individuals by the magnificence of the goal. Then, you describe the seemingly bright, perfect prospect of the future to the individuals who are already ashamed of their insignificance, further enchanting them. After that, you disguise yourselves into commanders, gods, saviors, and things as such, as if the civilization of mankind couldn't survive without you. In the end, you will be able to cover your ambitions with the grandeur goal and sacrifice anybody but yourselves under full justification, creating a utopia that only belongs to yourselves. Perhaps your ideas are not wrong, the future you presented is not wrong, and even the bloodshedding and sacrifices are not wrong either. You are wrong because you are too impatient and too selfish. First of all, you set an infinitely high goal without caring about the actual circumstances, dreaming to accomplish the evolution that should have been completed in hundreds, thousands, or millions of years in only decades. Also, you subconsciously expand the meaning of sacrifice. When 10 soldiers die to protect 100 civilians, that's sacrifice. But if 10 soldiers slaughter 100 civilians, even feeding on their corpses, for their own survival, you are shameless enough to call that sacrifice. Lastly, however convincing and brilliantly you may talk about your cause, you never dare to accept objections. You don't even have the courage to present your ideas for public discussion so that the wisdom of the people can be absorbed to modify and optimize them. You are only good at stealthy, sneaky tricks, even resorting to shameless brainwashing to promote your ideas. I've seen more than a couple of jackasses like you, and I've killed just as many. Let me tell you, of all the jackasses, you are the worst. So go to hell. Die. Die! Die! Liao was so excited that he burned his life to the maximum without caring about the exhaustion of his own soul. He released billions of mental blades that stabbed into the black sun deeply, churning the inside of Wu Yingqi's soul into an utter mess. How is it possible? Wu Yingqi's soul spread out waves of disbelief. It was not because Liao had caused heavy wounds to his soul, but because he found it hard to believe that Liao, a minor cockroach, rat, earthworm, or even dust, had the strength, the willpower, and the courage to launch such a fierce attack at him, the only commander, God, and savior of mankind. I am the nation. I am the sun. How dare you? Enough. You are just a piece of crap. An asshole who tries to hypnotize other people after you hypnotize yourself. Liao disrupted Wu Yingqi's inculcation quickly. Wake up and look at yourself. You are neither the sun nor a god. And nobody is ever qualified to be the sun and the god for the whole civilization of mankind. You are just like me and billions of other people. We are all human beings, the most ordinary human beings. Even though we can train with spiritual energy and even absorb tenebrum energy, and even though we can cut rocks and fly into the sky, our strength and our wisdom are limited after all. Perhaps we can proudly declare that we are at the divinity transformation stage or divinity branching stage in front of the ordinary people, but faced with a society, a country, or a civilization that is made of billions of ordinary people, the computational ability in the divinity transformation stage or the divinity branching stage that we are so proud of is as insignificant as the tip of a needle. We can't be always right, we can't predict the future of the civilization 10,000 years later, we can't think on behalf of the billions of people in the whole civilization, and we certainly cannot deprive them of their thinking abilities and their free will just so that we can be their so-called one true God. You think that the failure of your plan is an accident, and it is because you are unlucky to encounter a freak like me? If so, you will be mistaken. Terribly mistaken. Your failure is inevitable because no matter how many glorious and righteous banners you carry and how fancy and glorious you disguise yourself to be, you are a mere mortal if we get to the bottom of it. Your strength is limited, your wisdom is limited, and your imagination is limited. You cannot calculate all the information in the entire civilization that is changing all the time. You cannot control everyone's thoughts. Unexpected factors will always show up. Some crazy people would emerge sooner or later even if I were never here and disrupt your plan in more ways other than treating the whole sector to a live-action movie. Your plan seems flawless, but its error-tolerant rate is simply too low. As long as one point goes wrong, it will inevitably lead to a total collapse. You are claiming that I am too stubborn to change, but in fact, you are the one who is too obsessed with your own thoughts. Wu Yingqi, ever since you made the first wrong step, your ending has been inevitable. You are destined to fail. I will never fail. From the depths of the black sun, Wu Yingqi's roars of fury and embarrassment came over, which turned into overwhelming tides and extinguished quite a lot of flames on the red star, even contaminating the red star with appalling black spots. Inside every black spot was Wu Yingqi's aggressive will. Division and chaos is the greatest enemy of mankind. Only by combining everybody's thoughts and uniting all the human beings can we walk further in the dark universe. This is exactly my belief. Whoever dares to stop me will be an enemy of the Imperium, an enemy of the civilization, and an enemy of mankind. Damn you! Liao virtualized a cluster of scorching magma with the red star and spat it at Wu Yingqi's soul brutally. Open all the knowledge and information, make sure that everybody has the ability to consider for themselves and the future of the civilization independently, listen to the voices of the majority, understand their demands, and retrieve the greatest common divisor of everybody's feelings and demands. That is how you should combine everybody's thoughts. What you are doing right now, on the other hand, is to replace everybody's thoughts with your own thoughts and to play the role of trillions of brains with your own brain. However huge your head may be, how can it compare to the wisdom of trillions of brains? No matter how you deny your difference with the Covenant Alliance, how can the serious trauma on the brains not affect logic thinking abilities or twist their feelings? Now, you have already created a batch of Imperial guards who are destroying their hometown and killing their wives and children willingly. Are they any different from the people of the Covenant Alliance? This is the pot calling the kettle black. Saving the civilization of mankind in such a way is more ludicrous than quenching thirst with poison. It is you who are the enemy of the civilization. Boom, 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 boom. The brilliance of the telepathic thoughts collided again in such a powerful way that the whole mental battlefield seemed to be torn apart. The ripples of their collision also spread to the hundreds of thousands of Imperial guards who were absolutely loyal to Wuxia. The marks on the heads of a lot of Imperial guards began to loosen, which gradually gave them the realization that both the sweeping solar storm and the blast of enlightenment could have caused the most severe damage to their wives and children and a most destructive blow to the whole capital planet, their hometown. However, in the past, they somehow overlooked the consequences subconsciously. Was it really subconscious? And not because they were manipulated by a certain force that made them turn a blind eye to the calamities? What am I doing? Countless Imperial guards covered their heads tightly. Pictures of their memories of the past surged out of their brains like a flood. Most of the pictures were about their family members whom they loved most. Even the most cold-hearted immortal cultivators who were devoted to training and competitions often had people they loved and certain things they strived for. His Majesty's tutelage was replaced by their wives' nagging and their children's laughter. Wuxia's invincible, glorious image gradually turned into their family members whom they lived with every day and the hometown where they were born and raised. However, the solar storm was still getting more and more powerful, ripping the atmosphere of the capital planet and leaving it with holes. The magnetic field of the whole planet was seriously affected too. If the gold crystal pyramid's interferences on the sun continued and the intensity of the solar activities was improved to another level, nothing could possibly stop the destruction of their hometown and the demise of their families. Those pictures were different from the lascivious pictures just now. The pictures just now were only a brief stimulation. Everybody knew that it was the enemy's vilification. The Imperial Guard's loyalty to Wuxia was enough for them to refocus their absolute trust and support for the Almighty Emperor after passing the initial chaos. However, the pictures that originated from their memories, so real, so vivid, and so deeply mixed with love and pain, gradually shook their loyalty. When a sovereign asked his subject to die, his subject had to die. However, if a sovereign asked his subject's wife and children to die in the most miserable way and even destroyed his subject's hometown, was his subject really going to obey dutifully and even work as the executioner in person? Ah! The Imperial Guards howled and questioned their souls on a deeper level again. The universe in the mental battlefield was collapsing, showing the sign of collapse. Wuxia's soul, despite the enhancement of the star, could not support such a massive mental network any longer. Or rather, he was no longer able to control the people's brains that began to think independently. What have you done? Sensing the gradual collapse of his mental network, Wuxia was more infuriated than ever, and his fiery tentacles that were stabbed at Liao expanded twice as large. Most individuals are short-sighted, selfish, and ignorant. It will only lead to a catastrophe for all human beings if their minds and desires spread out infinitely. The corruption and decline of the Imperium today is the best proof. Don't you agree with that too? Don't you find the filthy scumbags of the four Kurfürst families despicable too? I can cut off the selfish and soiled ideas in most people's heads and transform them into the most excellent warriors who fight for the civilization. This is an evolution of all human beings. This is a gigantic leap. What's wrong with that? Why do you have to stop me? It's true that I don't like the behavior of the scumbags of the four Kurfürst families, and I also acknowledge that the weaknesses of humanity exist in everybody. No matter how we train ourselves, it is absolutely impossible to erase them 100%. However, it doesn't mean that I second your so-called evolution. Liao's voice was louder and louder and more determined, raising thunderstorms that turned him into the most dazzling existence in the mental battlefield. You don't know the true meaning of evolution at all. Evolution is never about being higher, faster, stronger, or smarter. Rather, it is about constantly changing the genes and trying and exploring all the possibilities. Most importantly, until an evolution proves to be apt for the changing environment, nobody can declare that it is evolution at all. The environment changes on a tiny habitable planet were enough to let the dinosaurs, who were bigger and stronger, go extinct, but the seemingly unattractive weeds and ants survived. How many dominators of the old days have perished? Could they have foreseen the look of the dominators who replaced them? Furthermore, the grand universe that we are going to explore is bizarre and unpredictable. Who can tell what kind of dangers and opportunities we will encounter? How are you certain that you represent the correct direction of evolution when you know nothing? How are you confident that you will never make mistakes? If the commander, master, and true God commits a mistake, how are you going to remedy and answer for it? If we have 10,000 ideas, even though 9,999 prove to be wrong, there will still be one that is correct. If we try 10,000 paths of evolution, some of them will definitely be able to help us cope with the new problems in the unknown universe. However, what you are doing is to wipe out the 10,000 ideas and paths of evolution and only preserve the one that you believe to be correct. If you are mistaken, hundreds of billions of people will also be mistaken. There won't be any chance to make corrections. I will not be mistaken. Wuxia roared. I am never mistaken. Is that so? Liao said casually. Your words are hardly convincing for a listener who is watching you as you fight with 18 men on the bed. Your Majesty. All in all, I admit that there has to be one fish that leads his clan to march onto the continent and embrace the new life. The problem is, how do we know that you, as the leading fish, is directing us to the continent instead of the deepest trench? This is nothing personal. All I'm saying is that all the vainglorious dictators and saviors in history, no matter how brilliant and correct their ideas, slogans, and beliefs sound, have led everybody into trenches in most cases. It is needless to say that, while they led everybody into trenches, they also stomped on all the rules in the world and paid the prices that could have been avoided. Are you hesitating because the price for the next Sun plan is too huge? Wuxia let out a low laugh. Even the greatest price can't be greater than the destruction of mankind. As long as the civilization of mankind can continue, any law can be stomped on, any morals can be shattered, any price should be paid, and everybody must be sacrificed. Remember the law of the universe. Always remember that survival is the primary and most important need of every civilization. Fuck your law of the universe. Liao said coldly. A long time ago, I also abided by the theory and regarded survival as the primary, if not the only, need of a civilization. However, after too many competitions of beliefs, and after seeing so many ambitious schemers using it as their cover, I gradually changed my view. Survival is the primary need of cockroaches, rats, hyenas, and jackals, but survival should never be the primary need of a civilization. If a civilization lives only for survival, is it any different from cockroaches, rats, hyenas, or jackals? Why is it shameless enough to call itself a civilization but not a collection of genes of selfishness? What is the definition of civilization? Splendid buildings, powerful weapons, highly divided social structure, a long history. Is a civilization because it has those? At the very least, the Pangu Civilizations Alliance thought otherwise. They proposed their own definition. A real civilization is a civilization that is capable of destroying itself. I cannot agree with the Pangu Civilizations Alliance, and I have my own opinion. In my eyes, only when a civilization establishes a certain rule that is above their own instincts for survival and defends the rule whatever it takes, even if it means sacrificing at the critical moment, will the civilization be a real civilization. Absurd. It's utterly absurd. Wuxia gradually recovered from his initial shock and was accustomed to Liao's continuous mental attack. He mocked unregretfully. The rules that you called morals were invented by human beings for survival, weren't they? Only when you can survive and catch your breath can you pursue more things. If the civilization of human beings perishes, what will be the point of the obsolete rules and morals? In any case, what I'm doing today is to defend the civilization of human beings. This is our biggest difference. Both of us believe that we're fighting for mankind, but our definition of mankind is too different. Liao stood at the center of the red star, and the red star turned into his suit and a colossus for his soul. He opened his hands, raising tides of light hundreds of thousands of kilometers high, confronting Wuxia. What makes you a human being? Your appearance, your language, your genes, or your soul? Maybe in the past you would be a human being if you had the appearance of a human, talked like humans, and embraced the human culture. But in the future, when genes can be freely modified, when humans can reshape themselves by activating the legacies of the 13 carbon-based lives from the primeval age, and when they can even upload their souls to the spiritual nexus and crystal processors, no. Such a future has already arrived. Neither the demons whose genes have been highly modified nor the spectral cultivators who have abandoned their physical forms are human beings in the traditional sense. But we still acknowledge them as part of our civilization and our own kind. Then, if humans are not defined by their genes or souls, what should they be defined by? What can prove that they are humans, not evil beings? What else can serve as the essence of human beings except for the rules that are beyond survival, beyond instincts, and beyond everything? In my opinion, if people like you can kill billions of people, drive another billions of people crazy, and turn another billions of people into puppets who know nothing but obedience, you and your accomplices are no longer human beings, but beasts and bugs in the skin of humans. A civilization made of thousands of beasts and bugs like you is not the civilization of mankind, but a civilization of monsters. The real civilization of mankind will come to an end when you destroy Imperial Terminus. By the time you and your soldiers occupy the 3,000 sectors, the real mankind will be dead and replaced by monsters. Even if billions of years later your descendants claim the whole universe under the flag of mankind, it will not be the continuation and victory of mankind, but those of monsters which have nothing to do with the human beings today. A species whose members think absolutely the same and a species that can easily sacrifice tens of billions of people for a purpose can never become real human beings and does not deserve to be a civilization. Boom, 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 boom. Liao's thoughts gathered into countless burning meteorites that flew at the black sun. However, they were blocked and absorbed by the wild tentacles of the black sun. Hee, you are truly brazen. You're just talking about useless things on the moral high ground. Wuxia chuckled in a low voice. At the very least, I've devised the next sun plan for the future of mankind. What about you? What can you do except sabotaging it like a naive high school student? You are just an unhelpful hypocrite. Can you come up with a more reasonable solution than the next sun plan to direct the future of mankind? How can you save mankind if you deny my plan but cannot offer a new one? I have never believed that I'm the smartest of mankind, and I'm never interested in directing their future. Liao said casually, however, if we're talking about a crazy, stupid plan like next sun plan, which is nothing more than a child's play, I can easily come up with dozens of them in half a minute. You don't believe me? All right, I'll waste 5 precious seconds and show you the most amazing computation and deduction abilities. Let me see. Got it. The greatest trouble that you think human beings are faced with is a lack of resources and solidarity, which can be solved by virtualization. Thanks to the progress in modern crystal processors and spiritual nexus, scanning human brains and digitalizing the souls are possible. I believe that very soon human souls will be able to get rid of the limit of the brains and live in specially designed crystal chips. By then, the consciousness of thousands of people can live on a tiny chip, and only the most essential organs on the body will be kept. In such a way, human beings' demand for resources and the environment will be significantly lowered. They can live freely even far below the ground. Even more amazingly, human beings will barely die in this virtual world. Resources will be nothing but data, so selfishness won't be a problem. Those who are unwilling to cooperate and share can establish their own space and enjoy it, while the others can focus on the development of civilization and the mysteries of the universe without worrying about material needs. I call the brand new human beings Spiriters, and their world Spiriters realm. When the new human beings intend to change the material world, they can choose to live in artificial bodies whose sizes can vary from a regular human to a starship or even a space fortress. Those facilities can be controlled by Spiriters. Even if they are destroyed, the Spiriters will be able to flee back to Spiriters' realm as long as the network is smooth. Such new human beings have better survival abilities and consume fewer resources. Their conflicts will be reduced. Also, they can hibernate during long-time space voyages, and they can infer the optimal strategies for their civilization in different virtual worlds. After they find the answer through thousands of attempts, they can implement it in the material world. It will be perfect. Well, this is a solution that I've come up with after 5 seconds of thinking. I'd like to call it the virtualization plan. It's no worse than your next sun plan, right? Wuxia was stunned. Well, he found it hard to believe. Did you really come up with that just now? Of course. How long do you think it should take? 10 years? No. It's just a piece of cake for me, Liao said. So, don't presume that your brag is really something, or that human beings must be led by a lunatic like you. When I brag crazily, I'll be 100 times scarier than you. Come on. Tell me honestly, is there any flaw in my solution? Why is it that your next sun plan the only correct path, and that my virtualization plan doesn't work? Wuxia was deep in thought. He could have crushed Liao with his overwhelming mental power, but violence would not convince everybody in the mind network. However, he had little time to locate the flaws in Liao's elaborate narration. You're speechless now, aren't you? Liao sneered. Actually, the next sun plan that you devised after decades of hard work is as much crap as the virtualization plan that I came up with after 10 seconds of thinking. You can't find any flaw because flaws are all over them, which in a way makes them unflawed. Maybe both of the plans are somewhat practical for a millennium, but there will be infinite technical, ethical, and moral problems and risks when the plans are implemented. You will have to pay an enormous price and be prepared to seek remedies. Only by exploring, discussing, and testing again and again can we turn a plan on paper into reality and embrace tomorrow. The work cannot be accomplished overnight. It requires the wisdom, efforts, and acknowledgement of thousands of people. On the other hand, we can just talk about next sun plan or virtualization plan irresponsibly without considering the actual consequences, but how are you going to overcome the technical conundrums or deal with the unexpected situations? Can you bear the responsibility if your plan doesn't work in the end? All in all, you are a classic condescending madman who has more ambitions than abilities and who thinks he can save the world with a precious plan that he has come up with. However, as I have proven, I can easily come up with a dozen of such lousy plans in a minute. But am I arrogant? Do I consider myself a savior of the world? Am I as shameless as you? Why are you silent? Wuxia did not know what to say. He was still reflecting on the virtualization plan that Liao proposed. Although he hated to admit it, the more he thought about it, the more he found the plan grandeur, splendid, and practical. It seemed like a final solution that someone like him would come up with from every perspective. Also, not only had Liao proposed the rough idea, but he also transmitted tremendous detailed data on the virtualization plan with his telepathic thoughts. He discussed the technical requirements and the possibility to turn the plan into reality. At the very least, the plan seemed to be well-grounded and was not a crazy illusion at all. But how was it possible? Was the next sun plan, which Blackstar the Great worked on for 1,000 years, really not as good as the virtualization plan that this sleazy cockroach came up with after thinking for an instant? In such a case, would he be too ashamed to call himself the commander of mankind and the light that directed the future? Wuxia's soul was so twisted as his confidence was seriously struck that he was bordering on collapse. You can vomit blood if you have to. It won't be humiliating. Few people in the whole universe can prevent themselves from vomiting blood after they hear my ideas. With his hands behind him, Liao simply allowed the surging fire of the red star to gather into wings that tore the mental battlefield apart. He said casually, "Both next sun plan and virtualization plan are fantasies that are not even worth disapproving. Nobody can design the future of a civilization in the next 10,000 years, and nobody is qualified to change the thoughts of the billions of individuals in a civilization. If someone claims that he has mastered the absolute truth and can foresee a perfect civilization 10,000 years later, thus asking everybody else to worship him, obey him, and sacrifice themselves for him, he'll be either a liar or a maniac or maybe both. The future is never designed by a sage, a commander, or a god. It's created by all the individuals in a civilization one step after another. Since I've realized that I never consider designing the future in thousands of years or proposing the seemingly magnificent but actually deeply flawed plans. I simply try my best in settling the small issues. I defend the happiness of every insignificant individual at present. I hope to share more knowledge and wisdom with everyone. I try my best to build a system where everybody can think and speak freely. I work hard to alleviate intense conflicts. I hope that, because of me, the world is better than it was in the last second, and that it will be better in the next second than it is now. In the end, smarter, stronger, and more excellent new humans will be born in this wonderful new world, with more morals. They will discuss the crazy plans that we proposed in a wiser and more comprehensive way. They will figure out the advantages and disadvantages of the infinite schemes, including next sun plan and virtualization plan, so that the promising plans can be realized with minimal cost. It's going to take very long. I may not see the fruit of my work or the bright future of mankind in my whole life, but I believe that the new generation of mankind will achieve it, and that's enough. That's not enough. Darkness was flashing rapidly around Wuxia, as if he were roaring hoarsely. You're just leaving the problem to the new generation without trying to settle it yourself. We have no time. We have to resolve the problem that has haunted mankind on our own. It's our responsibility. You're wrong again, Liao declared resolutely. Your greatest mistake is your arrogance and your lack of trust. You claim that you love mankind, but you don't. You have never loved or believed in any individuals except for yourself. You don't trust that they can think or work out problems independently. You despise them. It's true that we're running out of time, but several hundred years is nothing more than a snap of fingers for the evolution of the universe and the civilization. Mankind has developed for at least 100,000 years since the primeval war, and you can't wait for a few hundred years now. You know very well that the development of civilization is bound by natural laws. The magnificent plans to operate on and completely modify a whole civilization, such as the next sun plan or virtualization plan, shouldn't and can't be realized in only 100 years, which would lead to too many side effects, and the odds of failure would be too high. If you're really considering for the civilization, you should sow the seeds, scarify the soils, and wait for the future generations to realize it, just like I did. Yet, you have been walking on a hasty, evil path, because you've never loved mankind. What you love is the feeling of leading a civilization to glory as the commander of mankind. Just admit it. For you, the rise of a civilization is just a game, and the individuals in it are not living people but chess pieces. They're toys for you to satisfy your ambitions and sense of victory and achievement. You are the only player in this game. Since you are a player, you certainly would rather not wait thousands of years for a victory. You prefer to reduce the time length of this game no matter what the cost is. After all, it's not you who are paying. I have no doubt about your sincerity to lead mankind to glory, but it doesn't mean you love our civilization. You're only aiming for a quick and exhilarating victory. If you unluckily fail, I believe that you can accept your demise with grace, but I don't think you will consider the billions of people who have been sacrificed for you. After all, if you die as a player, the civilization of mankind doesn't have to exist anymore because nobody plays it now, right? This is exactly the biggest difference between us. I'm fighting for the civilization, and you're asking the civilization to fight for you. That's also why you can't win the support of the majority, whatever shameless tricks you resort to today. Even the immortal cultivators won't side with you. Your only outcome will be doom when you go against the whole civilization. As Liao roared desperately, the light of the red star had illuminated the whole mental battlefield and set the dark universe on fire. Even the black sun, which was a symbol of Wuxia's soul, had giant red spots popping up on the surface, as if magma were spurting out violently. Whatever you say, it's meaningless nonsense. Wuxia howled angrily. Your sweet speech cannot resolve the chaos in the capital. Only I and my next sun plan can do that. At this moment, the ace fleets of the four families are still confused and will be transformed into the Imperium's loyal soldiers. But if the gold crystal pyramids are stopped right now, they will be recovered in 5 days and will attack Imperial Terminus again. Thanks to your sabotage, my Imperial Army and the Deep Sea Fleet are disorganized. Their morale is gone. They can't be regrouped in 5 days. How are you going to resist the ace fleets of the four families? Nothing can reach the capital in 5 days and stop the ace fleets. Also, there are the main forces of the Covenant Alliance that are lurking in the darkness. How are you going to settle the chaos? By moral, do you mean ruining my plan and watching the ace fleets of the four families turn the capital upside down and the Imperium to be swallowed by the Covenant Alliance? Hee hee. Wu Yingqi, your stupidity is beyond my imagination. Haven't you noticed anything wrong at this point? With a mysterious smile on his face, Liao stabbed the thickest mental tentacle deep into Wu Yingqi's soul, injecting tremendous information to his twisted mind. To stop your evil plan, we naturally have our own plan that's much safer. Let me unravel the puzzle and shatter your belief. Shwa, 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 shwa. Infinite pictures and sounds were poured into Wu Yingqi's soul instantly and nearly blew it up. The person in the first picture was the last person that Wu Yingqi expected. It was Lei Qinghu. It was the negotiation between Liao and Lei Qinghu 7 days ago in the garage on the flagship of the astounding Thunder Fleet. In any case, I will not suspect His Majesty's loyalty to the Imperium and the civilization without valid evidence. Lei Qinghu said coldly in the picture. I find it hard to cooperate with a cultivator like you until I see the whole truth. That's not a problem. Liao said quickly. I can show you the truth. I can even do a live stream. However, I think the capital will be strictly locked down, and few messages can be transmitted despite the interference. We have a spy to take care of the blockade on the four families side. Look, it's Li Wuji who's standing right there. He has high clearances. However, Blackstar the Great will definitely turn Imperial Terminus sector into an iron fortress since his biggest secret is involved. The only way is to hack Blackstar the Great's central network and hijack his crystal cameras and communication devices. But for that, I'll need a critical and secret interface and time. You need to get half an hour for my crystal processor specialist. That is possible. Lei Qinghu hesitated for a moment, but he gnashed his teeth and said, There's a highly confidential channel of communication between me and His Majesty. If I activate the channel and have a 1-hour conversation with His Majesty, will it be enough for your crystal processor specialist to sneak into the central network and make preparations? Special secret channel of communication? A 1-hour conversation. In the picture, Liao put on a creepy and cunning smile. Enough, that's more than enough. Lei Qinghu, Wu Yingqi's soul was heavily struck again. He could not believe that Lei Qinghu, the last immortal cultivator of the Imperium, had betrayed him. Now you should know why Lei Qinghu talked to you via the most confidential channel and even told you the intelligence about me. Liao chuckled like a thief. It was not only meant to reduce your wariness. It was also to locate your command center through the channel so that my crystal processor specialist could sneak in, sabotage your facilities, and plant things that I needed. Do you know what the best part is? The best part is that the starships of the 4 Kurfürst families were attacking your network, including the most confidential channel of communication, incessantly. So, you did not grow suspicious at all when our cyber attacks were mixed in with the attacks from the 4 families. However flawless the defense of your core network was, the moment your secret base station that connects the capital and the 7 Seas space zone was compromised, a critical gap appeared on your impenetrable wall, and that was the best opportunity for my specialist. What happened next was a lot easier. When Lei Qinghu rambled on with you, my specialist snuck into your command center through the communication channel and hijacked the crystal cameras and communicators around so that you can be live-streamed. So, when I prompted you to confess your whole plan, every word you said would be heard by Lei Qinghu in the 7 Seas space zone in 5 to 10 minutes. His impression on you must have been reshaped already. While Liao laughed cunningly, the black sun condensed by Wu Yingqi's soul almost turned purple. Even if Lei Qinghu knows the truth, so what? Wu Yingqi roared in fury. The astounding Thunder Fleet is still mired in the 7 Seas space zone. It will take them half a month and an enormous price to defeat the coalition fleet of the 4 families. They can't recover or jump back to the capital in time without a couple of months' rest. That's why I said you're stupid. How could Lei Qinghu have ignored that? He certainly has the confidence to quell the chaos in the 7 Seas space zone if he dares to betray you. Liao burst into laughter. All the battlefield data you received in the past week are faulty and meant to mislead you. Take a look at the real battlefield now. Shwa, 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 shwa. A second torrent of information flooded deep into Xianxia's soul. It was a picture of a magnificent space battlefield, taken at the most intense moment in the Battle of Seven Seas. Could be clearly seen that infinite spots of light appeared in the picture. Some of them flew randomly like headless flies, and some were as organized and indestructible as bees. They formed a gigantic hammer that smashed the enemy's most vulnerable part. Every distinguished general had their unique style. Lei Qinghu, as god of war, was not an exception. The battle array that was as solid and invincible as a hammer was Lei Qinghu's mark that nobody could copy. It was a picture where the astounding Thunder Fleet crushed Yun Xiefeng's fleet. Wu Yingqi, however, did not focus his attention on Lei Qinghu's hammer. Another mysterious fleet on the other side of the battlefield made him feel more surprised and vigilant than the astounding Thunder Fleet did. Under most circumstances, it was much more difficult to command a battle in space than on the ground. When the battlefield was millions of kilometers in diameter and the network might be ruined anytime, few commanders could order every starship effectively. Most of the time, the starships were simply fighting on their own. Only some of the commanders, like Lei Qinghu, could have created a unique battle formation so that other people could recognize it as a fleet. Wu Yingqi was certain that neither the business alliance of 10,000 sectors nor the border warlords had a commander as excellent as Lei Qinghu. Yet, the fleet maintained its battle formation on the battlefield when dozens of colossi were on a rampage. The glamorous formation and tactics that were impossible to be played showed up before his eyes. Lei Qinghu's battle formation was like a hammer, and the mysterious fleet that was both sleazy and brutal reminded Wu Yingqi of an unpredictable blade. 100 rapid starships reduced their distance to the minimum and gathered into a thin saber that cut into the most vulnerable part of the array, blowing up the undefended starships into pieces and leaving before the reinforcements arrived. The mysterious fleet crushed the enemy without actually getting involved in a fight. The style was light and sordid and was entirely different from that of the astounding Thunder Fleet, but obviously the mysterious fleet also had a remarkable commander. Or rather, Wu Yingqi somehow felt that the commander of the mysterious fleet was even stronger than Lei Qinghu in certain aspects. How was it possible? The commander of a major fleet was even more difficult to be raised than the pilot of a colossus. There was no such fleet commander in the Imperium. Where was he from? To make things worse, the commander of the mysterious fleet even worked with Lei Qinghu and set up a trap for Yun Xiefeng. The mysterious fleet seemed to be helping Yun Xiefeng to resist Lei Qinghu at first. After a few engagements, it won Yun Xiefeng's trust and entered the core of Yun Xiefeng's fleet to establish the defense. Just like that, the mysterious fleet attacked Yun Xiefeng's fleet from the center while Lei Qinghu hammered the fleet from outside. So, a complete collapse was the only outcome for Yun Xiefeng's fleet. The commander of the mysterious fleet and Lei Qinghu crushed the flagship of the coalition fleet of the Four Families after little time without paying much price. That was not the end. Their target was not Yun Xiefeng, who had more ambitions than abilities, but Song Yushi, who was more sophisticated. Or rather, Song Yushi was their main objective. Through the information Liao transmitted, Wu Yingqi understood their tactic immediately. When they crushed Yun Xiefeng's fleet, Lei Qinghu and the commander of the mysterious fleet blocked the battlefield to prevent Yun Xiefeng from asking for help. In the meantime, they sent a signal to Song Yushi's fleet in the name of Yun Xiefeng. Yun Xiefeng's fleet has encountered the astounding Thunder Fleet and is caught in a difficult battle. Please give us a hand for the Imperium's sake. The message and the carefully devised data were sent to Song Yushi's flagship. It was true that Song Yushi and Yun Xiefeng were not friends. But as an ally, Song Yushi did not want the Battle of Seven Seas to fail. Besides, now that Yun Xiefeng and Lei Qinghu were exhausted by each other in the fight, wasn't it the best opportunity for Song Yushi to take advantage? So Song Yushi came, fought, and failed. He was crushed in almost exactly the same way as Yun Xiefeng did. He was convinced that the mysterious fleet was on his side, so he attacked the worn-out, astounding Thunder Fleet without any worries. By the time the mysterious fleet bared its fangs on his back, it was already too late. Under the teamwork of Lei Qinghu and the commander of the mysterious fleet, they crushed and captured Yun Xiefeng and Song Yusher's fleets in only 3 days. Yun Xiefeng and Song Yusher were even caught alive. The unexpected fiasco destroyed Yun Xiefeng and Song Yusher's determination of resistance. Of course, it might also be because they reached a clandestine deal with Lei Qinghu. But anyway, neither of the two immortal cultivators refused the surrender. It was much easier next. If Song Yusher and Yun Xiefeng do not want to die, do they have other choices? Liao grimaced and said, "Our fleet did not suffer great losses after the battles. The 7 adamantine-level super arsenal warships were still functional." In the following days, Lei Qinghu was busy gathering and reorganizing the warships scattered in the 7C space zone. When I jumped to the capital, he was already ready to go. The most difficult part was not to defeat Yun Xiefeng and Song Yusher's fleets, but to tamper with the battlefield data. It was barely possible to fabricate convincing battlefield data that were the polar opposite of reality. But thankfully, the 4 families had been blocking the capital meticulously, and we only needed to send you data every other day. Then, under the excuse that the network in the 7C space zone was seriously disrupted, the errors and self-contradictions in the data would be explainable. Sometimes, when there was no time to fabricate data, we would launch empty communication ships and intentionally let the ace fleet of the 4 families destroy them, pretending that the valuable and detailed data were destroyed by the enemy. You didn't grow suspicious at all, did you?